Hello, guys. So we haven't started, and Whitaker wanted a 8:45 start. So, oh, look, I spoke too soon. And we're just on the seal, so who actually knows? Um, and Law and Crime is up, so we'll switch over there. They usually have the closed captions, and Atlanta News First doesn't always. How's everybody doing today? I am eagerly awaiting to see. We know we're going to get some APD officers, crime scene techs, actually. I think a lot of crime scene techs were. It was like 5 crime scene techs. 1, 2, 3, 4 crime scene techs. I think maybe someone that lived at one of the apartments we talked about. And then Latner is the 911 dispatch witness that we've seen before. So that's who was named off yesterday. And then, the big mystery witness, Quindarius Zachary. Maybe we'll see something going on there as well. Big shout out already. Kennedy, thank you for the super sticker. Thank you so much. Kicking it off in good spirits. It's a big wow face with a hat. It's me. It's me. Miss Kim's, and StreamYard doesn't have it, so I can't pull it up on the screen. I can see it in YouTube. But Miss Kim's had said, "Good morning, cat, chat, and mods. Let's make today great on purpose." And then SteffJK sprinkled somebody with a membership. So you guys say thank you in the chat to SteffJK. So we are getting it rocking. I'm having like some disorientation about what day of the week it is. I thought it was Friday, and it is not. It is not Friday. Good morning also to everyone that's here early. We have Karen, JC, we have Jess. Hey, Jess. Hey, Jill. Hey, Moni. Hey, Lynn. All the familiar faces in here. Violet's in here. Blue-eyed hillbilly. I see Sarah. Lottie B's giving the salute. And then Violet says, "I found that compassion is in short supply in these turbulent days and time. I wish people could remember that we are all special in the eyes of our own gods." This trial actually really helps kind of show that a lot of people care. Just how many people are watching it and reacting. So, as a silver lining, the way that we react to the stuff that goes on in this trial is kind of refreshing to see. So I get what you mean, and it's one of the nice parts about having a chat where you don't feel like you're just having your own thoughts in isolation. So David Liebold says, "Is Ashley Merchant more likely to be called to the stand by Love since her email to the judge was made public?" I mean, I think it'd be stupid for Love to do, but I don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think, chat? Good morning, Granny5. Tons of good mornings. Tons of good mornings. Hey, Rona. She Loves Fantasy says, "I'm like number 71. Good morning, cat mods and the chat." Hey, Tameka. Also saying hello to the whole chat in the mods. Ike, yeah, go get your coffee, Ike. I think we might need it if we're going to have to sit through a bunch more. That many crime scene texts, I think we might be looking at more images of shell casings. Good times all around. Good times. And good morning. Louisiana's not that far from me. It kind of is driving, but you're like almost a neighbor. So hey, Eldora. Hey, Light Bright, throwback game right there. Good morning, Asia. Good morning, JT. Corey and Jay. Shamika says, "Good morning, gang." That's right. And it's been a time. Yeah, I think they, yeah, I see someone mention CAD reports. Yeah, good times there too. And don't forget, Ashley Merchant is supposed to be appearing in front of the Senate. Is it the special committee? Right? I think she's appearing in. No, it's Judge Krause. So she's appearing in front of Judge Krause in relation to the records request case with the DA. So that's actually going to be at 9:30. We'll find a way to watch a little bit of each. I think calling a major witness to the trial, if we find out that Love is going to make Quindarius Zachary come in today, I think that's like the priority that everyone's going to want to see go down. What happens when he gets there? Will there be pushback before they make him come to the courthouse? What exactly is all going to come of that? However, if there's a bunch of boring crime scene techs and breaks and a long lunch. Sometimes those hearings are pretty short. So if we see that that hearing is like an hour and a half, we can squeeze it right in on lunch if you guys want to do that. You know, when we start these on time, we can also speed up if we get behind. So as long as we don't miss Quindarius Zachary live, if that happens, we could always squeeze in the Judge Krause hearing with Ashley Merchant about those records requests and then come back and watch the crime scene text on like 1.5 speed. So, right? Yeah, it's like Ashley Merchant's trying to have her vacation. All of Fulton County is like, oh, nope, we got to call your witness, and then here's a case you got to deal with. Oh, yeah, that was a great thread there. So, over on the Twitter world, and also, you guys, if you guys take any clips, particularly of the state making faces or body movements that are obvious in front of the jury, Doug seems to be making a collection. So if you guys have clipped anything or remember one and want to send one over Doug Weinstein's way, and I'll toggle right back over to court. But he's asking if anyone has pics or videos of this happening. So this is Doug's thread. And there's a couple of examples too, if you just want to go there and browse some of the clips that people have put together. It's a good time in there. It is a time. And oh, this isn't the one. Hold on. So Ashley Merchant was also speaking on the materials witness warrants and their process. And I can't hear the court. They're not doing anything. I have it open. So first she said, and we're talking about this material witness warrant for Quindarius Zachary. And we've talked about the statute a little bit here, but you know, I'm not a lawyer. But here we have Ashley Merchant, who I trust for legal interpretations and knowing the codes and statutes. Ashley replied to this warrant and said, the statute cited only applies to criminal defendants. There is no such thing as a material witness warrant for an in-state witness. They only exist for out-of-state witnesses. The only remedy is to file a motion for contempt when an in-state witness who is under subpoena fails to appear. You cannot get a warrant before they are supposed to appear just because you don't think they will show. So, and then this is nuts. There is literally zero ability to get a material witness warrant for an in-state witness who has not failed to show yet. We are making up laws again as we go along, ? So good times all around. Her replies are a bit scattered, but this is the original post by Thugger Daily. So if you want to check that out, that is in the chat as well. And we'll get toggled back over here. And yeah, don't forget to click that like button, you guys. Oh, man. I flipped over. I hear everyone looking for, where are we finding Rico? Are we going to find a Rico? Sherry Aguilar, thank you for the avocado. It says thank you. Thank you so much, Sherry. Bridgetta says, let's find the Rico today. I don't know. I don't know if there is one to find. Especially if you guys watched through the end of the stream yesterday, Factual Lie had sent us, you know, a different bust of an enterprise that, you know, seemed organized, had a lot of things that they were selling, and they arrested a bunch of people in connection with that. And it was just kind of like, this seems more like an enterprise, an actual organization that might be engaging in racketeering of some kind. And just the stark difference, the stark contrast is just crazy. But yeah, so we'll see another day of us trying to find Rico in the haystack. Andre Cook says the statute only applies to defendants, not witnesses. Well, as long as they're in state. So there's a remedy if someone lives out of state. Not all states have reciprocity or very helpful, like, out-of-state subpoena things. I think, like, that's a problem with Elon Musk. Like, his residence is actually in Texas, and people say that they have trouble serving him. Like, someone just served him on Twitter, which was kind of hilarious if you ask me. But one of his baby moms, I think it was Grimes, had to send private process servers that she hired, and they were like looking for where his jets were landing to try to catch him and serve him that way. Mostly because apparently Texas, you send a subpoena from out of state from Texas, Texas usually doesn't enforce that. So I would imagine the statute being broader for someone out of state is because it can be more difficult just for practical reasons to secure a witness under subpoena out of state. So, but yeah, so you're right. But with the extra qualifier, it doesn't apply to witnesses that live in state. So, Shannon Alexander says, good morning, KNW. Convicted felons, crooked crooks, and all KNW gang. It is Thursday, ready for another love catastrophe. Oh man, what if she's sitting in the left seat and gets the squeak today, guys? What if she is in the left seat and has the squeak mobile? Oh, it'll be a good time. Yeah, everybody wants to see this affidavit. A for affidavit. A for affidavit. Yeah, who knows what happened to starting at 8:45? Yeah, Mr. Rico's been found in New York with Diddy. Yeah, that 3-charge Rico indictment that was a lot more telling and put an organized story together compared to this one we have with a million bajillion counts. Yeah, Jennifer Devine, aw. Jennifer Devine just says, in all caps, everyone loves Doug. Well, he just seems kind and good-natured, right? He's not controversial. He doesn't ruffle feathers. He doesn't poke any bears. He just wants to be on time and represent his client. So, although what if it's possible they're doing stuff, but they're not letting us see, right? So maybe court has started and they're just not letting us look at anything. Because that's the new thing they're doing. If you guys are just tuning in today and have missed the rest of the week, whenever they do like sidebars or bench conferences, I think rather than have people walk up all the time, they're just making the media shut it down. You got to go to the seal and shut the audio off. So it's possible they could have started. The whole court is moving to Quindarius Zachary's hospital room. Like, we're going to get him to testify one way or another. Aw, Doug definitely ruffles my feathers, but he already knows that. No, she had said 8:45 yesterday. I swear she said 8:45. Because I repeated it out loud. Repeated it out loud. The other day, they're like, so Wednesday, yesterday, they had said, we're going to start at 9 on Tuesday afternoon, and she insisted, does anyone have anything they're going to need to argue about when we get here in the morning? But they stuck with 9 o'clock for yesterday. But yesterday they said today they'd start at 8:45. And I think, guys, I think it's possible that they might be just doing something with the seal up instead of showing us. So, you know. Oh God, am I doing the thumbnail wrong again? I'm always doing that. Let me go update the date in my thumbnail. Oops. I'll do it when court starts. Maybe that's why I'm like disoriented with my days. That and man, the blue flame and the shell thing really got me yesterday. I don't know why I was calling it blue shell instead of blue flame. But thank you for that. I will get that updated. Oops. Yeah, so 8:45 and jury at 9:30. Because I think they're going to be talking about, Brian Steele had filed some motions in limine, and hilariously, some of them are things that should be worked out already. But, no harm in reminding the state 2, 3, or 4 times what they are and are not supposed to do. And then big thank you. Look at Apunenwu saying good morning to everyone. Thank you so much, Apunenwu. All the green hearts going. It is a good time. And then I see Marlena Mack is giving us an update. So there we go. So Quindarius Zachary's sister said that they have a meeting this morning about him. Alrighty, so I would imagine that very well could be going on right now, and they are not broadcasting it to the media. So I will guess that they started on time. Especially, guys, if you missed yesterday when Dennis Sheeb, his attorney, came in and Hilton and made like a karate chop kind of motion to Love while Love was talking about how she knew what the doctor said. And then they asked like, oh, can we cut the cameras off for this part? Do you want this broadcasted? Like, we know why you're asking not to have it broadcasted. You don't really care about someone's medical information or their privacy. You're just about to get tripped up and called out, I think, if it's broadcasted publicly. Because you guys, even the little bit that we got to catch, you guys were like, well, first Love said that she knew the situation and that he was possibly faking, only had a touch of pneumonia. And then suddenly you're saying that you actually only heard from one of your investigators who overheard that he would be fine to testify. So, yeah, sometimes you can get a read on why people don't want to be shown speaking on camera. So, good times, good times. Thank you, Andre Cook here for the super sticker. Appreciate that a lot. And also, you know what? I don't have the links from yesterday. If you guys want something to do in the 5 minutes, let me get the link. I have it in my YouTube description from yesterday. But it's a 5-minute watch and like 2.5 minutes if you put it on 2 times speed on sickle cell crisis. So really helpful because I didn't really know that that was an actual term. I just assumed when you're already sick and then things wear down on you more, of course it's going to seem like you're going into a crisis because everything is going crazy. But sickle cell crisis is like a proper noun term. It's like an actual terminology. And if you want to learn how it works, what it does to somebody, Andre Cook had shared this yesterday. And it's a 5-minute watch, so you can get that done probably before we get away from this Georgia seal here. So there's that there. And then FMLA Johnson, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate it. We got to get the banner going. I'll get that going when court starts. Factual Lie, thank you so much. Dropping 5. And you guys know Factual Lie has, you know, great mod and friend of the channel, also being really generous gifting memberships. But Factual Lie sends along a lot of links and sends a lot of pings on, hey, this just happened. And I think you guys have seen Factual Lie. You've heard me say, hey, we've got this article we're going to read that Factual Lie sent over. So show some love there for Factual Lie. An overall great name. And Lucia, that's a YouTube thing. The best bet maybe for that, you can send it over on X. So there's my X in the chat there. But there you go. And it's just YouTube. I mean, because can you imagine what chats would be like if, and this has nothing to do with you, Lucia, but like random accounts being able to just go into a chat and post links. So it's a feature, it's something that YouTube doesn't allow. And Steen, is it Steen like Christine or Stein? I think it might be Steen like Christine, just became a member, so thank you. And then Snivels also became a member. We're growing, you guys, we are growing. Marlena Mack gifted a member. Thank you so much, Marlena. Very sweet of you. And we do have some action in the court.
Do we know who our witnesses this morning are going to be?
Oh, no.
Should be crime scene tech Turner, Ms. Latner's Officer McGovern, crime scene tech L. Jenkins. Court's indulgence for one moment.
They are knocking
Miss
that microphone
AS,
all
who
around.
we've spoken about previously, Miss Smith.
Antavia,
All right, so we still need to resolve the issue
Quindarius Zachary.
of whether that person is going to be shown on film,
Okay, yes,
right?
yes, Your Honor. And depending on the one witness we've been discussing all week, Your Honor, who has the condition. Yes, and lastly would be depending on the status of the
Understood.
witness.
We discussed yesterday the possibility that Mr. Zachary may or may not testify, depending upon when and if he is released from the hospital. All right, so with regard to AS.
Your Honor, the state's position,
You need to talk into the mic.
yes, I'm talking into,
It
Trish,
is
look at
working,
Trish.
she's just not close enough to it and it's attached, so you're gonna have to just pick one up and use that one. Or go to the podium. Either one.
regarding Ms. A. Smith, again, Your Honor, state is asking for her not to be shown on television. I believe she still lives in the community in which this incident occurred back in 2020, Your Honor. I believe she has voiced some concern. Ms. Love is the prosecutor who has been in the most communication with Ms. Smith, but my understanding is she has voiced some concern. I can't go into specifics regarding her safety in this case, Your Honor, given that she still lives there. I believe at one point she did communicate with one of our victim advocates that members of one of the defendant's family had approached her. And this was probably about a year ago. And so she was supposed to provide us more information about that particular individual. And so those are some of the things that I am aware of that she has discussed with us and with the state. And so given some of those factors, we would ask for her not to be shown on camera, Your Honor.
All right. And is there any objection to just having her audio but not her face shown?
Yeah, Your Honor, I object to that. I don't believe that what you've heard from the state today rises to the level that was set by the previous court on the standard by which a witness would not be videoed while testifying. Of course, this is the first I've heard that maybe possibly she may have talked to a victim advocate. I know that when this came up in court the other day, that was not mentioned, but absent that, which it sounds a little bit loose at this point, I just don't believe it rises to the standard. And if this is what's established, then any witness could potentially just raise their hand and say, I don't want to be videoed.
Okay, well, obviously, this trial's been going on for a really long time and not that many people have done that. So that doesn't appear to be an actual legitimate concern.
Well, Your Honor, I would say that since these requests have started coming in, that approximately, I don't know, I'm making a guess, so don't hold me to it, but roughly 20% of the witnesses that have appeared on the list that we get at the end of the day on Friday for the next week, I would probably about 20% are highlighted as not to be shown. So it's not a one or two off thing in the history of this case.
Okay, so since I've been presiding over this case, which has been since what, mid-July or so, this is the second witness that has had anything raised. So that doesn't seem to be the percentage right now, but that's not the determining factor anyway. It's whether there is a legitimate security concern that can be substantiated by either the witness or the state. I mean, Ms. Hilton, are you representing that she has had threats made to her that she's brought to the state's attention?
She's communicated, I know for one specific incident that a family member of one of the defendants had approached her.
Okay,
But
and
not
what?
approached her, asking her not to testify in the trial. She did not say that that individual threatened to
All
harm
right,
her.
so maybe we find out a little bit more from her when she gets here. Is she here now? Okay, well, we'll maybe revisit that issue, and if the victim advocate has further information or you develop further information before then, let me know. Okay,
And Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
just to be clear, if she can if she can show that there's been a threat made against her, or you believe there's a threat made against her, then I will not object to her not being shown on video.
all right, threat or intimidation?
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
turning the page from the video, on video, off video, with Ms. Smith, the information just recited by Ms. Hilton is the first I've heard of this. I don't know what this interaction is, but the state, am I correct that the state, regardless of whether she's shown on video or not, is not going to seek to admit any testimony about whatever this interaction was as part of her testimony, is it? Okay, all right, cool.
All right, thank you.
So that seems like
Okay,
it's not that serious of
the-
an interaction.
Is there anything else the state intends to present with regard to that particular 911 call with Ms. Latner's? Mr. Adkins had sort of left the door a little bit open to bring something else up.
Your Honor, we're going to hold on
Okay.
that call for right now, and so we
All
would
right.
just ask. to
Sounds
hold for
good.
that. In addition, Your Honor, the pictures that we intend to introduce today through some of our witnesses are on its way down, so we can distribute to defense counsel so that they
Okay.
can have them in
Go ahead and do
advance.
that.
I think this was Ms. Battle that sent the email about not wanting to be referred to as a victim. And then secondarily, I think their program is
All right,
called
and then I
Victims
wanted
Advocates
also
Fund
to
or something.
go over the couple of motions in limine that were filed last night or yesterday afternoon that I referenced, but that we didn't review. 56 is sort of just a general, the defense position is that they don't think testimonial statements or hearsay should come in inappropriately. It's just kind of a general, here's the law. And so I agree. But we're gonna obviously have to see how that plays out.
Can I mention something?
Yeah.
And good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to everyone. Your Honor, the import of that obvious, I guess, motion is what happened. I tried to articulate yesterday with the blue flame. So it has gone on before you or the court that a quote gang expert would say, and I'm paraphrasing, I'm not going to tell you who I spoke with. You don't have any of my notes. I did not do a report, although ordered by Judge Glanville to do a report. And I spoke with an unknown person, but we verified them and we find them to be credible. And they told me that, Jeffrey Williams' stepfather's home had bullets driven into the home. And I always want to go back and interview everybody. So that was my objection yesterday with the blue flame. I know you excluded it, and thank you, but it was argued by Prosecutor Love that people told us, the gang, whomever, that this was a retaliatory shooting done by YSL. And it's the same thing over and over. And that's really what I'm trying to get at. In this case, Miss Battle called me, the same witness, proposed witness who wrote to the Honorable Court, and she was very upset. It's the same thing, nothing new. And I told her the same. I said, courts are where we resolve issues, and she's been properly subpoenaed, and she knows that. She's testified 50 times. She's a chemist.
Yeah.
But she said that the authorities, we're not doing anything wrong. There's nothing wrong, but we're trying to see whether she knew over and over again who lived next door and the name of the person. And she kept saying, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. My point is, I just want to keep all that out. And I don't want somebody to lay some foundation that, hey, on this form, which came in yesterday, of tenants, this person rented the apartment, and then have a gang expert come in and say, well, we interview people and her boyfriend is this known gang member with IF. And that is really what this motion's about. It just shouldn't be circular and hidden. We should have the authority to go out and interview the people and have the same information the police are relying on to make those representations. And if they don't give it to us, then clearly to me, it's hearsay and confrontation clause. That's my issue.
Aaron, I think with many of our experts, they can rely on
Pick up the mic and use it.
sorry. With our experts, they can rely on reports or certain information to gather their conclusions. And what I believe happened during the course of this period in 2015, from January to ultimately October, is all these shootings occurred. They received these reports, they gathered information, they interviewed witnesses, and they were able to get information to form opinions about what was happening during the course of.
Yes,
Yeah,
experts can rely on hearsay in forming their conclusions, but there's a difference between the expert coming in and saying, based on our whatever they do, our conclusion was this is a retaliatory shooting, which would be permitted under the rules of evidence. And we concluded that so-and-so's boyfriend was a rival gang member whose name was whatever, or even without whose name was whatever. That is clearly hearsay, and so obviously hearsay that the regular rules of evidence have to still apply to that.
Right, and so hence why we're here, bringing in officers who are responding to these scenes, gathering information, because now this information is before the court. This is what they've learned, and so that's why we're going through introducing all of the various retaliatory shootings now with officers and the information gathered, because when the experts come, this is the information that they relied on to form their ultimate opinions about.
Okay, do you understand? I mean, we
understand.
can't exactly, figure out all of the contours of what might come in beforehand, but an expert conclusion that this was a retaliatory shooting, even if based upon hearsay, would be admissible under the rules of evidence. Expert testimony that is just basically hearsay, that this is the person that lived in this apartment, or this is the person's boyfriend, it would still be excluded as hearsay, even if it was being offered through an expert.
We understand.
Clear? Okay. All right. That takes care of that one. The number 57 is essentially some further argument as to the contents of the text messages authentication issue. And I've looked at the case law and looked at the statute again. And the issue was that one column that had text message contents, but essentially on authentication, it's a prima facie case that it is what it purports to be. And that was shown that it is the Verizon record of that phone number. It has been established that maybe everything about the contents is not 100% accurate, and it'll be for the jury ultimately to determine whether they want to believe that anything in that column is accurate. But the prima facie case has been made, and so it's not excludable on that basis. Yes, sir.
And can we just have a continuing objection to that issue?
Yes,
because I'm not going to belabor it. And can I just cite what I sent this honorable court into the record?
sure.
Johnson, John, SON versus State. And it is cited at 348 Georgia Appeal, 667. Your Honor, that's in 1B as in Barry, 824 Southeast 2D, 561, 2019 case. And it's our position, which you've articulated, and respectfully rejected, that it has to be reliable. And I believe that the witness was clear that the records itself, she said she would not verify, but I've argued it and it's preserved, and thank you.
All right. Motion limiting number 58 covers a couple of different things. One, that on the two charts by agents Cunningham and Officer Kilgore, that one particular gun, the seizure of which has been determined to have been illegal, those charts need to be redacted so as not to include that. I think y'all said, the state yesterday, yes, we'll make sure. I think there was only a mention maybe of one chart at the time, so just make sure that it's gone from both of those charts. Then there is a request that Mr. Zachary's recorded statement from March of 2017, where Detective Dennis asked Mr. Zachary how the assault rifle was located by police in Mr. Williams' home, be excluded because the search itself was illegal. Now, I don't know exactly what got said then, so do I need to listen to it or see a transcript of what was said?
We have a transcript and you
Okay.
can listen to it. I don't know if the state's position, they may agree. It's a 2017 statement, Your Honor, March
Mhm.
3rd, if it comes in. I'm just
Right.
preempting it. And the search that's been deemed illegal of Mr. Williams' home is July 15, 2015. And it's simply the detective asking Mr. Zachary about this weapon that they would not have known about, and the derivative evidence has been
Oh, I
also
understand
suppressed.
what you are saying now. Okay. What's the state's position on that?
Your Honor, the state does not intend to introduce anything regarding the July 2015 search or the item seized from the search.
Okay, and so the reference to the assault rifle, which the state only knew about because of the search, I understand now what the argument is. Y'all won't have any reference to that. Okay, and then the third thing is that in that same transcript, Detective Dennis at one point states, or is her, what this says is heard stating that Mr. Williams is the owner of the studio that was the subject of that search, and you want the statement that he was the owner of that studio to be excluded?
Yeah, I think we had an order previously, and please correct me, from the predecessor judge that on the same morning as July 15, 2015, law enforcement went to Mr. Williams' home.
Mm-hmm.
That's been deemed illegal as search, as well as to a recording studio. At their recording studio, they found, I believe, marijuana, $40,000, US currency. I'm going to say firearms with an S. It has been previously said that search of that studio is not related to Mr. Williams or anyone on trial directly. It was another person named Rico, and his last name is evading me. I can't remember, but it's a Rico Ritchie, R-I-C-H-I-E.
We just leave it at Rico.
And that would be excluded, and I just want to make sure that that doesn't get mentioned either. And the way it was said in the transcript is that that's Mr. Williams' studio, which is just not right. But Mr. Williams did have a connection to the studio because he would perform at many studios throughout.
So it's not true that he's the owner of the studio. Is that what you're saying?
He's not the owner of the studio.
Okay. Any issue with that piece
we
of that
believe-
interview being excluded?
We believe that is in the order, and we will follow the court's order.
Okay, I don't understand what you're saying there. Are you conceding? Okay. All right, so that takes care of that.
Can I add one more thing to that, Your Honor, this motion?
Sure.
You guys are hilarious
I
in
think
the
the court
chat.
ordered it yesterday, but the blue flame shell
Uh-huh.
casings are on that same chart that is referenced by Agent Cunningham, according to the state, as an exhibit of hers, as well as Officer Kilgore. So I asked that blue flame mentioned on that chart be please removed. And that's the search by the firearms police database.
It will be removed.
All right, thank you.
Oops.
All right, and then the last one was a supplement to the big motion to exclude various pieces of evidence that we'll need to go through whenever we have our next non-jury day. So we won't deal with that one right now.
And guys, let's drop a happy
Honor.
birthday to
Yeah.
Christian
Can I
Harris
just
in
add
the
one
chat.
thing? Again, I'm like Mr. Steele said, not conceding the admissibility of any prior statements of Mr. Zachary, but I just wanted to remind the court that there were some matters that we took a wait and see approach. Your Honor took a wait and see approach to see if a foundation could be laid by Mr. Zachary regarding one. I was reviewing in preparation of court today. One specifically was whether something counted as a tacit admission. And we just needed to hear from Mr. Zachary to lay a foundation on some of those matters. I just wanted to remind the court that we do have that issue out there, those issues out there. There's a few of them.
All right, so does the state recall what it is that Mr. Sharp's referencing?
Your Honor, I don't. I unfortunately do not, because I don't think I was here when the Quindarius Zachary statements were reviewed. Mr. Atkins and Ms. Love were here, and give me a moment, I can reach out to them to see.
All
if
right,
they can
well,
recall.
I guess until he shows up here, it won't become an issue anyway, but maybe circle back on that when we've got a different prosecutor in the courtroom, when and if we get Mr. Zachary. All right, thank you. Okay, do we have the jury? Not everybody, okay.
Oh, so okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Before that's done,
we'll wait.
can I ask a quick question?
Okay,
Apologize, Mr. Weinstein. Your Honor, the state was kind enough to point me in the right direction for the witness list.
mhm.
And they said, I think the Honorable Court is on that email. So they said that Miss Bailey, Bailey, Miss Galloway, Galloway, and Miss Chavo, Chavo, or E rather, ES, Chaves, Chaves, we're not on any witness list. If we could get contact information and if the state could make them available for us to interview, that would be helpful. I'm not moving to exclude, the witness for not being on a witness list unless the court wants to do that. But I would like to speak with the witnesses.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how soon can y'all do that? All right, it looks like these are all like APD employees.
Let me just reach out to my investigative team. We should be, hopefully if they still work with the department, we should be able to get that pretty quickly.
All right, anything else? All right. Will you?
All right, so waiting for the jury to come in. I've been waiting to shout out. Thank you so much, Classy Beats, for dropping 30 memberships in the chat. Oh, here we go. We're back again.
Hopefully we'll have all of the jurors in the next 5 minutes or so.
They're going to go right back to the seal. All righty, and that's, got to deal with that because the media is trying to be really careful about not catching things they're not supposed to catch. So we're going to get a lot of that cutting in for little words like that. But Classy Beats, thank you so much for dropping a whopping 30 on the chat's heads. That is incredibly generous. And I've been trying to look for different... There were a bunch of people that were hanging out yesterday. We're going to call it Club Classy. Classy does YSL content, lives in Fulton County, but also does what I think is an incredible music competition style show. It's almost like an open mic night, but on Twitter. And the talent will blow your mind. This isn't like someone sends you their link to listen to their music and you're kind of like, oh, I want to pretend I didn't hear that because I don't know how to say something back to it. Not only is he a great host running a great show, you guys know Amy too. You see Amy in the chat here. But great community and super talented music of all different genres. I can't believe how awesome it is. So a bunch of people. We had Blue Eyed Hillbilly over there. We had SSG over there. And then Adam the Black Engineer says, showing classy showing love. I've seen you over there. I don't know if you were there yesterday though. Trina Tina says Friday is pop-out music. So Club Classy on Friday night, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. You guys make sure you sub to the channel and come join us. Like, tons of fun yesterday. Sean P. I know Tameka was over there. Savvy Amira was over there. SteffJK says, so much fun last night. I'm tired today, LOL. And we see that Ill Kid J in the chat. That Ill Kid J, I think, played 3 songs. Really, really awesome talent. Great versatility. So I'm not kidding, you guys. Definitely worth coming to hang out with us. It felt like an online club. We're going to call it Club Classy. For Ashley Merchant is going to be on Judge Krause's YouTube channel. I can get the link for you real quick. I think they're about to get the jury in, so it's not something we'll toggle over to now. That sounds like a lunchtime watch for us. Judge Rachel Krause. And I don't actually see it live yet. Well, before I drop this link, let me make sure this is the current channel that Rachel Krause uses. They did something 5 days ago, so I think it is. So Judge Rachel Krause, when I guess is supposed to live stream it. So there is the link for that in the chat if you want to watch it in real time. And I just don't see it hasn't started yet. And I think it was scheduled for 9:30, but you know how things go. You know how things go. But yeah. And then hold on, Kat is spot on, but she also turned up. Wait, me? I was there. I was there. Yes. So, because oh my gosh, today's Thursday. So yes, on Friday at 8 p.m. And BigBabyJane, that was like kind of what I didn't know what to expect. And there really is multiple genres. And Kissin' Pink was in there too. I saw you in there. Saw you in there. It was such a good time. Super, super good. And then again, thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, the shout out is deserved either way, but holy moly, dropping 30 memberships to kick off the day is just super generous. So thank you, thank you, thank you so much to Classy Beats, the host of Club Classy. And then Lucy also became a member. Thank you, Lucy. Steph is sniping again. Steph said, look, I might be out here in the bushes a little bit today because I'm tired from Club Classy last night. but I'm still here and I'm going to make myself known. Just going to slime some people one by one. Thank you so much, Steph. I appreciate all that you do. FFS, no, we are not going to ignore the court reporter. I saw you guys all noticing in the chat. So that was yeah, not Club Crucial to be clear. Club Classy. And not Blue Shell as I call it either. Oh, I can't believe that. Those shell casings from yesterday are just ingrained in my mind. Just hours of watching shell casings, it's like rattling me. Oh boy. Also random, I don't know, there's a ton of different names, but thank you to all you guys that have been in the chat, and gals. I shouldn't word it like that. I mean guys as all inclusive. You know, ballistics, shell casings, how that stuff works. You know, I'm not an expert in that. And the chat is just so informative. And learning that, cool, we have pictures of casings all over. Like, that doesn't really tell us what we think it's going to tell us. And the crazy part is the state has such a long case in chief that by the time the defense calls an expert witness, it will be months after we've seen all these pictures of the shell casing. And maybe that'll be an advantage for the defense because it'll be bookended closer to when deliberations happen, and they could kind of end it on that note like, oh, so shell casings really don't tell you what we think they tell you. Maybe that recency bias will be an advantage for the defense. But at the same time, you know, in a trial that would last a week or two, typically right after you'd see a crime scene text come up, within a day the defense could be presenting their case in chief and calling their experts to tell you how the ballistics isn't really reliable. And the jury doesn't get that context in a close period of time here. So just an interesting thing about a trial that runs this long. But thank you. Big appreciation to everybody sharing information in the chat about, you know, how that works, because I really don't know. You know, I'm learning from you guys. I am learning from you guys. And then Touche says, best channel and chat for covering this case. Thank you so much, Touche. Shout out to the chat. MT says, crazy to me as an adult that they don't personally remove the squeaky chair or ask a clerk for a new or different chair. Oh, and I think it's so funny. It just stays up at that front table. I don't want them to remove it. But it is really true, right? Like, why didn't they just move it? Even yesterday, you could see Atkins trying to sit down carefully so it doesn't squeak. You were right, but I don't know. I don't know, MT. Thank you for the 5. Now, Ike sends X-Men. X-Mods is kind of cute, though. X-Men Mods Coffee Fund, because we had the whole naming schematic for the different mods. Guys, any mod who is comfortable sending along their Cash App or Venmo, and I think a PayPal, is linked in the description of our live stream. So, just FYI, if you ever want to buy a coffee for a mod. That's the great way to do it. Ike, I will try to pull this and divide it, but I will say it gets tricky trying to keep track of a pool and then at some later point in time divvying it around. But FYI, guys, check out that description. And again, for any of the mods who said, no, I don't, it's fine, I don't want to put my Cash App in the description, if you ever change your mind, you just let me know. Thank you so much, Ike. Danielle Judge gifted 5. I put you in the banner but couldn't get to the shout out earlier, so you've been a host of our banner today. But thank you now. I'm getting to the thank you late. So big thank you, Danielle. And I've never really met a Danielle I didn't like, so always just feel like naturally like Danielle's. ST Satchel gifting 1. Good to see ST Satchel. And you got to let us know how you're doing on the Twitter world. ST Satchel recently joined Twitter or X or whatever we're supposed to call it. And I hope, this is actually a good time. If you guys are looking for more people to connect with for YSL content on X, you can put your @name in the chat and connect with each other. I think it's incredible the amount of stuff I can see on X versus, YouTube chat goes by fast. I miss a lot of stuff. If you guys want to drop your X names in the chat, just go ahead and do that. And then Kate Grammer. Thank you, Kate Grammer, for gifting 5. Well, let me get an eagle emoji going in the chat. Drop some eagles. And this is becoming a long restroom break. So maybe the juror's still late, but who knows? So thank you so much, Kay Grammer. Miss AB says, State is on a bad start today. Hilton's outfit is cute, though. Yeah, look, guys, I love, the color green. I know I use purple for my channel, but I think I'm an earthy, forest green might be my favorite color. I don't know, it could change. But, so I really like the color of Hilton's outfit. Shout out to the green. Long day ahead. Oh, is she slime? It's not the right color green. But whatever, we can make our jokes. But you're right, Miss AB, long day ahead. The judge is ready to smash the hot potato. Good morning to everyone. You guys say hi to Miss AB in the chat. And then a whopping 20 from Peter Ortiz.
Okay.
Holy moly. Get you in the banner here.
When we were talking about A. Smith, and I talked about an individual, a defendant's family member reached out to her. That was not that witness, and I'm sorry. It was a different witness who relayed that to me. It was not Miss Smith. It was another witness who relayed
All right.
that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, so is there anything the state wants to present with regard to the request that AS not be shown on video?
Yes, Judge, and I believe she's on her way, but what she has relayed to the state is that since the time that this has been going on, her family has found out things that she had not alerted them to, that it is causing her, she says, distress. She does not say that she has been threatened. She said that it is a source of great concern for her. And she has asked that we not she said she doesn't want to be here, but she certainly doesn't want to have her face publicized. She said that when when her name began being mentioned, that caused problems for her, and she does not want to have to endure that. Under those circumstances, and understanding counsel's arguments regarding sort of guidelines by the court's predecessor, we're asking that the court exercise the court's own discretion and allow, based on her concerns and the concerns of any lay witness to that extent. They're not asking to cover their faces in court behind a veil, but to not have their faces publicized nationally is what they're asking.
All right, so I mean, you say the court's discretion as though it is 100% up to the court. It's not up to the court, it's the case law that guides it. And in Georgia, it is very, very, very tilted towards showing everything all the time. And the court has very little discretion in stopping that from occurring, even if there are, probably none of the witnesses want to be blasted throughout the world, understandably. So that's why the guideline and the determiner was, are there legitimate security concerns? And if there are legitimate security concerns, then detail what those are.
So, Your Honor, I do understand what the court is saying. And regarding the rights or guidelines of having the faces shown on camera, prior to today, and it was prior to this particular argument, I had researched when we were looking at it previously with Judge Glanville. My understanding, and the court has a vast amount of knowledge about what the particular laws in Georgia are, because the court has dealt with those. But my understanding was that there is no, just if it were such a right that anyone had to have the faces of every witness shown, then arguably speaking, any trial that's not publicized on camera, their rights are being violated because their faces are not being shown. But to the extent that
Not how that works.
camera people decide where they want to put the camera, and if they're okay with not showing the faces, the only argument that I would have is that there's no defendant with any right to show the faces. And I would ask the court for, before we.
This is a confrontation clause. She is making up her own reality. If a court doesn't have cameras, that's a separate issue than a witness showing their face.
Bring her in, that just the ability to, if we can find case law directly on point, to show it to the court regarding that particular issue, because.
Of course you can do that. And if the media chooses not to show a witness's face because they know that that person has concerns, that's of course up to the media. I mean, frankly, this court is open. Anybody can walk in here anytime they want to and watch the proceedings. But that's just not really the way the Georgia courts overall have perceived the whole televising and videotaping of court proceedings. So sure, I'm happy to consider any kind of case law that you want to present.
Thank you.
That you probably don't
Obviously,
have.
If the media wants to focus on somebody else during that time, that is wonderful. But unless you present to me either case law that covers it or legitimate security concerns, I can't order them not to.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we now ready for the jury?
I don't have words for that. And not for nothing, but there's a conundrum there too. What if the person, I think it's Law and Crime that controls the actual camera. What if Law and Crime says, we don't want to show it, but everybody else that shares the media pool wants to? So that's just.
Okay, well, she's not going to be the first witness anyway, so. All right, let's get the jury.
Holy moly. Arguments like that should be considered contemptuous. Like, that was just stupid. And I really think she believed the argument she was making. Oh my gosh. If you have the case law, I would love to see. I would love to see. Oh man.
He brought me one from the jury.
Big thank you to Gamba Kufu for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Super nice of you. You guys say thank you. And I know that you always make sure you're becoming a member. I think you've been with us a couple months now. Really nice of you to make 5 more members. You guys make sure you take advantage of those custom emojis. They can be a really good time. There's a duck for the squeaky chair noise. There's a fun buffering love one. I think that's a fan favorite out there. There's a couple in there that I think you guys will like, so make sure you check those out. And if nothing else, choose your Mario Kart racer. And then super nice, it is Christian Harris's birthday today, and he's gifting 5 memberships. So celebrating all around. I love birthdays. Love to bring everybody into the party. So Christian Harris, seeing you say, come on in. Everybody's invited. Super, super awesome. Thank you so much. And again, hope you're having a great birthday.
That is absolutely fine.
And then Tameka with the reminder that likes are free. So if you could hit that like button, that would be awesome. And not for nothing, but I mean, you guys are probably talking about it in the chat. I haven't toggled over, but this explains why Love and everybody that she gets in their ear stands in front of the witness, in between the camera and the witness when they're doing their questioning. They probably sit there like, we're going to try to cover your face. We're going to stand in front of the camera so you'll be comfortable. Is there anything we can do to make you feel more comfortable? No, not really. Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, state calls crime scene tech Alfred Turner to the stand.
All right.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. That's it. State and spell your first and last name for the court dial into the mic, please.
Okay, it's Alfred Turner, ALFRED TURNER.
And welcome back.
Hey,
Seems like we just saw you yesterday. So we're not going to go over your background since you were here earlier this week. I just want to jump to back in 2015. Earlier this week, you discussed responding to 1428 Adele Avenue. Is that fair?
yes,
Okay. In 2015, did you respond to other shooting calls?
yes,
All right. I want to specifically direct your attention to January 11, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 197 Hendricks Avenue in Atlanta, Georgia?
yes, I did.
And why did you respond to that location?
We got a call that a shooting occurred.
And once you got to the location, what, if anything, were you asked to do?
We was asked to take photos and collect evidence.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review your pictures from that particular incident in that location?
Yeah.
Okay. You have permission to approach?
You may.
Did Hilton question him when he was here earlier this week, or was it one of the other ADAs?
I'm showing you what's been marked as 1 triple DA through 17 triple DA. And where you sent those pictures yesterday evening.
Yes.
Okay. And as you're flipping through, did those pictures fairly accurately depict the scene at 197 Hendricks from January 11, 2015?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1 triple DA through 17 triple DA into evidence.
As admitted.
Yeah, so it seems
Permission
like
to
it was
publish, Your Honor.
Brown. Right, because I could picture Brown standing there and the witness was like leaning like this.
Now, first starting with 1 triple DA, if you can tell the jurors, where are we looking at, or what is depicted in 1 triple DA?
It was just an overall photo of Hendricks Avenue.
Going to 2 triple DA. Looking at 2 triple DA, was this the home that was the focus of your investigation?
Yes, it was.
All right. Looking at 3 triple DA and now 4 triple DA and 5 triple DA. What, if anything, is depicted on 5 triple DA?
That's for damage to the screen of the window of that residence.
Okay. Now looking at 6 triple DA. Is that a close-up of what you just referenced?
Yes.
All right. 7 triple DA and 8 triple DA. What's depicted in those 2 images?
Those were gunshot holes to the residence, that same residence.
All right. Now looking at, I'm going to skip to 10 triple DA. What are we looking at 10 triple DA?
Those were the 3 shell casings that were collected from the scene.
And did you take close-ups of those 3 shell casings?
Yes, I did.
And are they contained within the set of pictures that you have in front of you?
Yes.
Now looking at 13 triple DA. What is depicted in 13 triple DA?
That's a shell casing number 4 that was located near the residence.
Okay. And were you able to determine what type of shell casing that those were?
I probably have to look through my notes to see which one it was.
You're on permission to approach?
You may.
And let me ask, will looking at a copy of your crime scene tech report assist you? Could looking at you? No, I have it up here.
Oh.
Permission to approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as Stacy's Exhibit 18 triple DA. Is that your crime scene tech report?
Yes, it is.
And does looking at that copy help refresh your memory as to what size shell casings those were? If noted.
What I don't understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, we'll do a little bit of fast speed to catch up because I'm being a Pawsy McPawserton. When Brown was questioning Detective Turner the other day, the Delta thing, wasn't he told to condense down these pictures and group them together? And now we're looking at different pictures, so we whittled it down at the court's request. But now we're talking about those same pictures we whittled down anyway. Like that, how does this work? Because it was Delta exhibits the other day.
No, I don't have that on here.
Are you able to tell, from looking at the pictures, are you able to tell what size they are?
Um,
And if not, that's okay too.
no.
Now, in that year, did you also have the occasion to respond to 198 Stanhope Drive on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And do you recall, why did you respond to that location?
We were dispatched that a shooting also occurred at that location, and it had damage to vehicles.
And when you were called out to that scene, what, if anything, did you do at that scene as well?
They also wanted me to photograph the scene and collect evidence at that scene as well.
Okay. And have you had the opportunity to review those photos as well?
Yes.
You have permission to approach again?
You may approach freely.
Oh, like, this is just stupid.
Through 29, excuse me, 1 triple D subsection C through
But shout out
29
to Triple D over Delta.
Are those the items that you previously, or pictures that you previously reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And did those fairly and accurately depict the scene from 198 Stanhope on January 26, 2015?
Yes, they do.
And let me ask you, regarding that particular scene, do you know if there was a victim involved in that scene?
I probably have to look on my notes to see.
Your Honor, permission. Oh, no, second. Show you what the Marcus States Exhibit 30 triple D. See? Is that a copy of your crime scene tech report?
Yes, it is.
Will that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
And we talked about
Take a moment
Stanhope
and
already too.
Look, and if your memory's refreshed, you can let me know.
Maybe not through this witness. I can't exactly remember, but I know we've talked about Stanhope in the last 2 days.
Yes, there was a victim.
And who was that victim?
Believe it was Trevante Turner.
All right. And I believe I admitted it, but if not, Your Honor, say would like to tender State's Exhibit 1 triple D C through 29 triple D C into evidence.
Okay. Do you mean, you haven't this morning, did you mean
Oh.
a different day?
No, I thought I may have said it earlier today.
No.
Okay, Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 1 triple D C through 29 triple D C into evidence.
Okay, those are admitted.
And permission to publish.
You may.
Now, first looking at 1 triple D C, tell the jurors, what are we looking at in 1 triple D C?
That was the vehicle that they were, that we were dispatched to take photos of guns, multiple gunshots.
Looking at 2 triple D C? And 3 triple D C. Are those the, what, if anything, are inside of the car vehicle?
Can you repeat that?
Are those bullet defects?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And looking at 4 triple D C? And 5 triple D C? What is depicted in 5 triple D C?
Those were the actual location where the shell casings were from that scene.
And did you take individual pictures of all of those shell casings?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and are those included in the stack of pictures that you have before you?
Yes.
All right. I want to go to State's Exhibit 21 triple D C. What is depicted in 21 triple D C?
That's a photo of a vehicle parked at the residence, and it also had multiple shell gunshot damages to it.
Looking at 23 triple D C and 24 triple D C. Is that the damage that you were referencing?
Yes.
And now looking at 25 triple D C. What are we looking at 25 triple D C?
That's a residence of 186 Stone Hope.
Okay. And did that also sustain damage?
Yes, to the window.
All right. Looking at 27 triple D C and 28 triple D C. Is that the damage to the window that you were just referencing?
Yes.
And then looking at 29 triple D C. Was that also a defect to the window?
Yes.
Right. And after taking pictures, did you collect those shell casings?
Yes, I did.
And when you collected those shell casings, what did you do with them?
They were put in our Atlanta Police evidence locker as evidence.
Okay. And I'll ask you the same question for the previous set of pictures with shell casings. Did you collect those shell casings from 197 Hendricks?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you do with those shell casings once collected?
Those were those were turned over to Officer Williams on the scene.
Now, As a crime scene tech, do you sometimes report to the APD homicide cage to take pictures?
Yes, I do.
And when would you respond to the homicide cage in order to take pictures?
It's usually after the vehicles has been moved from the scene and actually stored in the homicide cage.
I want to direct your attention to February 20th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to take pictures at the APD homicide cage?
Yes, I did.
And have you had an opportunity to review those pictures today, or excuse me, before your testimony today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1 triple D to 11 triple D.
Why is she saying that so hard?
And do you
This
recognize
is involving
those
Threat
pictures?
and Trevante Turner, whatever you want to call him. I think it gets confusing, all the different names.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize those pictures?
These were the photos that, excuse me, that was taken at the homicide cage.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the picture that you took at the homicide cage on February 19, 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender state's exhibits 1 triple D through 11 triple D into evidence.
Desert admitted.
And crime scene tech Turner, did you know the location of where that car derived from?
I believe it was 140 Maury Avenue.
We're looking at a copy of your police report,
The Bonneville?
crime scene tech report, help refresh your memory as to the exact address.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 12 triple D for identification purposes. Is that a copy of your crime scene tech report?
Yes, it is.
And does that help refresh your memory to the address of where the car was taken from?
Yes.
And what was the address?
It was 114 Maury Avenue.
And what is the date of the incident? When did the incident occur?
That was February the 2015.
Was that the date of the incident or the date that you took pictures?
Yeah, this is 19th.
That was
It was the
day I
19th.
took pictures.
What was the incident date?
I'm sorry, 2020, 2019, 2015.
No, what was the incident date?
February 19th, 2/19. Struggle bus. Struggle bus. Is this the 15-20 minute guy? No, I'm kidding. Coach Howie needs to answer while
Let me
he's
ask,
still in
do
the
you
room.
see the incident date on the third line down?
Well, that's a bit leading,
Is
but
that the
whatever.
2019? I'm sorry, 219.
And what was the year?
Struggle bus.
2015.
All right. And Your Honor, now permission to publish 1 triple D E D. Triple D D.
You may.
Okay, what are we looking at 1 triple D D?
That's just a rear photo of the vehicle.
And 2 triple D D? And now we'll look at 3 triple D D. What was being depicted with the placard for number 1 and 3 triple D D?
That was a photo of a cell phone.
Now looking at 4 triple D D. What was being depicted with placards 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 and 4 triple D D?
But first, it was the photo of the back seat inside the vehicle, and I believe there were shell casings on all those.
Okay. And did you take individual pictures of those shell casings?
Yes.
Right, and is that reflected in 5 triple D?
Yes.
If this is still Maury Avenue,
And
is this
6
the
triple
car?
DD?
Because that would be when Copeland was getting shot at with his
Second.
kid and baby mom.
Pointer.
And this would be the crash car of the shooters, maybe?
Investigator, are you able to?
How can the jury
tell
follow
the
this?
jury if there are any shell casings in depicted in 6 triple DD?
Yes.
Okay, but if you can just take this stick and point to where those shell casings are.
One right here, and the other one is like.
Can't really reach. Go, go, go.
If you go to 7 triple D, is that a close up of the 2
Yes.
and then 8 triple DD?
There's actually 3 here. 1, 2, 3.
All right, and 9 triple DD? Or those shell cases depicted in 5 and 6?
Yes.
And 10 triple DD? Were those shell casings depicted for placards 7 and 8?
Yes.
Shout
right.
out to
And
Earless
11
Donkey
triple
for
D.
becoming a member.
Is there a shell casing depicted in 11 triple DD?
Yes.
Okay, and where is that shell casing?
It's 2 here and here.
All right, and then lastly, trip number, and that's it. Thank you so much. Now, crime scene tech time, are you able to tell me, and we'll start with triple DD, the incident number for triple DD, which is on number 12. I'm sorry. Looking at your crime scene tech report, are you able to tell me the incident number for 114 Maury?
You wanted the incident number?
Yes, please.
That's 150503213.
All right. And then can you give us the incident number for 198 Stanhope?
That was 150262801.
And then lastly, could you give us the incident number for 197 Hendricks?
And that's 150110392.
All right. Now, with the shell casing that you collected from the homicide cage, from the car in triple DD, what did you do with those shell casings?
They was processed for fingerprints, and after that, they were sent to APD property as evidence.
Okay. And do you know if at any point those items were taken from APD property to the APD crime lab?
No, I don't.
Okay. Court's indulgence?
Muted. I said, I love that Rebuke Avenger is yelling, welcome. I said, welcome to Earless Donkey.
Last question for you. So,
Thank you.
Use the mic if you don't mind.
When you collect shell cases from the crime scene, how do you package your shell casings?
What we do is individually pack them, usually put them in a little envelope. We put the time we collected, the location, the case number, the address, and I have my initials on it.
And are each shell case in an individual envelope?
Yes, unless they really close to each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when you said the location, what did you mean by you put the location number on there?
Like if it's inside a vehicle, you usually put inside the vehicle in the seat or something like that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, any defense questions for this witness?
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions for this gentleman.
All right. Nope. Okay,
Get him gone.
all right, thank you for your time. You're excused. Call your next witness. Mr. Matthews. Is this a lawyer with you or somebody else? Yeah.
And no FFS, we didn't ignore the new court reporter. Everybody show some love for the new court reporter. I think, I think I've seen her fill in for Kristen Weaver once too. She's probably just filling in because the other court reporter, on a vacation isn't feeling well. So they have backups. They can't just stop the trial.
That was just Mr.
shouldn't.
Matthews is wanted in a different courtroom during our next break. That didn't have anything to do with this case.
I feel like Whitaker was letting us know because we're nosy over here. We're like, why were you talking to Carlton Matthews? What's going on? Jennifer Devine says, I got 99 bullet casings and not one gun. That's a good characterization of this case.
State spelling it first and last name of the court. Mike, please.
Louise Jenkins, LOUISEJENKINS. Excuse me.
Good morning, Ms. Jenkins. How are you doing?
Fine, and you?
Doing well, doing well. Are you currently employed?
No, I'm retired,
Happily?
happily.
Oh,
When-
shout
what
out to
was your last
happily
job?
retired.
Atlanta Police, crime scene,
What year did you retire from APD?
2015,
What year did you start with APD?
1985.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about your experience when you started working for Atlanta Police Department?
I started at criminal records and I did dispositions. And I went to court to take dispositions and then I did warrants. And from there, I started crime scene in 1987.
How did you end up working in crime scene?
It's all in the same department and I started taking notes and started studying fingerprinting and I got interested in it and then I started in fingerprinting.
And did you ever become a crime scene technician?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain for the jury your experience as a crime scene technician?
We go to court, we had to go to take classes and we do collect evidence, process, fingerprint, photographs, go to court, and we take our crime labs to either GBI or Atlanta Police Crime Scene.
Now, did you have any law enforcement experience in any capacity before working with Atlanta Police Department?
Not in law enforcement, but I work for State Revenue Department, and I also work Atlanta Braves Security.
Okay. How long did you work with Atlanta Brave Security?
About 10 years.
Did any of that time overlap with it when you were with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yeah, some of it did.
Now, were you a crime scene technician from 1987 until you retired?
Yes.
And I want to turn your attention, Ms. Jenkins, to April 28th, 2015.
Mhm.
Did you ever have the opportunity to respond to 1903 Drew Drive?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jury what you did in relation to that location?
It came up as a vandalism, shots fired. And I went and I took photographs of the scene on the outside and inside. And I collect evidence from the outside and I turn it over to the officer on the outside, on the scene. And I collect a projectile and 2 bullet fragments from inside. And I took it to our Atlanta crime lab and turned it into them.
Do you typically process the scene from the outside in?
Yes.
And I wanted just to show you one photograph that's already admitted to publish 62 Lima Lima.
It's on here.
This is Louise Jenkins, is her name.
It's gonna come up here and
Okay.
if technology works for us, machine. Do you recognize that photograph, 62 Lima Lima?
Yes,
And is that the 1903 Drew Drive we were just discussing?
yes, it is.
And why is it, or can you explain for the jury, the responding officer collected the shell casings that were outside and you collected the ones that were inside? Is there any reason behind that?
Well, it came up as a vandalism. So usually when we have a call like that, we can also turn it, the shell casings or whatever, to the investigator on the scene. Anything mostly on the inside, we collect and we'll turn it into our crime lab or the GBI crime lab.
And what protocols did you follow when you collected the shell casings?
I photograph, numbered, and collect them in envelopes, label each one of them, and I put them in a bag at the end of collecting everything, and I turn it over to the officer on the scene.
And for the projectiles, that you collected from inside, what protocol did you follow with those?
We collect overall of the whole place first, and then we collect each items, and we number them, and then I collect them and data them, and send and take them up, and then send them to our crime lab.
After you processed 1903 Drew Drive and collected those projectiles, did you have any other involvement with this specific crime scene?
I did not.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
What are we consulting on? Oh, love coming up to the front table. Thank you to That's What Lay Said. Live, laugh, and libelous. That's what we will call the affidavit from the state for Quindarius Zachary. Good morning, chat with the green hearts. Shout out to That's What Lay Said. JG says, a brief moment while I scramble. I didn't expect that answer. And guys, a lot of these witnesses are being called now because they have to establish chain of custody, and they try to whittle their witness list down by removing their chain of custody witnesses. Not really a smart thing to whittle down. So it's boring for us, and they're not doing a good job of presenting it in a concise manner. But you've got to establish that chain of custody was in place. Otherwise, your evidence that you're going to rely on later, your physical evidence, is no good.
Ms. Jenkins, I'm just going to show you a few photographs from, I'm going to publish. Yes.
Shout out to Miyoshi for becoming a member.
Ms. Jenkins, I'm going to publish a couple crime scene photographs from inside and ask you if you recognize some of these photographs.
Okay.
And I'm publishing State's Exhibit. Yep. Previously admitted 22 Lima Lima. And Ms. Jenkins, I'm going to cycle through a couple of these photographs to specifically see if you recognize some of the projectiles that you collected from this scene.
Okay, kid, it's possible that I can look at my notes.
Yeah, it's perfectly possible. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to, or is there anything that will refresh your memory in relation to this?
The notes that I took, the pictures that I took.
And is that in your crime scene
Yes.
record?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm approaching and handing the witness. And Ms. Jenkins, once you review that, if your memory's refreshed, just look up at me.
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Jenkins, was your memory refreshed?
Yes.
And was the projectiles that you collected, what was that photograph that went off the screen, but with 22 Lima Lima, was that one of the projectiles that you collected at Drew Drive?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Jenkins, when you collect these, can you describe, do you put them in one giant bag, individual bags? What do you do when you collect projectiles?
They're
like
collected in
this?
one individual bag and then they're put in one large bag once they're all labeled.
And when you collect them in single bags, do you have any markings on any of those bags?
You put the number of whatever you put it, the number, you have to put a number there and then you have to label the number on the bag. And then you put the evidence in there and you put the date, time or whatever you put, collect the bags and put it in.
And is the number you use the same number as the Atlanta Police Department incident number?
No, it's the number that you put it in and you put that on there also.
When you said put what on there also, you mean the numbers of?
The complaint number, you put the complaint number and you put the number of the evidence that you have, whether it's 1, 2, 3 or whatever.
And in this case, did you put the numbers on the evidence bags that you collected?
On each individual bags. And the case number is on both bags.
And what was the Atlanta Police Department case number for this case? And if you have to refresh your memory, just let me know.
The case number is 151180588.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins.
Mhm.
One brief moment.
To be fair, though, if this was Love doing the questioning, we would be on question like 3 so far. And also a big shout out. We had it up on the screen. You guys were already showing love, but thank you to ST Satchel for gifting 10. Got you in the banner there. You guys know the drill. Say some thank you. Throw some green in the chat.
And Ms. Jenkins, I'm going to, and for the record, I'm labeling as 62 Lima Lima what the witness, Ms. Jenkins, has been using to refresh her memory. And Ms. Jenkins, can you describe what it is that you have been using to refresh your memory?
My report that I made from the call that I had.
From the
Call.
1903 Drew Drive?
Yes,
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene report that you made in relation to this case?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender 62 Lima Lima into evidence.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins.
You're
No
welcome.
further questions by the state, Your Honor.
Any
Yay.
questions for this witness by any of the defense attorneys?
Mr. Williams, no questions.
No, no. And Mr. Williams. You with this? No. Okay. All right. Thank you for your time. You may be excused. Yes.
Oh, Kayla in the chat. Hey, Kayla. I know we're like, we did like a check-in message like a week ago. We're like, you good? And then we've been busy. Probably see you Friday on Nick Starrow's 10,000 celebration panel, right? Are you going to be there? You going to be there? Okay, so in the chat right now is the giant panel show this Friday. So there's the link to that. I think most of you guys, at least at some point, were following Kayla. But in case you haven't seen her new channel name, because she had to change her name. Oh, you got it back to Attorney KB. And then the second link is Kayla's channel link. So if you guys aren't already subscribed, you probably are. But if you're not, we are on a break. You have a good opportunity to go over there and hit that button. Hit that button. Yeah, you went on a boring day. So Kayla went in person for one of the most boring, 2 boring days. Just a bunch of APD and crime scene techs for chain of custody. Not a good time. And then in the courtroom, you don't really have a chat to keep you going. So shout out to chat. Chat love all the time. Mod love all the time. You guys know. Do you guys want a 60-second all cap session? So if you guys want to watch the merchant case, we're going to tune into that on the lunch break because those are typically longer. I know Judge Krause was streaming it, but I think Atlanta News First also has it. So let me check. It's also on 11 Alive. Atlanta 11 or 11 Alive? Are there 2? Ooh, Atlanta 11 has much better sound. I'm going to link that one. That one's loud and easy to hear.
Looking for any.
And then Fani's not there, just her attorneys. That's not surprising. Why only 60 seconds? Hey, Fatima. Yeah, so that we don't drive the mods too nuts, because sometimes the all caps will flag YouTube and it gives the mods messages to overview. So, you know, keep it constrained to get some venting out and some positivity. But really, guys, all caps, YouTube will mark it for mods to review before it can actually be visible. So sometimes it's like inconsistent. So that's why we do some limited sessions. It's a good time, a good way to really say what you're thinking without it being spam all the time. Presumably Dennis Sheeb is here.
So the witness AS is going to come in, and I'm going to ask for now,
Oh,
y'all
and
not
Trivia?
tape her while we sort out whether y'all can tape her during her testimony.
Are they going to let us hear it? That's stupid.
Yeah, audio is okay.
Okay, we can hear it. So Antavia Smith, they're going to see if she really has an intimidation threat concern. Someone's having a cough drop, sounds like. Yeah, Mary, I don't get this either. And how do you say that when they're sharing one camera? You're making them share from one pool. So what if the person controlling the camera wants to not show somebody? Like now you have a issue of free access with different wants for access that you condensed into one
The
pool.
witness stand, she's not being taped right now. Videotape. Come on up to the witness stand.
I heard a
if you
squeak.
don't mind.
You guys heard the squeak? We got a squeak.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat. And I understand from the state that you've got some concerns about your face being shown on the live stream. Can you tell me what those concerns are?
Just anything doing my job. I just don't want to have no parts in it. I don't want to be on camera.
Pull the mic down next to you and try to speak into the mic. So is it anything beyond just not wanting to be on camera? Do you have any concerns about your well-being or your safety?
Not really.
Okay, well then that's not going to be enough. And the law, sort of the given, unless there are particular circumstances, is that
She was
it be
honest.
allowed to be videotaped. And I don't have a lot of discretion in that regard unless there's some reason that can be presented. So I fully understand you feeling that way, but, and certainly as I noted before, the media can choose not to show her face, but I can't order them not to. Okay. All right, so do I need to hear from anybody else on anything?
Your Honor, one other thing that we wanted to bring to the court's attention is that previously the media did not have a problem with people that we specified not showing their faces.
Okay.
It was never, they had no problem ever. It was only objections from counsel for defendants.
Okay. All right, and does the media have an issue with just voluntarily not showing her face? Okay,
I'll say this, and also what the media had agreed to is that if they had an objection to not showing the faces, they were gonna come on the Monday after Ms. Hilton provided them. So she provided this to them, I believe, last week.
I understand that.
And no one has voiced an objection to not showing this witness's face, so we asked that.
Okay, let me hear from the other media representative who's taping right now. We can't really hear you. Speak up a little bit.
Sounds like Sylvia.
I can't even hear what
She
she's
said
saying.
she objects to about the videotape. My producers text me and said they would like to show it.
Your Honor, may I also clarify something?
Hang on just a second.
Yes.
Uh-oh, was Miss
So were you
Westmoreland in
saying
the
something
red?
about not having gotten the notice?
No, I didn't get a notice and I asked.
Love.
Ignored me and then she wasn't here.
Okay, so who sent?
Okay, I'm not sure if you guys heard that, but it sounds like Miss Sylvia said she didn't get notice and she tried to ask, and I think she said Love, and that Love ignored her. So I don't know if that's what was exactly said. It sounded like it though.
The email last week.
So, Your Honor, I sent the email last week, and Ms. Sylvia was not on that email.
All right, we'll put her on all the future emails.
But
'cause
she
she's
did
Oops.
ask for it on Monday, and I forwarded to her on that Monday.
on Monday. Okay.
And
Well,
she
if,
did receive.
if you'll go ahead and add her to the distribution list for all the future ones. And we will continue to follow the procedure that had been put in place previously, that the objections, if there are any, need to be made the Monday morning after the Friday emails.
Yeah, and Your Honor, I don't believe that representation made by the state is accurate, that the media are the only people that have the opportunity to object to this.
That's not what she was representing. I think what she was saying was that they had not objected before.
The
Ms.
eyebrow raise.
Westmoreland, you wanted to say something?
Your Honor, I believe it's been clarified.
Okay.
Turning the page again. I just want to make sure that Ms. Smith has been instructed as a witness. My concern is that there's always rumors, and I just want to make sure that Ms. Smith knows that she's only to testify about things that she actually has personal knowledge of.
All right, Ms. Love, I think you know what Mr. Shart's referencing. Have y'all had a discussion about?
I don't think that needs to be specific.
right.
I think that needs to be a general thing to remind the state of. Let's just say
Okay,
it.
so does any defendant want to, I think in the future, the test is supposed to be, you know, is it within the requirements of due process to cover or exclude? And a lot of these cases are about a defendant objecting to coverage or the media objecting to coverage. And so if the defendant or the media objects, I need to hear the basis for the objection, and then I'll make a determination based on all the different factors that are set forth in Rule 22. But anyway, I haven't really heard anything that would lead me to believe that the case law would support ordering that this witness not be videotaped. So Ms. Love, do you want to take just a few minutes to discuss with the witness what you need to? Okay.
Matt, should I do it? Right here?
If you want to step right outside, that's fine.
This is dumb. I can't believe that the state even tried that. And there she is on camera. I mean, they're going to show her anyway, but I'm just thinking back to yesterday when they showed the guy that wasn't supposed to be shown, and then he said his full name onto the record after they said, well, just don't say his full name.
Yeah.
Just a mess. Big thank you to Alexis Lee for being a member for a month, and says thank you for the membership. So I think it must have been gifted by somebody. So shout out to whoever that was. All these triple Ds with the laugh face for the ladies. Yeah, and you guys, I think I saw some Kokomo emojis going on in the chat earlier. Shout out to the ladies in the chat. Chloe Albert's revenge, yeah. Song's ruined by this prosecution. Stop in the name of love. What's love got to do with it? Love is a battlefield. Well, except that last one's pretty accurate. Yeah, that creating her own minefield and walking through it. It's crazy how this trial has changed the connotation around the word love. And always with the great music references, Chloe. Appreciate you for that. Miss Persifield looks super pretty today. Maybe it's just because she just gave like a look directly at the camera. She's serving looks. FFS says, happy birthday, Christian. Heck yeah, we're celebrating all day. Thank you, FFS, for the wishes. Lil Miss Law, that is such a cute name. Thank you for becoming a member. And then Nika, I had this up on the screen. The Sickle Cell Association of America need to get involved. How dare Love try to downplay what this man is going through? And, you know, if they have a social media team, I'm surprised they're not, you know, it's got to be a somewhat trending search, a little bit more of a trending topic than usual. It'd be a great thing for the benefit of awareness and the cause to get good information out there while people are exploring sickle cell, trying to raise awareness, complaining that a prosecutor in Atlanta is just going, oh, well, sickle cell, no big deal. Maybe they're just faking it. A touch of pneumonia with sickle cell, no big deal. Probably just faking it. Like, it'd be a great time for them to, like literally ride the wave. I know ride the wave sometimes, I mean that in a positive way. So it'd be really nice to see extra awareness be raised. And I think that's a, you know, silver lining of this trial, right? We've got a lot more education on sickle cell and what it can do to somebody. I learned that sickle cell crisis was an actual term, not just sickle cell plus general use of the word crisis. Yeah, like this. This is like, I was like, yeah, well, stress can make any health condition worse, but there's an actual terminology for it. And I promise the sound in the court is off. It's not me. But yeah, like, sickle cell sounds bad, pneumonia sounds bad, you have the two together, and love is like, huh, no big deal, cart them in right now. Who cares if they're on medication that could affect how they testify? But he has to take like every 4 to 6 hours to prevent the pain. Oh, just make him stop taking it, who cares? Like, that's the rationale of love. It's just so stupid. And then paradox true. I mean, I kind of, whatever someone in their own pain wants to handle their pain and what they're being forced to do, it's not my prerogative to wish or decide what they do, but I would love to see this paradox true. Paradox says, I hope when Quindarius Zachary gets on the stand, he acts worse than Adrian Bean. I would just love to see it. And I have no problem with whatever Quindarius Zachary does on the stand. He can go all FFS, do whatever he wants. No F's given. And I don't think I'd criticize him for it. How could I? And then also, actually, I'm behind. So let me get that GoFundMe link. Because attorneys are not cheap. And I don't know how much time Dennis Sheep has had to spend over these last couple days, but, you know, if it's a couple hours each day, that's billable hours adding up. So this is Quindarius Zachary's. And I'm going to put QZ so it's a shorter message, but Quindarius Zachary. There's the GoFundMe in the chat there. And I don't even remember if I did a pinned post today. Let me go pin it. I'm all discombobulated. And there's definitely been enough breaks today. We could have had a sneak peek at the Ashley Merchant arguments during some of these breaks. We'll do it over lunch, but still. Always love to keep track of, you know, the moments where this 30-week optimistic timeline for this trial playing out. Just, oh, we're having Glanville days again. Okay, so now that message is pinned at the top. Oh. That girl Mia says a friend's toddler had to have chemo to control a crisis. Oh my god, that's so sad. Like, little kids don't even know what's going on. And I see, why did we just get to the seal again? I think they were taking the witness out to talk. I don't think they're actually in the court doing anything at the moment. I think they're just kind of on an actual recess. Yeah, and I have a friend, Porter Reeves. I have a friend that's, you know, same way. And that's the only thing I know of it is they are a different person. They are like, make everybody laugh, light up the room, super, super funny, nice, kind to everybody, caring, always checking in on people. And then sometimes it'll be like, you'll catch, it's like they don't want to bother people, but you'll notice like you haven't heard from them in like 2 days. Maybe they're busy with work. 3 days, you're like, and then by 4 or 5, it's probably like, well, maybe, you know, they're in the hospital right now. And it's just such a stark difference to see. Okay, their sound is not on. I see them talking, but their sound is not on. Are we going back to the seal? No, no. Oh, the seal returns. The seal. Yeah, and that's true too. So I see Obi saying the cold courtroom.
The witness and the jury? Okay, let's get the jury.
All right, so we are ready for. Yeah, Sylvia stood her ground there. It was hard to hear her, but she stood her ground.
What's going on there? I don't know what they're gonna do.
Ooh.
She's just not been sworn in, no.
The camera zoomed right in on her face. Oh, camera person. All right, so do we think Love's gonna stand in the way?
That's fine with me.
Yes.
Oh, and then that girl Mia, her 16-year-old sister was a marrow match, so she's thriving. So that's cool. I didn't even know, like, the cure or something for sickle cell like that. Now, is this, like, really rare that somebody is a marrow match?
Right.
And you guys in the chat, you don't need to super it. Thank you for supering, but...
Jury present, counsel.
Thank you. Okay, Miss Love, go ahead.
And Love's doing the questioning. She's going to stand in front.
Can you stand up to be sworn, please?
You swear affirm the testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I need you to state your first initial and your last name, spell your last name for the court.
A. Smith.
Would you spell is common spelling for Smith?
SIMTH.
Okay. Thank you, and good morning, Ms. Smith. It's still morning.
Good morning.
All right. Ms. Smith, would you tell the jury where it is that you're from?
Atlanta, Georgia. Born and raised.
Born and raised in Atlanta?
Yep.
All right. And on January the 28th of 2015, did you live in Atlanta?
Yes.
All right. What was your address?
I don't remember the address off Cleveland Avenue.
Do you recall during that time living on Springdale Road at 2905 Springdale Road?
Yes.
All right. Now, were you living there with anyone or were you living by yourself?
By myself.
And is that an apartment, a house? condo?
Townhome. A townhome.
All right. And you said that it was off Cleveland Avenue?
That's what I said.
Okay. Ms. Smith, were you living at that time in apartment P3?
I don't remember the address.
Okay. Do you recall having a neighbor by the name of Gilberti Mack?
I do.
And do you recall whether you asked Mr. Mack to put cameras on his house?
Can't tell nobody put a camera in their house. That's their house.
It is. Do you recall whether you ever requested
not.
that of him?
I
Okay.
didn't.
All right. Now, back on January the 28th of 2015, how long after that date did you live in those townhomes?
Left.
Did you leave on that particular day or the next day or shortly afterwards?
I wasn't there before that.
Okay. Now, when you say you weren't there before that, what do you mean?
I just wasn't home.
Oh, you mean you were home on January 28th?
If that's the date, I wasn't there.
Okay. When did you move out of those apartments?
I don't remember the exact date. The day they said I had to leave.
Did anything precede your having to leave?
A shootout.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout, what do you mean? You weren't there, so what do you mean? And the jury hasn't heard this, so please tell them what you mean when you say a shootout.
I mean, I had to go there. I got a call from the rent office saying that my house got shot up.
Okay. And was that at night? Do you recall?
I think so.
All right. And so when you go on scene to see what's going on, what do you see?
Bullet holes.
Where do you see the bullet holes?
I don't remember exactly what a bullet holes was.
As far as not specifically remembering them, what I'm asking is, are they inside your home?
Correct.
All right. Do you recall whether the window or the door was hit or something different?
No,
All right. Now, when you got there, were there police inside your home?
no.
Did the police go inside your home with you?
With me, no.
Did they go inside your home?
I'm sure they did.
All right. Now, when you say a shootout happened and after that you left, do you know how long it was after that that you left?
No,
All right. At the time that you lived, and I don't want to get too much into your personal business, but at the time that you lived
Oh my gosh.
at that apartment complex off Springdale Road, did you know a person by the name of Kelvin Watts?
of course.
Okay. And what did you call him?
Shell,
Shell, did you also call him Lil Kel?
no.
Okay. Did you ever call him by the short
No.
name Kel?
I just told you, Shell.
I understand. So at the time, around January 28th of 2015, or before, had Shell been hiding out in your house?
Sustained.
Had Shell been staying at your house at all?
We was dating
Okay. How long had you all been dating?
a few months.
Now, when you were dating, did Shell stay at your house sometimes?
He visit, he didn't stay.
Did he ever hide out at your house?
He visit. I just answered your question.
I understand. Did you ever tell police on January 28, 2015, that Shell had been hiding?
Objection, Your Honor.
I just
That
answered your
calls for
question.
speculation.
Overruled.
And Ms. Smith, I'm not going to keep you up here very long, but I'm going to ask you a specific question because the jury, Your Honor, if I may just be allowed.
Overruled.
I'm going to ask you questions so that the jury who doesn't know the answers, so that you can answer for them, okay? Did you tell the police that night that your friend Kelvin had been hiding out at your place?
I did not.
Okay. Do you remember talking to police that night?
No,
Do you recall the name, or do you recall an Officer Collins being the officer that responded to your scene?
I do not.
Do you recall what the officers looked like?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recall talking to anyone about your friend Kel in the presence of officers?
No,
Do you recall telling them anything about anyone that might have wanted harm to Kelvin?
no.
Okay. How long do you recall, if you recall at all, the police being on scene?
I don't know.
All right.
I wasn't there.
Were you there when you got called and you came out?
When I got there, nobody was there.
So you don't,
Next day, I went down the next day. They said I had to come the next day. You said when I got home, they wasn't there when I got home.
so the night that the rent office called you, is your testimony?
The
that-
rent office just, I know the person. She called me and told me. The next door neighbor called and told me my house got shot up.
And what was the name of the next door neighbor?
Just called his name. G. Gregory, whatever his name is.
Gilberty Mack?
I know him as Gio.
Okay. So when Gio called you, it was that night that your house had just gotten shot up?
A few people called me. It wasn't a secret.
All right. And did you arrive on scene that night? Did you get back to your house that night?
I came, nobody was there.
Do you know about how long after you called, or you recalled that you came back to your house?
No, I do not.
Camera's killing me, the zoom in.
Did you know any members, and I know this sounds like it's obvious, but do you know any members of your friend Kelvin's family? Did you know Donovan Thomas?
I did.
Were you close with him?
Yes.
And were you able to observe Kelvin's interaction with him?
I wasn't.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of whether Kelvin was
Nope.
close to him?
Nope. I do not.
At the time, did you know an Antonio Sledge?
Of course I did,
Why do you say, of course you did?
because I dated him.
All right. Were you dating him at the same time you were dating?
I wasn't.
Kelvin? How long before your house got shot up did you stop dating Antonio Sledge?
A couple of months, the same time I just told you when I started dating Kevin.
Okay. And what did you call Antonio Sledge?
Montun.
Moncton?
Yeah,
All right. How long had you known Moncton by that time?
been on Montun since I was like 15, 16 years old.
Okay. How long had you known Kel or Shell Kel at that time?
Not that long.
Okay. Now, at what point do you now recall speaking to the police at all about shooting at your house?
I don't.
Do you recall ever communicating with the police in any way?
I just told you. I went down the next day. You just asked me that.
Okay. Who did you talk to when you went down?
I
the next
don't
day?
know.
Where did you go down to?
The headquarters.
Right. Do you recall an investigator, Dennis?
I just told you. I don't remember nobody's name.
Okay. Do you recall providing a video to the police?
I don't.
Do you recall a video wherein Antonio Sledge was talking to the camera?
It's all on social media. Y'all play it, so of course I seen it.
All right. Could you speak into the...
It's on social media. Of course I seen it.
Now, when you say it's on social media, of course you've seen it. What are you talking about that
The
you've
video
seen?
that you're talking about. The trial is on social media.
Okay.
So yes,
So-
I seen the video.
What, and describe the video that, since we've shown a lot of them, that you're talking about.
The video of Mootsun calling Shell Kill out.
All right. Did you know at that time Lil D?
Of course I did.
All right. How long had you known Lil D?
I don't know.
All right. Now, the video of Mootsun calling Shell Kel out, did you provide that video to the police?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall emailing anything to the police?
I don't recall.
Do you recall an investigator Gaither?
I don't recall. I just told you I don't remember nobody's name.
All right. And to be fair, do you have any desire to be here today?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all that I have.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
Not on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, no question.
None, none, none. All right, thank you, you're excused. Call your next witness.
All that. What did love get out of any of that? What did love get out of any of that? What did love get out of any of that? And yes, this is from the video on social media. This is good cat trivia. Not cat like me. Not cat like the animal. Cat like the other cat. Marlena Max says this is who they were fighting over. Ike says Woody's long-lost soulmate. I hope they meet. I think they might know each other. I don't know how much time they spent near each other, but it's the state's theory that Kenneth Copeland had a problem with the love triangle. Chloe Albert, I think you were right. I believe she's going to be fun. Love needs to back up before she grabs her by the baby hair. I cannot get over the camera zooming right past Love. I hope they do that for every witness. Not because of the witness, but because of Love. Because of the way that they try to block the camera. Chloe also says she is channeling all of our feelings. Yes, queen. Ike says if she takes off her earrings, run. Casey Dog says Love is getting a taste of her own medicine. Spicy. Yeah, you guys are, especially after all these shell casing chain of custody witnesses, you guys seem like you got some pep in your step here in the chat with this witness. FFS says, who else wants to see this girl take a swing at Love? Just crazy. Gotta be careful who you, like, what was the point in calling her? What was the point in calling her? You put her on the stand. You said she was worried about testifying. The defense doesn't even want to cross-examine her. What do you put her up there for? Sam W. says she's going to lose an eyelash on the stand blinking. And then we have Keep It Simple says, shaking my head, Miss Love plays tag with the truth. Well, I think she was standing 2 feet away and still couldn't tag Miss AS. If she was just stuck, couldn't tag back. So there we go. Let's see if they have their next witness ready. Unfortunately, it might be another crime scene tech, which not as interesting.
Your Honor, the state calls Ms. Lattis to stand.
Right?
Oh, this is the 911 dispatcher again. So we saw her.
And she's already been sworn several times, so we'll just remind her that she's still under oath.
So she's just under oath all the time.
And Ms. Latner was previously testifying, and so I understand that she was finished.
She was testifying during the first court, but I believe that she was.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying don't get on you too much. Okay. Got it. Well, let me ask this. If she's not finished, do you have somebody else ready?
I don't think so. She's not finished.
Oh, so she's testifying in another case. We got a squeak from Atkins there. Do you think Whitaker's going to yell about them not having a witness at the door? Oops. Maybe they expected that direct examination with Antavia to go much longer.
John, about 30 minutes ago, they said 20 minutes, so we are checking now.
Okay, well, you don't have another witness out there?
I believe we do it.
Then let's just do another witness.
Yeah, I agree that girl Mia. She wanted to play that video so bad, but it's like we've seen it. Like, why do you want to play it again? Like, I have no guesses because I can't think of much that makes sense. I think the cameraman's trying to get you guys a nice angle there, you guys and gals. The cameraman's crazy, or camera person is crazy. And big shout out to Iron Rabbit who gifted 5. Thank you so much, Iron Rabbit.
That witness, I was mistaken, and I asked for a 5-minute break so that we can confirm the availability of the person we thought was outside and should be outside. And if not, to see how long it will be before Ms. Latner's is
Okay, so do
done.
you have anybody other than Ms. Latner's up there?
The person that I was under the impression was standing right outside is not right outside. Ms. Hilton is with them, and I just texted her to come over with that person. So I'm asking the court for 5 minutes for a break just to get.
And you don't have another witness?
We had those 3 people
Well, that was
lined
only
up.
2. Okay. So if you know that one witness is going to be testifying somewhere else, then make arrangements to have, I think that maybe Ms. Hilton out there. So let's just get that next witness out. Is
Yes.
the next witness ready? Okay, bring the
Thank
next
you.
witness in.
Saved by Hilton there, love.
Coming up to the stand if you don't mind.
Ryan McGovern. RyanMcgovern.
Good morning, Mr. McGovern. How are you?
I'm doing well.
What type of work do you do?
I work at Consolidated Engineering Company.
And how long have you been with Consolidated Engineering Company?
About 5 years.
Prior to being with Consolidated Engineering Company, where did you work?
I had a few different jobs. I was doing rental property management and some construction work. And prior to that, I worked in law enforcement.
Okay. And when you worked in law enforcement, what law enforcement agency did you work for?
I worked for Atlanta Police in Sandy Springs,
Okay. When did you work for Atlanta Police Department?
roughly from about 2009 to 2015.
And when you were working for the Atlanta Police Department, did you work in a specific zone?
Yes, Zone 3 primarily.
What year did you work in Zone 3?
Pretty much my whole career, but towards the beginning, I was on a crime suppression team that would bounce around from zone to zone.
When you were in Zone 3, did you serve solely as a patrol officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And briefly, what were some of your job duties and responsibilities when you were working as a patrol officer in Zone 3?
Respond to 911 calls for service and do reports.
I want to take you to 2015, specifically January and September of 2015. Were you working in Zone 3 during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Specifically, I want to take you to January 19th, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 807 Pryor Street Southeast?
Yes,
And why did you respond to that location?
there was a shooting.
And what happened once you arrived at that location?
I spoke with
And are you looking at something?
my police report.
Okay. Would looking at your police report help refresh your memory as to what occurred back on January 19th, 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
What I'm going to ask of you to do is if you, if does anyone want to see his report that he's looking at? Okay. What I'm going to ask of you to do is just look down at your report, and once your memory is refreshed, then testify from your memory, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you respond to?
807 Prior Street.
Okay. And do you recall if you responded to that location with any other officer?
Officer Fagan.
Okay. And was Officer Fagan a partner of yours, or was he or she someone that just responded with you to the scene?
At the time, he was just somebody that had responded to this particular call.
Okay. What occurred once you arrived?
I located the victim. He stated that he had been shot.
Was that immediate upon getting to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he appear to be in distress from being shot?
Yes, he had said he had been shot.
All right,
and-
so overruled on that objection. Go ahead.
And he had been grazed in the back.
Okay. Do you recall what location he was at? Was he able to tell you where he was when he was shot?
I don't.
Okay. We'll take a look at your report, help refresh your memory as to where he was or where you interacted with him at. I'm sorry.
197 Hendricks.
And once you spoken with him, did you see that he was grazed on his back?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Once you spoke with him, what did you do?
I called for an ambulance.
Okay. And did the ambulance ever come?
Yes.
And when the ambulance came, what did you do?
Followed him to the hospital and then spoke with him there.
All right. And once speaking with him at the hospital, did you ever return to the scene? Did you ever return back to 807 prior?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Let me, as we're looking at anything, help refresh your memory as to whether or not you returned back to 807 prior.
Yes.
Permission to approach?
You may.
Oh, that's like tickling my ears, the noise in the mic.
Mark as state 19 triple DE. And just take a moment, look at this report and tell me if it helps refresh your memory as to whether or not you return back to the location.
I think his demeanor could be explained by he's been so far removed from his work with the APD that this is just kind of like, you want me to do what now? Come talk about that thing from like 10 years ago? I've had like 4 careers since then.
Yes, I did return to the location.
And when you returned, what did you do?
I met back with Officer Fagan,
Okay.
and I gave him some new information regarding Terrence Reese.
All right. And was Officer Fagan the primary officer for the crime, for the actual incident location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And after reporting back to Officer Fagan, what the information that you learned from Mr. Reese, did that conclude your involvement as it related to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to transition you to September 13th, 2015. Were you still working with Zone 3 in September of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And in September 2015, did you have the occasion to respond to 322 Glen Street Southwest?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 18, triple D. Tell me if you recognize State's Exhibit 18, triple D.
And I saw Savia Mira's headed out. Have a great rest of your work day. I know you'll be productive. And thank you so much for your support earlier with the 5. See you next time I run into you either here or in another chat.
Yes.
And why did you respond to that location?
There was a shots fired call.
And when you respond to that location, what, if anything, did you do?
I met with the caller. It was there'd been a green store that was struck in multiple places.
Okay. And had you ever been to that store previously?
Yes, we visited there frequently.
Okay. And were you familiar with the store itself?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1 triple DE to 5 triple DE. Tell me if you recognize what's in 1 triple DE to 5 triple DE.
Yes, I remember responding to this location.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the green store that you responded to back in September of 2015?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 1 triple DE to 5 triple DE into evidence.
All right, those are admitted.
Okay, permission to publish.
You may.
Now, Windsor and Glen Street, what's depicted in 1 triple DE, is that a location within Zone 3?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Looking at 2 triple DE, what is depicted in 2 triple DE?
That's the green store that was shot up.
Okay. And it's 3 triple DE, 4 triple DE, and 5 triple DE, just different angles of the green store?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And once you arrived on scene, did you see any of the defects that were inside of the green store, or outside the green store, excuse me?
Yeah, there were bullet holes.
All right. Was there any other damage to anything else at the store?
Yeah, I think looking at my report, a vehicle was struck as well.
And what type of vehicle was struck?
A silver Chevy Malibu.
Okay. And once you observe both the building, the defects to the building and the car, what, if anything, did you do while on scene?
We roped off a crime scene and notified supervisors, and evidence was collected. Shell casings.
Without telling what anyone said, did you speak with any witnesses while you were on scene?
Yes, a Miss Arnold.
And was she able to provide you some information about a potential victim in this case?
Yes.
And did she give you a name of the potential victim?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Were you able to watch video surveillance of what occurred?
Yes, there was some video footage.
And were you shown the video surveillance footage?
Yes.
And did you put in your report what you saw in that video surveillance footage?
Yes, I did.
What was on the video surveillance footage that you saw?
It appeared to be a drive-by shooting with Shannon as the intended target. Suspect vehicle appeared to be a reddish maroon 4-door sedan with tinted windows outlined with chrome or silver. Vehicle passed by once and then circled again and let off some shots. The video footage shows that Shannon,
Well, without saying any names.
It's fine. It's fine, Your Honor.
Okay, okay. Continue.
shows that Shannon fled the scene and did not appear to have been shot, although it's possible could have been hit with debris of the broken windows.
And at any point, did you try to determine if anyone had gone to the hospital, if there were any victims that went to the hospital?
Grady Hospital was notified of the incident, but there was no shooting victims that came around at about that time.
Did you ever call out any crime scene techs to come and collect the evidence from that scene?
Yes.
And who was the crime scene tech that you had come out to the scene to collect evidence?
Unit Pebbles and Unit Moore, 7324 and 7340.
And after calling out crime scene, would that have concluded your involvement in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Court's indulgence. Oh. What was the case number assigned to, I'll first ask you about the case that we're on, the September 13th, 2015 case. What is that case number? And I'm sorry, the incident number.
15256-2008-00.
Oh, thank you. And then for the incident from January 19th, 2015, what is that incident date?
150192400.
All right. Court's indulgence.
All right, thank you. Any defense questions? All right.
Where's your next witness? Oh, they're doing some cross.
Good morning, Officer McGovern.
Good morning.
My name is Dexter. I represent Shannon Stiller. Sounds like you responded to the Green Store on September 13th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
And the Green Store is located on Glen Street, a couple hundred yards from McGovern Street, correct?
Correct.
Now, you spoke to some witnesses about these shots fired, and you learned that it was a car that drove by, and someone had shot at a shin, correct?
Shannon needs to mic up.
Correct.
I mean,
Shannon
Shart.
did not, from your understanding, Shannon did not want to do anything except get shot at, correct?
I don't recall. Sorry.
Well, does the report indicate that Shannon has done anything other than get shot at?
Nope.
So, did you look for witnesses?
Yeah.
And you spoke to Miss Arnold, correct?
Correct.
You also, and this Green Store is also known as Mommy's Neighborhood Grocery, is that correct?
Sorry, I don't remember.
Could you look at the pictures of that Green Store? Is there a sign? Is there signage that indicates the name of the store?
Finally.
It says, well, it's
He heard you, chat.
partially busted out, but neighborhood grocery, I assume is what it says. at
Okay.
322 Glen Street.
All right, great. And did you, after speaking to Miss Arnold, did you, or surveillance video at this Green Store?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why did you look for surveillance video?
I assume it would just be standard procedure to gather as much evidence as possible.
Okay, surveillance video doesn't lie, does it?
No, sir.
All right. You thought it was very important as part of your investigation into this incident to obtain that surveillance video, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you spoke to a Maricelis Ayuso, is that correct?
Kind of a memorable name.
Yes.
Okay, do you know her as mommy?
No.
Okay, but she was the owner of the store?
Yes.
Okay, and you asked her if they had surveillance video, correct?
Yes.
She, in fact, showed you the surveillance video of this incident, correct?
Yes.
The surveillance video was working on 9/13/2015, correct?
Correct.
It was available, correct?
Yes.
Miss Ayuso was cooperative with you, correct? She didn't make you go get a search warrant or go through any legal process. She showed you the video, correct?
That's correct.
And you watched the video.
I assume so.
Well, in your report, do you describe the video?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you wouldn't have described what was on the video if you didn't watch it, would you?
Probably not.
Okay. And while you don't know anyone's name from the video, right, you don't know anyone's name from the video, you confirmed that there was a man that appeared to be getting shot at that ran away from the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And you weren't sure if that person was shot or not.
Correct.
Did it appear to you that people were shooting at him? From reviewing the video, did it appear that people were shooting at him?
Yeah, overruled.
Panic.
The video footage. The video footage led me to believe at the time that Shannon was the intended target.
Okay, and the video footage, it didn't show Shannon committing any crimes.
No.
Okay. It didn't show Shannon shooting any weapons.
Mm-mm.
That's a no for the record?
Yes. No, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Defense? No. Any redirect?
Launching out of her seat.
You were just asked about the surveillance video. Do you know, sitting here today, how long that store had surveillance video footage?
No.
Do you know, sitting here today, how long that camera kept surveillance video footage?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if the Green store had surveillance footage back in January of 2015?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. Okay.
Come back up, Shart.
Do you have any recollection of visiting the Green store in January of 2015?
I actually do. The pictures kind of jogged my memory. I just remember there being a shooting there, and I remember roping off some crime scene tape and going around asking questions to people. It was, 9 years ago, I believe.
Who was the target of that shooting? Do you have that report with you?
Which report are you referring to?
This thing 9 years ago, January 2015.
Well, I mean, they were both a long time ago, I guess. I mean,
But do you have a report from January 2015 with you?
yeah, there's one report I have from January.
Could I see it?
Sure.
Love hitting the mic. Look at love.
And there's another report from September of 2015.
Okay, this report from January 2015 is at 807 Pryor Street, correct? It says, I, Officer McGovern, was dispatched to a shooting call at 807 Pryor Street.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's not the Green Store.
No. They're both 9 years ago. I'm just saying it was a long time ago. That's all I'm saying.
I understand it's a long time ago, but you're not this. I visited a location in January 2015. As you're recalling, you're just referring to this document that the DA's office gave you, correct?
Yeah, that's my police report.
Okay, and but you visiting 807 Pryor Street, not the Green Store.
No, the Green Store is this one.
Right. And that was September 13th, 2015, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm asking, just to clear this up, do you have any recollection you don't have any recollection of visiting the Green Store in January 2015? You're referring to Pryor Street.
No, I have a recollection of visiting the Green Store for a shooting, whatever month or date it was. I don't recall.
Okay, so you have no idea what, as a police officer, you visited the Green Store before, other than September 13th, 2015.
Well, I remember more than just visiting. I mean, we visited it quite frequently, but I remember that particular store had gotten shot up, and I remember roping off some crime scene tape and interviewing some people.
Okay, all right. I'm going back to September 13th, 2015.
Mm-hmm.
When you sought out the surveillance and obtained the surveillance, you thought it was important enough to put that information in your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did put it in your report, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. May I approach this?
You may.
Thank you.
All right, you are excused. Thank you for your time. How long is your next witness gonna be?
Your Honor, about 50 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And is that Ms. Latner's?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there a shorter witness that's available right now? It's fine if there's not. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and have her then.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Ms. Latner.
So the 911 dispatcher.
He needs to speak up more quickly. So you've already been sworn probably several times. I'll just remind you that you are still under oath. Go ahead and have a seat.
Just don't get it. We have so many witnesses from the state and they all suck for the state.
Good morning, Ms. Latner.
Good morning.
Is this the second courtroom you've had to testify in
Oh.
today?
So guys, with other testimony, especially with the detectives, there was no video from the Green Store. We just saw that with Squirrel Brain Thorpe recently this weekend. But we couldn't get any videos. The cameras weren't working. They didn't have it. It was already gone. But then this officer gets on the stand and tells us he watched the video. So where's the video? Where's the video? That's what just happened.
I haven't testified yet in the first one yet.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Ms. Latner. With that said, Ms. Latner, before your testimony today, did you and me meet and go over some of the physical discs for you to mark?
I did.
And
We
did
did.
we review a number of CAD reports associated with those 911 calls?
Yes.
And yes, this is a great correction. Thank you, ST Satchel. The witnesses don't suck. It's the state's case that sucks. Yeah, more specifically, it's the way they're choosing to call these witnesses, thinking that it's going to let them talk about some thing that's supposed to prove their case, right? Because they say, we know. The evidence shows, we have the evidence. It's been proven. And then they give us the witnesses that are supposed to testify to their theory of the case. And it's like demolished by their own witnesses every single time. So thank you for the proper characterization of that sentiment there, ST Satchel.
Now, Your Honor, I'm going to approach Ms. Latner's with 124 Charlie, 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 124 Charlie, 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 Alpha, 1 Golf, Golf, Alpha, 1 Juliet, Juliet, Charlie, and 1 Juliet, Juliet, Delta, 2 Tango, Tango, 2 Tango, Tango, Alpha, 1 Oscar, Oscar, 2 Papa, Papa, and 2 Papa, Papa, Alpha, and 1 Romeo, Romeo, 1 Romeo, Romeo, Alpha, for the record.
Shout out to FFS with the Shay Shay reference for that IG live. Not all video and audio are accurate. Don't
I hope
believe
you
it.
have the
Just ask
letters
Shannon
all
Sharp.
memorized, Ms. Latner's, like we practiced. Now, Ms. Latner's, once you can take a minute to review those, and if and when you recognize those, just look up at me. Thank you, Ms. Latner's.
And yep, AK says Shart's still dragging Thorpe. They called this man that left the APD back in 2015 and let Shart just tear Thorpe apart through his testimony. Oh, gosh. And shout out, you guys called it in the chat, the way Shart took that report right off the desk so he couldn't look at it. I could said this is like a question and answer fill in the blank, a book report. Because until he took that paper, he was just the whole time, and then read whatever he sees on the report. Just a whole day. And I said this day might be boring.
Thank you, Ms. Latner.
Good morning to Positive Q, who says good morning to Kat, the chat, and the mods, and Simp, aka Mrs. Woody.
Have you had time to review those, Ms. Latner's?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the various CAD reports and 911 calls that you reviewed prior to testifying here today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to tender into evidence 124 Charlie, 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 and as well as Alpha, 2 Tango, Tango, along with Alpha, 1 Oscar, Oscar, 1 Papa, Papa, Alpha, or excuse me, 2 Papa, Papa, and 2 Papa, Papa, Alpha, 1 Romeo, Romeo, and the accompanying Alpha, 1 Juliet, Juliet, Charlie, and 1 Juliet, Juliet, Delta, and 1 Golf, Golf, Alpha.
All right, there's your minute.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Latner's, I'm going to.
Hang on a second. Yes, that's certain. Absolutely.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right.
And publishing State's Exhibit 124 Triple Charlie. Now,
P for papa,
Ms.
papa.
Lattners, what is the date of 124 Triple Charlie?
January 28th, 2015.
What is the call type that this call came in as?
Shot fired.
And what was the location?
2905 Springdale Road, Southwest, apartment Peepaw 2.
What zone and beat within the city of Atlanta was this call?
In zone 3, 3 is 11 beat.
And for the record, what is the APD incident number associated with this call?
150280046.
This is in
Was
Travia
this
Smith's
officer
apartment.
generated or 911 call?
911 call.
What time was this call placed?
12:14 a.m. hours.
What time was the call received?
12:16 a.m. hours.
When did officers first arrive?
12:48 a.m. hours.
And what time was this call cleared?
06:10 a.m. hours.
So officers responded around midnight and left around 6. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Who was the primary officer who responded to this call?
Christopher Collins.
Now, Ms. Lattners, turning to the bottom of page 2 on the CAD narrative, at 12:16:14, can you tell the jury or explain what that indicates?
It has what the caller told the operator, caller advised someone just shot up her home. Caller advised rapid fire is going on.
And what is the third stanza of 12:16:14 as depicted in the CAD narrative?
Repeat that.
Right beneath what you just read, Ms. Lattners, what is the last call out after what you just read?
Bullets coming through her home.
And after bullets coming through home, what does it read?
Caller possible has a recording of the continuing bullets.
Now, Ms. Lattners, I'm going to publish for you, and you have before you 124 Triple Charlie Alpha. Is this also January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
What's the call type for this CAD?
Shot fired.
Is the address different or the same from what we just discussed?
Same address for different apartments. Number.
On what time did this call come in?
12:17 a.m. hours.
Is that close or far in time from the CAD report we just discussed?
It's close.
What time was this call cleared and reflected in the CAD?
It was cleared at 12:19 a.m. hours.
If you turn to the CAD narrative, this second line from the bottom at 12:19:13 a.m., what does that indicate?
It advised that the caller advised the 911 operator heard about 5 shots in the area, no further.
And Ms. Lattners, what was the disposition on this CAD report?
The operator stored the incident because she found an incident before that, so she just relayed the calls to that incident.
Is that a possible explanation for why this CAD reflects such a short cleared call time?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, Ms. Lattners, I'm going to publish 1 Golf Alpha. What is the date for 1 Golf Alpha?
January 26th, 2015.
Is that 2 days before the call we just discussed?
Yes.
What is the call type that this came in as?
Person shot.
What is the location of this call?
1007 Hill Street Southeast, apartment A Adam.
What zone and beat is this CAD report?
Zone 3, beat 304's beat.
Was this citizen or officer generated?
A 911 call.
And who was the 911 caller?
It says resident Freddie Reed.
What time was this 911 call placed by Ms. Reed?
It shows 21:33 p.m. hour, which is 9:33 p.m. hours.
What time was the call received by APD dispatch?
9:33 p.m. hours, 51 seconds.
When did officers first respond to 1007 Hill Street?
9:35 p.m. hours.
It's weird they
And
went
what
back to the
time was this
26th
call cleared?
4:04
after talking about the 28th.
a.m. hours.
Who was the primary officer that responded to this call?
Alicia Lucas.
Allison Leduc? Is that
Allison Leduc, right?
LEDUC?
Yes.
What are on the left under that, Ms. Ladner's? All of those section units, what do those indicate?
You indicate the different units that went out of the location.
Now, Ms. Ladner's, if you can turn to the CAD narrative on page 3, what is the first remark at 9:33:51?
Female advised they shot up her house and she was shot in the leg.
And Ms. Ladner's, if you can flip back one page to the CAD narrative, page 2, or excuse me, the CAD report, page 2, do you see the time or the call out? It says LC 10:20:43 p.m. It's almost right in the middle of that page to help orient you.
10:20 what?
10:20:43 p.m.
Okay.
What does the LC indicate?
Location change.
And what at 10:20:43 p.m., where was that location changed to?
Greater Hospital.
And Ms. Ladner's turning back to page 1, what was the disposition for this case or this CAD?
17.
Is that indicate a report?
A report was made.
Now, Ms. Ladner's, I'm going to publish for you what's already been admitted as 1 Juliet Charlie. What is the date for this CAD report?
May 7, 2015.
What is the call type that this came in as?
Suspicious person.
What's the APD case number for this CAD report?
15-127-0278.
And what was the date?
May 7, 2015.
On this call, what location did officers respond to?
151 Cleveland Avenue Southwest.
And with this CAD report, was it a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time was that call received?
It received at 2:05 a.m. hours.
What time were officers dispatched?
2:08 a.m. hours.
And how quickly did they arrive? What time did they arrive?
0:10 a.m. hours.
And what officer was the primary unit that arrived on the scene?
It shows 1312 Baker.
What time was this CAD report cleared?
0709 a.m. hours.
and Ms. Latners, if you turn to page 2 of this CAD narrative at 20803, can you explain for the jury what that indicates?
The caller advised the operator, 911 operator, he's at the BP station, black male, approximately 16 to 17 years old, white shirt, red shorts with a machine gun, driving a black Chevy tag, gave out the tag number. Gun is still inside vehicle.
And does that tag, Ms. Latners, end in 880?
Yes,
Now, Ms. Latners, is one of those discs before you that we admitted 1 Juliet Delta?
yes,
Is that the 911 call that corresponds with the CAD report we just discussed?
yes,
Your Honor, the state's is publishing 1 Juliet Delta.
Right.
Atlanta 911, operator 6587. What is the address of your emergency?
Hey, I'm up here, Chef at the BP gas station. The address is 151 Cleveland Avenue. Got a black four-door Chevrolet. I was walking out the store.
Okay,
This guy got out like with a
Sir, is that Cleveland Avenue southwest or northwest? I mean, southeast or southwest? Okay.
Southwest.
Okay. 151 Cleveland Avenue southwest, and you said it's a BP gas station?
Yes,
Okay, do you need police, fire, or ambulance?
police.
Okay, what's going on now?
It's a young guy with a white t-shirt on, red short. Just got the car like with a machine gun for no reason. I'm walking out the store. He on a black four-door Chevrolet. Tag number is Peephole S-Ray Lincoln 8880. I don't know what he's trying to do, but he walked to the store, then he put the gun back inside the car, like the female is driving, but he got the gun laying on the back seat.
Okay.
So I felt like I was about to get shot down coming out the store. He hit the counter now.
Okay, and you said he was driving a Chevrolet?
Yes, ma'am.
What color?
Black.
All right, and is it a truck or a car?
It's a car, and it looked like he was more about 16, 17 years old. Big old gun. Came to the store talking to somebody. We can get somebody out here on ASAP. You know, they can catch him before he pull off.
Okay.
But that's a big old gun. I want my call to be anonymous because I don't know him and he don't know me.
All right.
I mean, but that's a big old gun he got.
And is he still inside of the store?
Yes, ma'am. As we speak, he's still inside the store.
Okay. All right, and the machine gun is still inside of the car?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what does the female look like?
I think it's vision her. They saw wild hair on her head. It looked like a female from behind.
And is
Is
she black or is she black, white, Hispanic?
Both of them black.
Okay.
But he like he about to walk in the store with it. He goes sticking it down in his shorts and stuff. Then he saw me when I turned around. He jumped in the back seat and put legs down on the back seat.
Okay.
You know.
All right, hold on 1 second, sir. And you said he had on a white shirt and red pants, right? Red
Yes,
shorts?
ma'am. White shirt, red shorts.
All right, okay. And he's still inside the store at this time as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you said when he saw you, he put the gun in the backseat of the car, but at first he was sticking it in his pants, like he was taking it inside the car.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And me and another guy had said, man, what the heck? Excuse my language, but both of us had said, man, what the hell? He got himself to do.
Okay. All right. And he's still in the store now, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And the car's still sitting out there.
All right. What is the female doing? Is she just sitting in the car?
She just sitting on the wheel, yes. I don't know whether a machine gun or a chopper, but whatever, they had a big old banana clip on it.
And you said he looked about 16 or 17 years old? Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Stopping at 412. Ms. Ladders, did we also, or do you also have before you a 2 Tango Tango CAD report?
Yes.
Flip back on the screen. This is the gun that they're talking about. A couple people mentioned at least a very similar model in the chat yesterday. This is what they're talking about. So let me get this on the screen because YouTube will hate me.
With 2 Tango Tango, the state's publishing 2 Tango Tango for the jury. What is the date for that CAD report?
May 10th, 2019.
And what did that CAD report come in as in terms of the call type or description?
Person shot.
What is the APD incident number associated with this case?
191302224.
And what was the location for this May 10, 2019 CAD?
1600 Prior Road, Southwest Atlanta.
What zone and beat is that location?
Zone 3, 305's beat.
And was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
What time was the call placed?
9:35 p.m. hours.
How quickly were officers able to get dispatched to that location?
Maybe a minute.
And when did they ultimately arrive?
9:40 p.m. hours.
What type of response time was this person shot call?
10 minutes.
What time was this call cleared?
12:29 a.m. hours.
Now, at the top, Ms. Latners, what is the disposition and code number for this incident?
You have code 10, which they impound the vehicle. 17 and 23, they did a report and they arrested someone.
Is 23 the arrest?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latners, if you look at the bottom of page 1 in the column, is that, as you had discussed, all of the different units that responded to this call?
Yes.
You turn to page 2, Ms. Latners. At the bottom, at timestamp 10:03:38 p.m., what is indicated at that time?
Advised 3304 location change en route to Grady.
And if you turn to page 3, Ms. Latners, towards the top at 10:19:09 p.m., what is indicated at that time?
Advised 3304 at Grady Memorial Hospital in trauma room number 4.
And at the bottom, Ms. Latners, of page 3 at 12:29:26 a.m., what does that indicate?
Advised 3306 cleared the call on the 50. His pull-in was code 101723.
Which is the impound arrest and report?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Latners, turning to page 4 of the CAD narrative, what is the note at 9:36:21 p.m.?
Male possible shot. Subject got into a green sedan, green Audi sedan.
And immediately below that, what is indicated?
Black male, gray Kia, doors open, gray Kia sedan, license plate, Charlie John Baker 1950.
And a few minutes later, Ms. Latners, at 9:38 p.m., what, can you explain for the jury what occurs at that time frame?
Now, the 7300 unit advised a person on fleet on foot towards the apartment complex.
What do you see no further 78 Sierra?
No further 7-8 on the subject.
And what does that mean in CAD parlance?
They have no more description of the person.
Now, 1 minute later, Ms. Latner's at 9:39. What is the CAD call out at that time frame?
Advised left vehicle on Park near a three-way grocery store.
And about 4 minutes later, a couple lines down, Ms. Latner's at 9:43 p.m. What occurs at that time?
Vehicle is shot up.
And do you see the unit number 7171 also at 9:43?
Yes.
What does that unit advise at that time?
3303 advised shot in the neck. Someone shot in the neck, alerts conscious and breathing.
And 3 minutes later at 9:46 p.m., what occurs at that time?
3303 advised suspect is a vehicle possible towards Amer Drive.
And Ms. Latner's 4 minutes later at 9:50 p.m., can you explain what occurs at that time frame?
3309, which is overtime unit, advised Pride and Thornton shut down. They are trying to shut down an intersection.
And when it says MARTA notified, is that MARTA police or something else?
That's the MARTA bus line. When we shut down a location, we advise the MARTA bus station that we're shutting down the locations.
Now, Ms. Latner's, about 9 minutes later at 10:01 p.m., unit number 6181, what occurs at that time?
They request K9 units out to the location to do a search with the dogs.
Does at 10:08, what does it indicate when it says GAT on scene?
That's a specialized unit that's doing the search with the dogs and it's more like an undercover units.
Understood. And about 6 minutes later, Ms. Latner's, at 10:14 from unit number 6181, what occurs at 10:14?
One of the unit 6181 advised at least 3 people fled from Grayford Fusion and at 10:14 hours.
And 6 minutes later, Ms. Latner's, at 10:20 p.m., what occurs at that time frame?
Unit 3304 advised victim has 2 gunshot wounds to the left shoulder.
And 4 minutes later, where it starts with the word tracked, what does that indicate?
1892, which is a red dot unit. He advised they tracked someone running at the fence line in the back of the apartment.
And 1 minute later, what is the updated CAD report indicate at that time?
He advised that Gibbon Road, subject possible jump the fence.
Now, Ms. Latner's, also before you, do you have 2 Tango Tango Alpha, which is a CD?
Yes.
Is that the 911 call that corresponds with the CAD report we just discussed?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state is publishing 2 Tango Tango Alpha for the jury.
Yes, but I'm not sure what you're asking.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
The computer just froze, Your Honor. So we had to back up and run.
Okay.
Operator 7300. Yes, there's some boys that just ran out of car and they just shot fires. They just shot someone.
What's the location?
Got out of the car and ran.
Okay, they shot someone or they were shooting?
Already shooting someone.
Okay, what's the location?
There also. I'm right here by the freeway grocery store. And they're running back right now to the car.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm trying to get your location. What two cross streets are you at?
I'm at Pryor Road in Clare, and just as you turn on Clare, right by the
Pryor Road in Clare?
Yeah. They're running right now.
Okay, was someone shot or are they just shooting?
They just and it looked like they shot at some boy. I don't know. I just ran past it. I'm by the car right now.
What's the color, make, and model of the vehicle?
It's an Audi, but I'm like away from it because
What color is it?
Like a gray or blue.
They got into a gray Audi sedan.
Yep, 4 doors. It's like the light on.
Do you have a license plate number?
I can drive back around.
How many boys are there?
It was like 3. I don't know if anybody's in the car. Like the door is open. Are you always?
Black male, black, white, Hispanic, or Asian?
Probably black. Yeah. Oh, no, it's a Kia. It's C. Hold on. Let me turn around. It's like a 3-way.
I'm still here. Give me 1 second.
It's CJBL 1950. CJB 1950.
Okay, that's Charlie John Bravo 1950. And it's a gray Kia sedan?
Yeah.
And you said the males left. What direction did they run in?
Oh shit, that's just they went, I guess, what is this, north, south? On Pryor.
Okay, they went on
Forks off, right?
Okay, they went on
Pryor.
towards what? Like, give me somewhere where they went towards a place or a street.
To the right, there's apartments over here. There's just a fence. There's a 3-way grocery store right here. And
give me 1 second. I'm still here. Bear with me 1 second.
they ran toward these apartments. There's a shoe. Little boy's shoes. They only took off the shoes right there.
Okay, give me a description of some of the males. You said they're black males. What are they wearing?
They hoodie and regular clothes. I was far away. I couldn't identify them.
Okay.
But we're by the park place.
They left the vehicle near the grocery store.
Yep, right here on Pryor Street, like when it forks off to the right.
And what was that grocery store name?
3-way grocery store.
Did you want to meet with police when they get there?
Excuse me?
Did you want to meet with police when they get there?
No, I'm gone.
Okay.
I didn't see anybody.
Thank you
I didn't go by the car remotely.
Okay, thank you so much for calling. If anything changes or you see anything more, can you...
Your Honor, publishing 1 Oscar already admitted.
Right.
I think this timeline is so out of whack. Like, where are we?
Ms. Latters, do you have before you
Where are we on the
CAD
timeline?
report marked 1 Oscar?
Yes.
What is the date for that CAD report?
April the 26th, 2019.
April 26, 2019.
What was the location that officers responded?
741 Morosco Drive, Northeast Atlanta.
Now, was this a 911 or officer generated call?
Officer generated call.
What was the zone and beat for that 751 Morosco Drive?
Zone 2, 211 speed.
What time did the officer generate this call?
12:39 a.m. hours.
And is the dispatch time the same time as when it was received?
Yes.
What time was this call cleared?
05:06 a.m. hours.
And who was the primary or who was the officer for this CAD report?
Unit 1211, Ralph Shock.
Is this a 10-minute response call?
Yes.
And what was the call type and description for this?
On page 3, he advised he was flagged down for this call.
And Ms. Latner's, what was the disposition ultimately for this CAD report?
17, report made.
And did additional officers ever arrive with Officer Suck?
Yes,
Roughly how many?
I see 5.
What a
And
last
Ms. Latner's,
name.
if you turn to the CAD narrative on page 3, do you see the time at 12:39:33?
Yes.
Can you explain for the jury what happens after you had just mentioned he was flagged down?
Unit was flagged down, 12 named assistant supervisor. He copied the call. Officer advised his dispatch at the time possible person was shot in the parking lot, in the parking garage.
And was it does it give any description of what level of that parking garage they are at?
The bottom level of the parking garage.
And Ms. Latner's, at 12:45 a.m., what do those code changes indicate?
Well, the unit investigated the call, found out the person was not shot, the person was robbed.
Yeah, this is definitely
And
more
what
previous
is
Huey.
44 Papa?
44 is person robbed.
And at 12:45, when it says victim not signal 50,
He's not shot.
and at 12:52 a.m., what is indicated at that time?
Perk left in a black Ford Mustang.
Ms. Latner, do you also have before you 2 Papa? What type of, or let me ask you this, what is the date for this CAD report and publishing 2 Papa at this time?
October the 1st, 2020.
So now we're jumping from our Marquavius
What
Huey
is
thing.
the incident number for this case?
202752065.
What did this call come in as?
The call came in as a 44V, which a vehicle being.
Yeah, this is the car
What
getting
did the
stolen.
call end as?
As a 39 information for the officer.
Can you explain for the jury what that means? Or
Well, call came in as a 44V. The operator only can go by what the caller tells the operator. Once the officer get out there and investigate the call, he has the choice to change the signals. So he changed the signals to a 39 information for officer.
now, Ms. Ladders, what zone and beat was this call in?
Zone 3, 303 speed.
And what was the address?
250 Fulton Street, Southwest Atlanta.
Was this a 911 call or officer generated?
911 call.
And what was the caller's name?
Gary.
Does it only have a first name listed?
On the first name with AT&T Mobile, that's it.
Do some other providers give first and last names?
It depends on the caller, yes.
Now, Ms. Latner, what time did Gary make this 911 call?
10:50 p.m. hours.
And what time were officers dispatched to respond to this 911 call?
10:52 p.m. hours.
What time did officers arrive to this call?
10:59 p.m. hours.
Who was the officer that arrived?
What is this, Rico? I don't know how his last name, Ravilus.
That's fair, Ms. Ladders. And what is his unit number?
Unit 1303.
Now, if you look a little bit below at the unit time 11:14:12, what does that indicate?
44V vehicle contract.
And then at 11:26:25.
They changed it from a 44V to a dispatch to a 12, which is information to the office.
Now, if you turn to the CAD narrative on page 2 at 10:51:46, what happens at that time, Ms. Latners?
The operator put on here just occurred, the incident just occurred, a 2016 Gold Buick LaSalle paper tag.
Is that a gold Buick LaCrosse, Ms. Latners?
Gold Buick LaCrosse. Then it has a paper tag.
And after it lists that it has a paper tag, what is the next update in this CAD report?
It advised a black male, dark skin, tall, 69, which is 69 is a gun, AK, and 1395, which is supervisor, copied the call, took all money, and his iPhone 11.
Now, right beneath that at 10:54 p.m., what is DOT on Fulton towards I-75?
That means DOT, they have DOTs out all times of night. They already out there on the location of 75. That's where DOT handle their stuff on the highway.
Understood. Is that direction of travel?
Yeah, it could be direction of travel.
Now, what was the other DOT you were just talking about?
The DOT units.
Understood. Which one do you think this CAD report is reflecting?
Excuse me?
Do you think what on this CAD report, is it direction of travel or the units you were just describing?
Direction of travel on Fulton towards I-75.
And after that direction of travel is provided, what is the next update 1 minute later at 10:55 p.m.?
It has pink Auto Nation tags on the back around the temporary tag. It's a temporary tag.
And Ms. Latner's a little bit later at 11:12 p.m. Was any other units raised?
The robbery units.
And can you explain for the jury what it means when you raise the robbery unit?
City of Atlanta have different departments, different officers in different units. We have robbery units, we have red dot units. So since this was a 44 vehicle, they raised the robbery units to handle this call.
And Ms. Latner's a little while later at 11:26 p.m., what does the unit advise at that time?
That the caller not cooperating with the unit.
And 4 seconds after that update, is that when it changes from a 44V to a vehicle theft to a 39?
Yes.
Do you also have before you, Ms. Latner's, the accompanying 911 call that is to Papa Alpha?
Yes.
And is this the 911 call from what we just described, the gentleman with AT&T known as Gary?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, going to publish to Papa Alpha.
All right.
Atlanta 911. Yes, I just got robbed. Where are you? What's the address right here? 250, boom? 250 40th Street. What happened to you? Okay, everybody coming to you. What happened? I pulled up to meet my nephew homeboy, and him and his homeboy robbed me. Your nephew robbed you too? No, his homeboy. My nephew locked up. Okay, well, pulled up to give his homeboy some money to put on his book, and he robbed me. I got you. Was it by gunpoint? Yeah. Okay, what's their problem? They got my car and everything. They took my car and everything. Okay, so you were carjacked? Yeah. Okay, listen to me. What's your name? My name is Gerald Hodges. Gerald? Gary, G-A-R-Y. Gary, what kind of car you got? 2015 Blue LaCrosse. 2016? Yes, Buick LaCrosse.
What color?
It's, gold.
Okay, gold Buick LaCrosse. Anything hanging from the rearview mirror? Any special tires?
No, it's brand new. I just got it a month ago. We got a digital tag on
Okay,
it.
what's the tag number?
It's a digital tag. It's a paper tag.
Okay, but that's tell me. I gotta know. Hold on, 'cause I'm gonna be looking for it. Anything else when you hang from your rearview mirror?
No.
Okay. The guy, now, since you came up to pay him, right? This is what I'm asking you. What did he look like? So I know who's in that car.
He's short.
Black
the
male?
one who jumped in my car, the one that jumped in my car was dark and tall, like about 5'8".
Black male?
Yeah, hoodie on.
Dark
Yeah, black
skin?
male. Yeah.
Okay, and he's tall?
Yeah.
What's he got on?
I don't know, man. Yeah,
That's okay. No, you're doing good. You're doing good. So he had on a hoodie. Okay.
Yes.
You're doing really good.
No.
What about his
my phone?
Oh, good. Okay, that's good.
He took my other phone. He don't know I had my other phone in my pocket.
That's what I'm talking about. Gary. You're doing good. As long as they didn't hurt you. He had a weapon, correct?
Yes, they had an AK and the other one had a handgun.
You serious? The one that got
Yeah.
in your car got an AK? Because I didn't know when the police pulled him over. The one that got in your car, does he have an AK or a handgun?
AK. One got an AK, one had a handgun.
Both in the car with you, right?
Both what?
Both guys are in the car?
No, one is in my car, the other one's in the other car.
Now, the one that is in your car, does he have the AK?
I don't know, man. I walked this up in the
That's
road. I
okay.
don't know.
No, listen, you're doing good. No, I'm doing a lookout. So we're giving everybody, telling everybody on the radio what's going on, okay? Because we're coming to you. Don't worry about that. But I want to try to find him. Okay.
I know I had my phone good. That's I know me. He took my phone.
Okay, I just see you. You're doing really good, Gary. I need you on this recorded line. Okay. All right. So you came to pay. Well, how much did you give him?
They said I want money.
Okay.
I want.
Okay, gotcha. I haven't even given. You know what I meant. Okay. Now, what kind of phone did they take from you?
iPhone.
Okay, iPhone.
iPhone 11.
iPhone 11. That's good. That helps me a lot. They're gonna have to explain it. Okay.
6, 7, 8.
Do you know which way they went?
They went down 4th Street, like towards 75. 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 8.
Okay, on 4 towards 75 north or south?
7, 8, 8. 5, 7, 5, 4.
No, don't worry about the phone number. I need you to pull towards 75.
Yes.
All right, you doing good. Are you hurt or anything? You need an ambulance or anything? You all right?
No, man. Yeah, I'm good.
That's okay. You know, your object is to go home. Okay. All right. And I got you on here. It's going to be a 2016 gold Buick LaCrosse with a paper tag, correct? Let me ask you something. Where'd you buy your car from?
Auto Nation.
So it's
Auto Nation.
Is Auto Nation on the back?
Yes.
Good. Okay. It says.
What?
No. It's right here. Behind you. Hold on, baby.
It's a female right here.
Okay, tell her, hold on for me.
It's
It
a
says
Demisha
Auto Nation
Coppage.
on the rear.
It's a pink.
Okay, so a pink Auto Nation tag, that helps. Okay. Yeah, okay. They are already rolling to you, and they're looking too. Pink. Okay, then your nephew, does he know them, or did you just call you on the phone and tell you that lie that he was in jail?
No, I know you locked up. So he called me like, no, I said give him some money on his book. I pull up and give some money put on my nephew's book.
Gotcha. Wow. Sorry about that.
I can't wait for a second to talk.
All right, we're on the way. I'm going to look out for your vehicle. We'll be there in a minute.
All right.
Okay?
All reason I put you back.
I want you to stay where you are, Gary, okay? Gary?
Yes.
We're coming to you. Stay where you are, okay?
Okay.
All right.
So this is tied to Marquavius Huey, but you hear the reason being given.
Do you have before you one final CAD report and accompanying 911 call? That is 1 Romeo Romeo.
Yes.
Ms. Latner, starting with and publishing 1 Romeo Romeo, what is the date for that CAD report?
October the 12th, 2021.
And Ms. Latner's, what is the call type or description for that October 21st, 2021 call?
44P, pedestrian robbery.
What is the incident number that accompanies this pedestrian robbery?
212851437.
What is the location for that call?
47 Cleveland Avenue Southwest, apartment 47,
Is that zone 3?
zone 3.
Was this a 911 call or a officer generated call?
911 call.
And what was the caller's name?
Demarcus Smith.
Darius Smith?
Smith, yes.
And Ms. Ladner,
Leading.
what time did Mr. Smith make this call? Or sorry, yes.
Well,
What time
this
did
is moving
dispatch
on
receive the call, I
to
should say?
Durante Beebe and Christian Eppinger.
They received the call at 5:10 p.m. hours.
And what time did officers first arrive to this location?
5:11 p.m. hours. I'm sorry, they arrived at 5:14 p.m. hours.
What time was this case ultimately closed?
6:47 p.m. out. Well, not it's 6:47 p.m. hours.
And at that time, what does it mean when it was code 17?
Officer made a report.
Now, Ms. Landers, if you turn on the bottom of page 2 under where it lists incident comments, what is the date and time, or can you explain at 17:10:40?
You want me to explain the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, call advised happened at above location. Subject had two guns taken. Two guns took caller's money and vehicle. Gave description of the vehicle, a white van, 2003 GMC Savannah with the tag number, Georgia plate tag, X-ray Paul, Lincoln 2301. Direction of travel, he advised towards the highway. Two black males, unknown clothing, 69 gun. Caller will be waiting at 349 Cleveland Avenue at the Crystals.
And Ms. Ladders, is there any rhyme or reason why this CAD report looks different than some others we've discussed?
Well, it all depends who print the CAD report out.
Understood. If you were printing CAD reports, which do you like, this version or the ones we've discussed earlier this morning?
Sustained.
Your Honor, the state is going to publish 1 Romeo Romeo Alpha. Is that the 911 call, Ms. Latner, that goes with this pedestrian robbery?
Yes.
Atlanta 911 operator 7663 with the address of the emergency.
Yes, I had just been carjacked at Cleveland Avenue Park. They put guns on me, robbed me for my jewelry, my wallet, my
Is that,
phone.
I'm sorry that happened to you. Is that Harper Park?
No, it's Cleveland Avenue Park. The one on Cleveland Avenue by the library. That's where it happened at.
Cleveland.
They took my van. I have a white 2003 GMC high top van they took. Tag number X.
Hold on, sir. I don't mean to be sounding like I don't care, but you're actually talking a little too fast for me to type it, okay? I'm still trying to get the address to where you are, okay?
Yes, I left from there, ma'am. I left there.
Okay. Where are you now?
I'm right here on Ruby Harbor. I'm in the car.
Got it.
I'm I'm looking for, ma'am.
Well, y'all need to stay put for the police, okay? Are you able to, if it's safe for you to go back to where it occurred at?
No, ma'am, I'm not going back there, ma'am.
Okay. Do anyone know the address? Because I'm trying to pull it up and I'm having a hard time.
It's the same address as Cleveland Avenue Library, ma'am.
All right, hold on.
And they got my van, my wallet, everything.
Yeah, but you don't need to follow them, okay? It's not worth your life.
I know I'm not trying to follow them. I'm not. I'm just trying to get back to this location.
When you say I'm trying to get back to this location, what
I'm in the car
location?
with
I had to go back to Forest Park to get in the car with my brother, ma'am, so I can come back on this side to call you all because it was calling Clayton County Police. Can you just put a note in that they'll be on the lookout for my van, ma'am?
Okay, and you said, what's the name of the park again? Hello? Caller, are you there? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, listen, what's the name of the library?
Cleveland Avenue Library. Cleveland Avenue.
All right, I'm showing on Google Maps, it's going to be 47 Cleveland Avenue. Does that sound about right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
All right, and you advise you do not need an ambulance, is that correct?
Correct, ma'am.
All right, we're going to get you help, okay? Were you in your car when this happened to you?
No, I was standing outside of my car talking to somebody. They ran up with masks on, put 2 guns to my head and made me take out my jewelry, took my wallet out my pocket and my phone, and took my keys and jumped in my van, ma'am. They somewhere around my van right now.
And okay, and your vehicle's a white van?
Yes, it was a 2003 GMC Savannah. Tag number, X-ray, plate.
Okay,
Larry.
don't say it like that, okay? Wait a minute.
X as in,
Wait a minute. Is it the state of Georgia?
yes.
All right, and go ahead with the tag number.
X as in X-ray.
Uh-huh.
P as in Paul.
Okay.
L as in Larry.
Uh-huh.
2301.
And which way did they go in your vehicle?
They went, when they came out the park, they went to the right towards the highway. So I don't know if they went toward, jumped
That's
on the
all right.
highway or whether.
Yeah, I get it. And are these people black, white, or Hispanic, the guys with the guns?
Two black males.
Do you recall
One
what they
time-
go ahead.
No, I don't remember what they had on. One of them about 5'11", 5'10", 5'11". The other one's probably 5'5", 5'6" at the most.
Where are you right now? Are you going to be on Ruby, Harper, and Simon Street or McCoy? Because they need to talk with you to get your report going.
I'm going up Cleveland Avenue, ma'am. I'm going to
To the library?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Because this is like a lights and sirens call. They need to know where you're going to be at. You understand? Like the officer needs to come to you. You don't want to meet with an officer? Hello?
Yeah, I could meet them at the Kroger parking lot right there by the Papa John's.
No, I don't think you can go there because that's going to be on South Fulton, I believe. What's your
Burger
name?
King on Cleveland Avenue.
What's your name?
Darius Smith. Darius Smith. SMITH.
What's your phone number?
The phone number that I'm calling from now is 678-914-7175.
Okay, so I need to find out where are y'all going to meet with an officer because now I got to Google the address to the Burger King unless you know it.
You can just, yeah, the Crystals on Cleveland Avenue.
So you want to change it now to the Crystals on Cleveland?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me Google that address.
Take this long for y'all to see the system.
Well, do you have an address for 911?
Yeah, 349 Cleveland Avenue, man. 349 Cleveland Avenue.
Cleveland Avenue, southeast or southwest?
I'm not sure if it's southeast or southwest, ma'am. It's just Crystals on Cleveland Avenue. The police been right across the street.
All right, sir, we're gonna get the officer out. It's an emergency call. Like I said, they're coming to you, okay?
All right.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, Ms. Latners. Your Honor, no further questions by the state.
Thank you.
So they just had her
defense
play
attorneys
these
have questions
calls?
for this witness? Go ahead.
Gosh. Thank God, a squeak. We needed that. He always double squeaks.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Ms. Latners. Ms. Latners, I want to ask you some questions concerning various matters here this afternoon. I'd like to begin, Ms. Latners, with an October 1st, 2020. That's going to be a CAD report that's been put into evidence as 2 Papa. Do you have that one before you? October 1, 2020?
Yes,
Okay. Now, you've testified numerous of times in this case this year, correct?
correct.
And we have heard today numerous 911 calls, right?
Yes,
We've heard numerous 911 calls throughout this trial, correct?
yes,
And the callers that are calling in, they are giving information to the 911 dispatcher, right?
911 operator.
The 911 operator, correct?
Correct.
They're giving a story. They're telling a certain story of what they say happened, right?
Correct.
Sometimes it's true, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes it's not true, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you
Look at
to
love.
October 1st, 2020. That call began at 22:50 hours. That would have been around 10:50 in the evening, correct?
Correct.
Nighttime in the state of Georgia, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct you to page 2 of that CAD report. Specifically at 10/120 at 10:51, it says 44V. You've testified that that would be a robbery or carjacking or something of that nature. Is that correct?
44 is a vehicle robbery, right?
A vehicle robbery of a gold Buick LaCrosse, according to the report, right?
Correct.
The caller indicated that his name was Gary, correct?
Correct.
This caller says that the person involved was a dark-skinned, tall black male. Is that right? According to the CAD report
Yes.
and according to the information that was given to the 911 operator, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, during the course of this CAD report and the officers being out there, there was an officer who responded, right?
Correct.
And according to the report, the officer that responded was a Officer Ravillis. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. This CAD report documents a time frame from 22:50, 10:50 hours to 23:26 when it says it's clear, correct?
Correct.
Little under an hour, right?
Correct.
So that tells us that the officer is with the caller, Gary, during this period of time. Clear, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Now, Ms. Latners, let's talk about the entry where it has on page 2, 10/1/20, 11:12. It says raised robbery, correct?
Yes,
That means that Officer Revillis is raising up or calling a robbery detective. Is that right?
that's right.
Okay. Now, when that's happening, there's an entry in the CAD report that then tells us on 10/1/20 at 11:26. Look at the jury and tell them what it says with regard to that particular entry.
Unit advised, caller not being cooperative at 11:26 p.m. hours.
Ms. Latners, tell the jury, how long have you been doing this work?
34 years.
You are set to retire this year, correct?
Again, yes.
Until we let you go.
No, I'm retiring.
Okay, that's right. Now, tell this jury, you've seen this entry on numerous CAD reports, is that right?
Correct.
Tell this jury, based upon your experience, your 34 plus years of doing this kind of work, coming into a courtroom and talking to a jury and giving us information, caller not cooperating. Tell this jury what that means.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance and compound.
Sustained.
I'll break it up. Ms. Latners, can you tell this jury, based upon your experience as a 34-year employee with the City of Atlanta Police
He forgot,
Department
operator.
as a custodian of 911 calls and CAD reports, when this particular entry is in there, what does it mean?
It means 911 operator only can receive what they get from the caller. Once the officer get out on the scene, he investigates and he advised his dispatcher to change the call to a different incident.
Okay.
And she does what he asked him to do.
Okay. Now, the responding officer, he raises up robbery, right?
Correct.
So he's talking to a robbery detective, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when he's talking to a robbery detective, the Officer Avilas then goes to a code of a 44V. Tell the jury one more time what 44V means.
44V is vehicle carjack.
Now, we have gone then on this report within that hour from a vehicle robbery. Tell this jury what 39 means.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overruled. I mean, it may have been, but I'm going to permit it.
Tell this jury what 39 means.
Information for the officer. That means that he gathered the information that he needed and he changed it to a 39.
So the officer who's on scene, correct?
Correct.
On the scene with Gary, correct?
Correct.
On the scene getting information, correct?
Correct.
It starts out as a robbery of a vehicle, right?
Correct.
On the scene at that location, the officer and the raised robbery detective, they change it from an armed robbery to an information. Is that correct?
Correct.
And information is not a crime, correct?
Correct.
Now, we heard a call, a 911 call, associated with the same 10/1/20 incident, correct?
Correct.
We heard it for the various number of minutes that it took place. We did not hear at any time the name Delmisha Coppage, did we?
No.
We did not hear that she was robbed, did we?
No.
We did not hear that her vehicle was stolen or carjacked or robbed, did we?
No.
But it's an overt act.
Did we hear any description of any vehicle other than a 2016 Buick LaCrosse?
No.
Did we hear any description in the 911 call other than, strike that?
Shout out to Bridgetta who says, it is the graybeard look for me.
Ms. Latners, let's move to a different report. Ms. Latners, let's move to April 26, 2019. That's going to be one Oscar. You tell me when you have it.
Okay.
You have it, Ms. Latners?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't prepare the report, right?
Yes,
You didn't make any of the entries, correct?
correct.
The report started out as a possible person shot, correct?
Correct.
It was downgraded to no one being shot, correct?
Correct.
Now, there was no description of a perpetrator on the report, correct?
Correct.
It stated that there was no information or a tag number given to this vehicle that is alleged to have been involved, correct?
Correct.
And this entire time frame was from 12:39 a.m. to 5:06 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention to page 3 on the CAD narrative. I wanted you to go down to April 26, 2019, 12:49 a.m., 7:07:08. You see that entry, Ms. Latners?
It says gate code 478.
Gate code 478.
Correct.
Can you tell this jury gate code 478? Tell this jury what that means.
It means the apartment had a gate around it with a code.
So that tells us that in order to get into this particular garage, it requires a gate code to enter, correct?
Objection.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ruining
Calls
my
for
case.
speculation.
Sustained.
It's common sense.
Based
It's
on
fine.
your training and experience and doing these particular CAD reports and testifying about them, have you seen gate codes in other CAD reports?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Ms. Latners, you
You
can
asked
answer
me,
the
have I
question.
seen it in other CADs?
Yes, have you seen gate codes in other CAD reports?
Well, it all depends on where you live and if the apartment have gates and have a code for it.
Okay. The 478, is that an internal number that's used for CAD reports? Or is that the code to this particular gate in this garage?
That's the code for this garage.
Okay. So the person, so if you punch 478, you will gain access to this particular, according to this CAD report.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Tried to avoid the squeak, but it still squeaked.
Did you see gate code in the CAD report that we talked about for the 10/1/2020 CAD report?
No,
And this was are you familiar with 741 Morosco Drive, Ms. Latners?
no.
Okay. Your Honor, thank you.
All right. Do any other defense counsel have questions for this witness?
They're gonna be like, lunchtime, please.
Nope. All right. Any redirect?
Very brief,
right.
Your Honor. Ms.
Well-
Landers, just a few seconds ago, we were talking a lot about this gate code on 1 Oscar. Is that
like
at
2.5 questions.
12:49 a.m.?
Yes.
What is the line 3 minutes after that gate code line?
Person left in a black Ford Mustang.
Does it say perp or person?
Left in a black Ford Mustang.
Now, Ms. Latner's going back to was there more than one person identified in a robbery? In the robbery?
This call right here?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
I don't see any.
Does the caller indicate, is there anywhere in this CAD report that has any information about how someone entered a parking garage or location on that CAD report?
No.
Is there any information at all about, is there anything else other than just that line of the gate code 478?
That's it.
Is there any information about whether you need a gate code to walk in?
Well, no. If there's any information, overruled.
Is there any information about whether that gate is broken?
No.
Is there anything in this CAD report that indicates whether the robber was visiting someone in the complex?
No.
And Ms. Latner's going back to Papa, when a call comes in on cross-examination, you were asked about some information's true, some information's false. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Is there any way to know when someone, before officers arrive, what's true or not true about what a 911 caller is stating?
No.
And from the 911 dispatcher's perspective, do you try to determine if what is being said is true or not true before you respond?
It's not their job.
And is the initial officer's perspective of an on-scene victim the end of any further investigation?
You can answer that if you know that from your personal knowledge.
Repeat the question.
If an
Sometimes.
officer, do you remember on cross, it was,
Sometimes.
you've discussed about the 44V being changed to 39 info for officers?
Correct.
In Atlanta Police Department protocol or procedure, if you know it, does that stop a case? Can no for
Overruled.
No,
Based
he
on
kind of
your
messed up his
knowledge.
question. Whitaker just cleaned up a question. Atkins started asking a question that took him deeper into needing foundation territory, and then Whitaker just saved.
Can you complete the question, please?
Yes. Can further investigation by the Atlanta Police Department be done on a case where the initial officer changes the call to 39 info for officers?
Overruled.
Yes.
What are we pointing at? What are we doing? Shout out to My Military Mind for popping up. Did someone mention a gray beard?
Ms. Ladders, when the call is changed to a 39 for investigation, does that mean that the 39 for information?
Your Honor's objection mischaracterizes the 39.
I misspoke, Your Honor. My apologies. When a call
Yeah.
is changed to 39 information for officers, I misspoke and said investigation, which I believe is 12. But all that aside, Your Honor, and Ms. Latner, more importantly,
Commentary.
does the investigation stop? Does that mean the investigation is over?
Foundation.
Objection, Your Honor, has been asked and answered.
Sustained.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any recalls?
He,
All right, thank you for your time, and you are excused. All right, it is time for us to break for our lunch, so we'll
Guys.
do that, and we'll plan to be back here. It's almost 1 already, so let's say 2:15.
So
See you then.
the Ashley Merchant thing was 2 hours and 26 minutes. So I don't think that that's possible to get through on lunch unless we just want to look at Ashley Merchant and not get the full picture. We could do that and probably squeeze it in. Latner's is like, how many times do I need to come back before I can retire? Oh, I see Sheeb.
All right, Sarah, you're back in a little over an hour and 15. Yes.
I think Mr. Shad is here.
Is it, can we take it
Chive.
up after? I'm trying to get somewhere.
Okay.
All right, see you
Oh
at
my
2:15.
gosh. So imagine if he had something important to communicate with his client. Like now we have to not be attentive to our witnesses. All right, so we'll keep this on for a little bit. We will, guys, if you're all right with that, I don't know how long Ashley Merchant was, but if she was about half and we put it on like 1.25, we'll have plenty of time to watch at least her arguments today. So that'll be a good time. And I had seen this too, and I didn't really see anything about the YSL stuff. It was just kind of annoying to watch him, honestly. And I think I get irritated listening to Glanville, referring to him talking to the Fulton County Committee. Yeah, but that was weird. Like, oh, sorry. Attorney that just got retained by a client that the state is saying it must be called right now and we cannot wait. We don't have time to talk to him. It's just stupid. Oh, so that's not even done? Okay, so that hearing's still going on. It didn't stop. Oh, yeah, that's definitely not going to be... that's like we can watch it on like a Saturday maybe or something if you want, or like late night stream. Because that means Ashley won't even be done if she's coming back. So we'll see. Big shout out. I saw Angie. Where's Angie? Angie had sprinkled another gifted membership. Thank you so much, Angie. And then Annie and that girl Mia. Thank you for this call out here. Love said that she was testifying, meaning Latner's. Miss Latner's, we couldn't get her on the stand earlier like we wanted to. We had to adjust a little bit. I think that's when they brought McGovern on the stand because she was busy testifying in another case. And then she gets up and Latner, when she gets up, she says this is her first time testifying today. So again, Love seems to be lacking some candor to the court once again. So thank you there for the 5, Annie, and also to that girl, Mia. It's like, what is that, like the 3rd or 4th time where today Love has misrepresented something? She's not really the one questioning witnesses. She questioned Antavia Smith, but how do we still get so much fumbling from Love when she's not even the main one on the roster today? Like, just crazy. Peter Ortiz, you guys are laughing at this, said, oh Romeo, come tango with me and join me to have dinner at Oscar's. You guys are loving that papa, the P letter. And then Gwennon followed up with appropriate Romeo and Juliet unalived themselves. You always thought it was like a weird story reading. Like, that's one of the first, like, Shakespearean literature that they introduced. I don't know if that's like a 6th, 7th grade thing. And it's just like, hopefully this isn't gonna ground people in the idea of what romance is. But, you know, schools are what they are. Thank you so much, Gwennon. All About the Shade says, and All About the Shade makes me want to look over at Love's facial expressions. I gifted 1 membership. Thank you so much. I think I got to update my banner. And then Elizabeth Wright had come in and said, look, 10 people, we're turning you green today. I look good in green, speaking for Elizabeth. Elizabeth looks so good in green in her picture. Super, super love it. And super appreciate that you gave 10 gifts. That is awesome. And if you guys missed saying thank you earlier, now would be a good chance to say thanks and drop some green hearts. I see we're already starting. Thank you, The Exception. Super, super nice. And then Nuts had come in and gifted 5. Good to see you, Nuts. Got to hang out with Nuts in Classy Beats, Club Classy yesterday. That's what we're going to call it. Super awesome to see you. Love seeing you in other chats as well. And thank you for gifting 5. FFS says, is it too soon to start doing Diddy memes or not? Asking for a friend. You know, I think Diddy's one of those almost universal exceptions where people wouldn't say too soon. As long as you're not talking about somebody that, if like the meme doesn't involve somebody that he may have victimized, right? You know, you just keep it to a Diddy only joke. I don't think people would tell you, let him be. And let's see. And then Deanne had become a new member. Thank you so much, Deanne. MH Cassidy says, why doesn't the judge ever rise when the jury... She rose today because she had to get up out of there. But you're right. Why doesn't Whitaker ever rise when the jury enters or exits? It's rude, question mark. So grateful Love can't rent out ad space on her back when in front of the camera. Guys, I still think it's hilarious that when Antavia was on the witness stand, the camera zoomed past Love trying to block the camera and just got right up. And I really don't think that was to get in the witness's face as much as it was to stunt on Love and the state. I don't think it was unique to that witness. And Antavia Smith was honest. She was like, I don't want my job to see me on here. Like, whatever. Well, do you feel like you're intimidated or whatever? And she's like, no. So the witness was honest. Who do you think was trying to sell the story that she was intimidated and felt threatened? So if the camera people, if the media people want to stick it to Love, I am all the way for it. Oh boy. Casey Dog says, didn't Steele say they have to prove at least one overt act less than 5 to 7 years ago? Have any of the defendants been implicated in one yet? Can't remember. I mean, obviously they've been implicated. But whether or not they've met the beyond reasonable doubt burden for things like the Donovan Thomas murder, I mean, I'm not convinced. You know, for these major charges, I'm not convinced. But that is the argument that Steele is arguing about the statute of limitations and how it would apply if somebody, you know, say we only find for one thing and that thing is outside of the statute of limitations. Well, then can we actually still be found guilty of count 1? So, interesting argument. I think we'll see that cleared up more months down the road when we get to jury instruction arguments. Thank you for the 5, Casey Dog. Patrick says, thank you for whoever gifted me a membership. Love that. There's so many gifts going out, people don't know where they come from. That's kind of like, I don't know, that's really cute. Bobby Custom became a member, thank you. FFS says, if I was him, I'd get up there and be a whole butt. So I think we're talking about Quindarius Zachary. I'd make Woody look like he was a great witness. Get up there and have a medical episode, and then F you, Love. And who would blame him if he did? Who would blame him if he did? So, it's his prerogative what he does. And I think whatever's coming Love's way for doing what they're doing to him, I just won't sympathize with her. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, what makes her terrible is she expects everyone to risk life and limb to save a case that she doesn't have the skill, temperament, or evidence to prove. Yep, another day, another Love, expecting the judge to side with her, the witnesses to go her way, the evidence to get in just because she says it's relevant. It's the same story every day. It's like no effort, just expectation, which is really annoying. Army Nurse, I had hopefully you heard this answer earlier. Remember Love sat a witness on the stand that said he was high. What was his name? That was Adrian Bean. Good day to Cat, Chat, and the mods. Shout out to Army Nurse. Adrian Bean was a good time, and Flesh of the Gods recently might still be doing it. I think maybe it was completed. Did a rewind and went back through Adrian Bean's testimony. So if one of the mods, I know if Julie, if you're in here, if one of you guys could grab the link real quick to Flesh of the Gods, that would be awesome. You guys have loved doing the rewinds, rewatching testimony or catching testimony you haven't seen before, and then lining it up with what we know now. Looks like a lot more oopses than we realized for the state every time I watch a rewind, so always a good time. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, hey camera dude, just focus on Shart or the Silver Fox then. Thank you, actually just do that all the time. Yeah, and you guys in the chat, ladies, guys, whoever you're looking for, I see a lot of love for the woman that's sitting at Jeffrey Williams' team today. I don't know her name, but you guys are showing lots of love over there. I think there's a unified appreciation in the chat. You get like the Kokomo and what, I don't know her name, but her in that same shot. The chat seems to be very happy today. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, when I collect project aisles, I usually use them to toss at silly ADAs. I guess it's good I don't run across too many projectiles. Who was pronouncing things like that? Did I miss it? I loved envelope yesterday. I put it in an envelope. That was a good one. Kedrick says, they are just dragging time out at this point because they don't have enough witnesses for the day. You called it because we found out that the representation that Latners is busy testifying wasn't really truthful, accurate, honest. Oh, okay, we gotta look at Doug's Twitter. What's going on? What are we doing over here, Doug? Let's go see what Doug is doing. Is he having word salad for lunch again? All right, so. Oh yeah, this, love. And shout out to I think she goes by Beck in the chat. It's BEC in the chat. Love, Ms. Latners is testifying in another case. Ms. Latners, I haven't testified in another case today yet. Like, come on. And Doug quoted it and said, I am stunned. Oh, shout out to Doug. And reminder, guys, if you are on X, feel free to drop whatever your X handle name is. A link won't work. You have to drop your handle, and you guys become friends on X. Great place to talk about this case and see some other tidbits that might not make it onto YouTube. Did you have any interesting replies to anyone? Oh, yeah, so shout out to Miss Esquire, too. She also lied about Antavia Smith. Doug said, I would agree that AS testimony today did not support what Miss Love told the judge Monday. Oops. Oops. And then, there we go. Shout out to Doug. Shout out to Doug. Thank you for the ping there, Torres. And thank you, Kelly Lewis, for becoming a member. I don't know if you can see it, but there's like a little head bobbing over here. It keeps making me think the court's gonna come back. Dave911 says, hearing Delta, Delta, Delta reminds me of my sister's sorority days. Delta, 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 can I help ya? Help ya, help ya. Good morning, Cat and Chat. Good morning to you. And again, love to see the capital C and double T for the chat, the honorable chat. DJ Chili, thank you for the super sticker. I think we have a one hand, the one up hand. It's really pesky, you know, StreamYard doesn't let us pull the animated super stickers from YouTube up on the screen because you guys will only see the text on your end for it. So from DJ Chili, we had a one hand and we also had a unicorn. So thank you so much. Casey Dog says love talks in her sleep and answers herself. No. ST Satchel, I'm with you 100%. Love just hates cameras in court. Like, these narratives about people being scared of the camera seem like they're implanted and inserted and nudged by Love. Like, it was no surprise to me when they tell us that Love was the one that was speaking the most with Antavia Smith. Oh, and Love comes in. She's scared, she's intimidated, blah, 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 blah. Like, come on. And then I don't know what that deal was. Do you guys remember when Hilton, like, corrected, oh, I had the wrong witness? But then Love still tried to make it seem like it actually was still kind of true for Antavia Smith. It's like she wanted to stop Hilton from saying, Love probably told Hilton something. Hilton tried to repeat it to the court. Love knew that it wasn't that extreme for Antavia Smith. Didn't want to get called out on it. Tried to have Hilton clean it up, but then tried to push the same story anyway when push came to shove. And perfect, that's what Lay said, live, laugh, lying again. Thank you for the super chat, Lay. Perfect alliteration there. Peter Ortiz says, a lot of my fellow slimes know about the blue flame. It must be popular, just saying. Yeah, guys, I'm going to apologize forever for calling it blue shell like 30 times yesterday. The whole chat is like, no, it's blue flame. You guys know. You guys must be familiar. Jennifer Devine says, what a waste of a great green suit. I do love the color green that Hilton is wearing. G-Lander says, jury has to notice how different Love acts with a different judge. Oh, good point. And some of those arguments are outside of the presence, especially, the jury didn't see that really crazy screaming match, I think back in April with Glanville and Love, about the PowerPoint exclusion, the initial PowerPoint exclusion. So some of the worst extremes I don't think are visible to the jury, but I still think you're right that these changes in voice pitch, like, oh my gosh. Because I notice it, you notice when someone puts on their customer service voice, their phone voice, they call to order pizza and they're like, hi, yeah, I want to order half pepperoni, half extra cheese. And it's like, why did your voice change when you pick up the phone? Well, Love does that in court, thinking it's going to help her win favor with a witness or with the judge, whatever the case may be. So I would imagine the jury has to peep it. Miss AB says most lawyers start their careers with the DA's office. Well, I think, Kayla's one of them. Kayla started there, then became, she went to private practice. Siri Shada Jimenez, the one that Love accused of spying on him with a printer. He used to work in the prosecutor's office. Now he's in private practice. So a lot of exactly that, examples of that right within this case. So thank you, Miss AB. Good to see you. And then CC Prince, I tried to say hi to you in the chat earlier. Good morning, kattnotwilliams. I'm so happy I can catch the live. I work in the hospital and had no time to watch you. You're the best. Oh, if you're like a nurse, hospital worker, whatever you do at the hospital, shout out to you, because I can imagine probably getting long shifts and can understand how it's hard to find the time. So shout out to Cece. Holding it down at the hospital. We need people like you in this world. And then I think you guys were pretty okay with, maybe we can watch the beginning of Ashley's arguments, and if she does afternoon arguments, we might not get to it. I can always keep the court open in the other tab. I'll hear it and we can just say, oh, we got to end a hard stop here with Ashley Merchant and cut back over. As long as you guys know that we're not going to get through the whole Ashley Merchant thing, we can watch part of it to fill up the lunch hour. Really doesn't matter to me. I just don't want to do that, and then when it stops, I have half the chat like, no, keep going, or no, go back to the court, because we are going to go back to watching the YSL trial. Norma Jean, thank you for becoming a member. This is a good point, too. Jana Porter says, it's because she keeps screwing up. Love keeps screwing up all day. She doesn't want us to see that publicly. And then Shay Shay says, maybe it's Shishi. Sends a super sticker. Thank you so much. Black Butterfly says, Kat, rewind on Gaither, 1 day positive. The testimony was that she and Dennis went to McDonald's and told us a tape, but they could only give it to Thorpe or slash with a subpoena. Let me search the transcripts, because I just did those rewinds. Let me search the transcript, because if I try to do that right now, you're going to watch me for 20 minutes try to find where that would be. But thank you for letting me know that it was Gaither. And then for Sylvia speaking up, so Sylvia objected to, Love wanted to not show Antavia Smith's face. She tried to suggest to the court that, can you ask the media if they'd be willing to voluntarily not show the witness's face? And Judge Whitaker was like, well, they can decide to not show it if they want to, which was stupid. I think that was a stupid suggestion. Doug objected. Shout out to Doug. But Sylvia was, when they asked the media pool, I think the main camera person, the guy's voice, it was a male's voice who said he was with the publication. He is like, I might have an objection to that. Let me ask. And then he came back and said, yeah, they don't want us to not show the witness. They want us to show the witness. And same thing. Sylvia not only basically said, look, I want to be able to film this witness's face, but she also mentioned that she wasn't notified that this witness didn't want to show her face, and that she even tried to approach the state, ask Miss Love about it, and Love ignored her. So then Hilton was like, oh, we tried to deal with that on Monday, and had forwarded an email to Sylvia at that time. And the judge had to tell her, well, include Miss Sylvia in your emails to anyone that has a Rule 22, the media, moving forward. So that was a quick roundup of what happened with that. It was really hard to hear because the media pool, they're not mic'd up. But I'm really glad that really everybody in that courtroom except for the state and Judge Whitaker were like, no, why would the media, don't pressure the media into voluntarily not showing a witness. Ike says, still on Love / jury smoke signal duty. Need help. Oh no. Oh no. Send help. And then Esquire, thank you so much for the super sticker. And let's pull up this. I have an Atlanta News First one open. And maybe to be short on time, skip right to the main arguments if you want. And this is all about asking the court to enforce subpoenas. Fani Willis, the district attorney's office, they're not returning records that people, including Ashley Merchant, it's not just a problem Ashley Merchant's having, but the DA's office is blocking open records. So there should be a public right to access to this information. People, in addition to Ashley Merchant, have been trying to request this stuff for a long time, and it keeps getting denied by the DA's office. So, here, please, Judge Krause, the request here is please enforce these subpoenas. And oh, this doesn't have captions, so we'll start and let me see if there's another feed with captions.
Who is the open records?
Whose job it is to answer Open Records Act requests for the DA's office? Yes.
That was going to be our first witness. Our second witness was going to be Jeff DeSantis. His job is media relations, and I can go when I go through and explain why.
Guys, this is only 1.25. Ashley speaks incredibly fast, so we can't just do a 1.5 to get through more of it. If 1.25 is too fast, let me know.
That was relevant. And then Shalonda Mullen from the county attorney's office, whose job is also open records. There was 3 witnesses, and as I told Ms. Monroe, the other witnesses would be potentially, depending on what those people testified to. So it would really depend on what they testified to, but our intention was to call those people first. And we're ready to respond if you'd like us to respond to the states, not the states. No, I guess, so I'm gonna call the DA the state, and then the district, then the county attorney the county. I guess that might be easier.
Well, I think actually, because this is as good a time as any to remind us all that this is a civil case.
Right.
It is not a criminal case. And so I too have had to remind myself, but I think maybe to keep the record as clean as possible, the best way to do this is that Ms. Monroe and Mr. Bowman are defendants, possessive plural counsel, and that Ms. Allaby represents the non-party subpoenaed witnesses. Y'all are, of course, the plaintiffs, which makes it easy.
Right. Okay.
So let's go from there.
So I'm ready to respond, and I think the non-party defendants, non-party witnesses in this case, their motions.
Right. We slowed it down to normal speed.
We're prepared to proceed with those first.
Slowed it down to normal, and no, this is max
any
volume.
Any other preliminary thing or matter y'all want to address, Ms. Allaby or Ms. Monroe, on behalf of the defendants and the witnesses?
Nothing additional.
No, Your Honor. Okay. Okay, so go ahead, Ms. Merchant.
Thank you, Judge. Is it okay if I stand at the podium?
Yes, please.
Okay, I wasn't sure. There's a lot of equipment, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, for purposes of the cameras, they're everywhere, so.
Okay.
And the audio is all.
now she has a
podium,
mic.
So it works better that way anyway. Go ahead.
Great, thank you so much, Judge. Okay, so just to start, the motions to quash that were filed by the district attorney witnesses, in this case, their motion argues essentially that it was oppressive and harassing. They state in their motion that we subpoenaed 12 other DA employees. I'm not quite sure where they got that information from because we've never subpoenaed 12 DA employees. They say that repeatedly in their motions. That's wrong. There are 6 DA employees that were subpoenaed, and there were 6 motions that they filed. So I think they know that there were only 6 people because they only filed 6 motions, but I'm not sure. So I just wanted to clarify that because the number seemed to be part of the argument about how oppressive it was. It says 12 separate subpoenas for 12 other DA employees. The separate subpoenas, as the court knows, we sent subpoenas originally for the first hearing date, and that hearing was an evidentiary motion. It was more fashioned about the motion to dismiss. So we focused on one primary issue with our open records request, the critical mention documents, so that we could have that ready for the court. Once we learned that this was going to be a full evidentiary hearing, and this was essentially the final hearing in this case, we knew that we needed additional documents, and these are the same documents that we've been asking for 9 months. So they're not new. None of this is new. None of this is oppressive and new, and us sending it to them on the last minute, Judge. These 6, it's 6 separate subpoenas. It's 2 per witness, a witness and a motion and a production of evidence. So it's only 6 people. The state the non-party in their arguments first said that our first subpoena was compliant, the September 5th subpoena. They're saying that they have produced all responsive documents.
Right, and that is supported by the certifications of business records that were filed that are actually in the record from, I think, immediately before that hearing on the 5th, right?
Yes, Judge, we filed those into the record as well. And the issue is that's authentication. So that's not the scope of the documents. That's not us being able to ask questions about, are these really everything that you have? And just by way of example, just yesterday, one of those people filed a new certificate that said, oopsie, I found another document, because I sent that document to them. So Ms. English, who was a county employee, when she certified 197 pages and said, I sent all of it, I said, oh well, that's ironic because you didn't send this. So she said there were no documents, and then I had one of the documents, and so they had to recertify it. That is why we need to be able to question the witnesses about that. And that's why that was not, they didn't produce all responsive documents. That's false. They did not. We have documents that are responsive that were not produced, that we have submitted into evidence in this case. So we have a right to question the witnesses about that. But that's back for the September 5th subpoena. Moving on to the September 19th, the one for today, their motions to quash admit that they received it. They received it by email. They're claiming that it's defective because they haven't picked up the certified mail copy. Well, they could leave that there as long as they want. We are members of the bar. They are county employees. They're tax-funded paid employees that work in this office. Everybody was still under subpoena from the last hearing. This is about documents.
Well, let's be specific though, because part of their argument is that the last subpoenas that were served for September 5th, as I understand it, their arguments are twofold. One is that the argument was for the production of documents, not for the appearance of a witness, which this happens pretty routinely. You send somebody a subpoena, and what you need is for them to give you the documents, and once they give you the documents, then you consider their obligation of that subpoena satisfied. I'm not saying that that's the rule, I'm saying that's typically how it's done. So one argument is that it was for the production of documents, not for them to appear as a witness. And number 2 is, to the extent that it was for the production of documents, which you've already addressed, they complied by saying either here are the documents I have, or I don't have any documents. So start with, because I think it's clear that the newer subpoenas that you sent, at least by representation, were very clearly for appearance to testify at a hearing. So start with addressing the issue of whether or not the prior subpoenas that nobody objected to were in fact sufficient to require their appearance.
Well, because, and we addressed this. So the reason they're sufficient is we addressed this at the hearing, and it was all by consent. We asked, and the reason that we asked was because we were afraid that they would try to evade service. And you asked if we were okay with an expedited discovery process. We waived our right to discovery. We waived our right to do depositions in this case. We waived our right to do notices of production. We did that because the county, the defendants, agreed to an expedited hearing, and they agreed that the 19th would work. So we did that in good faith, believing. They said they were not going to file motions to quash. Mr. Bowman at the end said he was not going to engage in that. We asked that. We asked that on purpose. You cleared your calendar. You gave us dates that were available. We all talked about the dates. We all did that in good faith. Had we known at that point, had they told us, hey, what we're really going to do is we're going to agree to the state and then we're going to hide from your service so that you can't actually subpoena any of these witnesses. That's what we're going to do. Then why would we have agreed to that? You were offering us an expedited hearing date. We were trying to minimize costs and get the documents. We've been trying to get them for 10 months now. We're just trying to get the documents. And so that's why. I mean, the subpoena, it was clear. Everybody in that hearing agreed that the subpoenas were going to continue. You even mentioned to them, are you really going to make them reserve it? That just drives up the cost. Then, Judge, just so you know the history, so that happened at that hearing. Us being extra cautious, emailed Ms. Monroe immediately after that hearing. And
guys, I see that you are saying this is too fast. This is normal speed. This is not sped up. This is just how Ashley Merchant talks. And I see a few people asking, this is for the open records request that the DA's office has been blocking. And Fani has been saying that she doesn't need to respond to these subpoenas based on her actual position, whether or not she's actually a public servant. So the main legal question is, who's actually supposed to be in charge of turning these documents over? It's either the DA's office or not the DA's office. And if it's the DA's office and they're not turning it over, then we have a problem with this refusal to do so. So Ashley Merchant is making her arguments here. We've looked at some of the motions on this trial, well, on this case, I think between lunch breaks on other YSL days. But yeah, this is normal speed, guys. This is normal speed. And thank you also, DC Pete, for the 2 here. Lack of vastly evidence. So good times. And Black Butterfly, I did put the link to a clip I had actually timestamped. I'm proud of myself for timestamping this. But when Gaither was asked by Shart about the McDonald's tape and whether or not Thorpe had it or had a subpoena or what happened there. So we can look at that too if Ashley's arguments are done before lunch recess ends. So back to, again, normal speed on this.
I said that I was worried about it, and I asked them specifically if I needed to reserve these subpoenas. And they told me that if they were properly served, we did not have to reserve them. Nobody has said that our original subpoenas were not properly served. They said we did not have to reserve them. She said that by email. Then she backtracked and said, oh wait, actually the DA's office, you have to reserve them. We can't accept service for the DA's office. So this is like a week ago. This is after we've agreed to this expedited hearing. And we emailed them and said, are you gonna make us reserve them? Do I need to go get a process server? We already have $1,500 in fees. I have over 100 hours in this case. John has 70 something hours in this case. We just wanted documents. I mean, it's getting ridiculous. So are we gonna have to hire a process server now to go and serve them?
I don't think the law, I mean, process servers are required for summons, right. But I think anybody over the age of 18, including even lawyers, can serve right. A subpoena. As I understand it, the alleged defect here in the motions is that it wasn't personally handed to those witnesses. That I think instead it was delivered to like the front office of the DA's office, for example, since these are DA employees. And it was served by, mailed, I guess, by certified
mail, which is what the statute requires.
Right, was it return receipt requested?
Yes, and that's all that the statute requires.
And is it your understanding that no one has signed the return receipts?
Correct.
Okay.
And so it's left at their office.
Right, and then also I think I understand you to have served them as a courtesy by mail, by email, even though we all understand.
Shout out to the club classy
as yet, email service of a subpoena not acceptable.
Exactly.
Not sufficient.
And we wanted to give them as much notice as possible. So as soon as Ms. Monroe told us that we were going to be forced to reserve the DA witnesses, we resubpoenaed them by email. We sent that all to them by email, offered, just like we did in the original email, if there was any confusion or concerns, reach out to us. You know, the only response I ever got was, don't talk to me. Don't email me again. I mean, you know, there's never been any discussion. We've tried to do this. But the law just says we have to serve them by certified mail. That's what we did. That's what the law says. And in their motions to quash, they cite one case. They cite Edenfield. Edenfield is
it actually supports our position. It was a law enforcement officer who was not served by certified mail. He was served by personal service. Someone went there, marshal, and tried to actually serve him in person, and they left it in a mailbox. So it was like in an administrative mailbox. There was no proof that he ever got it. They admit in their motions that they received these. There's no question. There's no hide the ball. No one has hidden these. And the other thing that they argue is that it's oppressive to ask for all these documents at this point. These are the same documents. And that's one of the things I want to talk about is relevance, because they also argue that. And I think these go hand in hand, whether or not it's oppressive and what's the relevance. So I'm going to walk through these because this is sort of the elephant in the room. What are we asking for? All you've heard is it's oppressive. Why is it relevant? Why are these witnesses relevant? I'm going to tell you why they're relevant. I'm going to walk through all of them, why they're relevant. So we asked for essentially a couple different classifications of documents. You've heard a little bit about the critical mention documents, Judge. Those documents, and we've got some exhibits to show you, but the first one would be Merchant 0029, if you want to go ahead and pull that up. On January 18th, Shalonda Miller, who's the county attorney, and we filed all these, so when I refer to the merchant number, that's a Bates stamp number that we submitted, and so we'll be pulling those up. And I asked the county, and they said they would agree to all of these documents being admitted, because they're all documents we received from the county, so unless there's any objection to them, I'm planning on referring to these documents.
Ms. Monroe? As I stated to her in the email, there was no objection.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so, great.
Okay, so this document, let's just take a look at it. So this is part of the packet. It's a 44-page packet that the county attorney sent me on January 18th, in response to my first open records request. If you look at 0055, so look at 0055, Judge, and look after Melissa Fritz, where it says Fonnie Rillis, critical mention search.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. If I may interject here.
Yes.
There was a representation made by Ashley Merchant that these documents were provided by Fulton County, and the documents that she's showing on the screen as is was not provided by Fulton County. They were provided by the DA's office. So I wanted to correct the record as it pertains to that. In terms of my objections, I did not object to the business certifications that were submitted by the DA's office and Fulton County, all members who were subpoenaed in this action. But this document that she is referring to, the 44-page document, was not provided by the Fulton County. It was provided by the DA's office.
I understand why you're making that distinction for your record. I'll just point out that the continuing conundrum that these documents were produced not by the apparent only entity in the case that is actually governed, according to the defendant's position, by the Open Records Act. So either they were produced by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office or the district attorney, whatever legal entity that is, who by defendant's argument are not governed by the Open Records Act. But definitely they were not produced by Fulton County, who is governed by the Open Records Act. And I understand why you're making that distinction. I understand that y'all disagree with the court's ruling on your motion to dismiss. But anyway, I understand these documents were produced by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Is that correct? Okay.
And that's part of the reason we need to talk to the witnesses, because the letters that I get, one of the reasons I saw on the Miller under subpoena, the letters from her, and it's unclear to the recipient, the layperson who's requesting these documents, who gives them. Whoever gave them, this is what the county, in general, gave to us. So if you look at 0055, look at Fonnie Willis critical mention search, and then you look, it's cut and pasted. So this is not an original document. This is actually 4 or 5 different emails that someone cut and pasted and put together. We have now gotten, as of August 30th, the actual emails with the to and from, the dates, the attachments, but we did not get them back then. So we've got a cut and paste documents. I don't know who altered this. That's why I need to ask these witnesses. I have no idea who did this, but they cut and pasted. They didn't redact. They actually cut and pasted these documents to hide things from them. And if you look at...
Well, hang on. Let's be cautious about our characterizations. I understand that you are distrustful of what's been produced. Saying that it was redacted or that it was cut and pasted is a factual statement, but characterizing it as an intention to hide evidence from you is a little bit more of an argument that I would prefer that we not go down that road unless and until we need to.
And let me re-clarify that we have a right to question how this was compiled and why this is what we got in response to an open records request. How it was altered, why it was altered, who directed it to be altered, those types of things. Those are relevant to the open records inquiry, and that's why we need to question these witnesses. So as far as relevancy, this is just one of the examples. And I can show you, if you want to pull up 0138 through 0140, what we received 2 weeks ago. This is the email. And then you see the attachment, critical mention screenshot. This is what we've been asking for 9 months.
Right, but I thought leading up to the September 5th hearing that I had seen some email traffic indicating that that document, whatever that PDF was, had finally been provided to you.
On August 30th, yes,
Okay.
it was. And I actually wanted to clarify that. So since you brought that up, I'd like to take the chance to clarify that, because the state did, I'm gonna mess that up again, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
The defendants, Ms. Monroe specifically, said that the brief update was that this case had been deeply rooted in the alleged failure to provide documents or attachments, and then she said the attachments were provided 9 months ago. As of yesterday, we learned it was not an issue of providing those attachments. It was whether or not the requester, us, had the ability to view the attachments, and that they argued to the court that there was nothing left to do. They said they provided the records 9 months ago with those attachments, and that it was very likely.
I remember that argument and your response that was not an accurate recitation of what occurred, and that you reviewed what was provided to you and it did not contain either the physical copy or an electronic link that would allow you to observe or view the PDF document. I'm not saying that's factually correct, but I am aware of that representation of what the defendant's position is and your response to it.
Well, that's no longer their position. So
Okay.
they have told us that they are not the same. The 44 pages we were provided in the open records is not the same as the 197 that were provided 2 weeks ago in the lawsuit. They're not the same. So that representation was not accurate and I think needs to be corrected. We were not provided those attachments. They said that they were in the process of reviewing and comparing the documents provided by the DA and Fulton County IT. 9 months later, they're in the process of reviewing those. So it's clear these are not the same documents. And that's part of why we're here. That's part of the litigation and why it's relevant to question these witnesses. What this whole hearing is about. Who supplied the 44 pages? Who decided what was in it? Why the other documents weren't provided? And what else is outstanding? What else is there? Because this was a contract, a media monitoring contract that was renewed by the county. It was so valuable it was renewed. And they want us to believe that there were 2 reports for a 2-year media monitoring contract, that they had 2 screenshots, and that is the extent of all records from $20,000 spent to a company to monitor Fonnie Willis's image. I think that we have a right to ask them that on the stand, if that is really all of the documents that exist and what steps they took to actually find those.
So if we are limited to 6 people, and it sounds like more directly, at least as an initial matter, your focus had intended to be on 3 people, one of whom's job is clearly, like that's his title.
Yes.
Is to comply with open records requests. Let's assume for a moment that I would agree with you that assuming that the nature of your questioning is narrowly focused on those issues associated with receipt and compliance and effort to respond, from a relevance perspective, what of the defendant's argument or the non-party witness's argument that these are, the need to question them is overburdensome or harassing?
It's not. These are published documents. These are documents that they are required to maintain. The law requires that they maintain these documents. So us asking them about these documents, it's very simple. These are documents that they have a public duty to maintain. The taxpayers paid for this. This wasn't something that was privately paid for. The taxpayers have a right to know what they're spending their money on. And this is just for critical mention. There's other classes of documents that we haven't even gotten to, but this is just for critical mention. These are open records. These are records that we're entitled to. I asked for them, I'm entitled to have them. There's nothing oppressive about asking them under oath, what did you do to find them? How do I know that I actually have all the documents? How do I know you didn't not give me something? Because we actually have proof that they didn't. We have a pattern already because they gave 44 pages and they were cut and pasted, and then later on they gave us other documents. The documents they gave us on August 30th have some redactions in them. I still don't know what their redactions are, why. I know what they are because they gave me the redacted information back when they gave me the 44 pages. I don't know why all of a sudden they decided to redact it. But we have a right to ask that. It's not oppressive. These are not difficult questions. It's not deep diving. They are public servants. This is a tax. The money, Fulton County paid for this service. We have a right to know what it is, and they have a duty to maintain it. So that's part of the issue. They have a duty to maintain this, and they have a duty to have these records, give us these records if we want to. I mean, that's the whole point of the open records and open meetings requirement, to be able to peel the layers back and see what's going on, see where taxpayer money's going. If you've got a district attorney that's asking for extra funds, saying I can't process rape kits, I can't do all this other stuff because I don't have any money, we have a right to know where that money goes. It doesn't have to be related to any case. I can just be curious. I'm a taxpayer.
So, I mean, I understand your argument. I mean, I think we should all take a step back though and be reminded that the Open Records Act doesn't require a showing of relevance. It simply requires the demonstration that the records are public. I don't think there's any dispute that the documents are public records. And the question really, to my understanding, is the extent to which they are maintained in the normal course, and to be produced when requested. And if they weren't, then why? I mean, that to me, I understand what your argument is, but respectfully, I don't need to know why you think those documents are important. What I need to know is, does anybody dispute that those documents are public records that would be subject to the Open Records Act? Which I don't think there's any dispute that there is.
And Judge, I agree. I'm arguing the relevance because they brought that up in their motion to quash. They said that these items are not relevant, and so I'm trying to explain why they are relevant.
Right, and my point in saying I don't think we need to go there is that I don't think that relevance is a relevant inquiry in an Open Records Act litigation, because in a civil case, obviously, there's always a question of is this reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence? What is the relevance of these documents? Are they material to the issues in the case? Here, the issue, those issues don't have to be reached if the documents are themselves understood to be public records. And again, I'm not aware of any assertion other than the argument that the district attorney is not governed by the Open Records Act, which is a different issue. I'm not aware of any formal interposition of an exception that these records would fall under, other than I think maybe I saw some informal communication about perhaps invoking work product or attorney-client privilege, which is one of the exceptions. But I think all of the formal responses and certainly all of the briefing do not assert that any of these records are subject to an exception, or that they are not in and of themselves public records. So I think we can move on from there and simply focus on the extent to which asking these witnesses questions because I think that's where the defendants go mostly, is that asking them questions at all when they've already said on a document, we don't have these records, I've looked and they don't exist, or I don't have them, that itself is the overly burdensome or harassing part.
Judge, I should be able to ask them if they've looked, because I don't believe they have looked. And I know my belief doesn't matter, but I've submitted documents that exist in response that they have not provided. I've gotten them from other entities. So I have proof that they have not complied. So we have a right to ask them, how did you look? What did you do in response to this? And if I can go through, there's a couple, so let's talk about the confidentiality agreements. I asked for all of the confidentiality agreements that the district attorney's office required employees to sign. I requested that on January 9th in my open records. I followed that up on January 24th and said by letter, please don't make us sue you. I want the confidentiality agreements. I had one. I had Nathan Wade's. I had gotten it in another proceeding, and I had a business record certificate from Dexter Bond that it existed. Guess what his response was? No records exist. Well, so I've got a business record, which I've admitted, it's in the documents, a business record where he's certifying a confidentiality agreement from Nathan Wade, and then I've got the response in the open records that no responsive documents exist. So I should be able to ask him, why did you tell me no responsive documents?
And this is where this is actually very relevant to things like the YSL trial. So one of my first videos on anything related to YSL and RICO was a lawsuit with Barred Business. They wanted a writ of mandamus. ACLU attorneys helped them write it. They wanted Fani to be compelled. They wanted the court to make Fani Willis produce records of the notes that they're statutorily required to send to the judge, Chief Judge Glanville, when someone's been held for more than 45 days without being indicted. And there's hundreds of people that are beyond that 45-day window. And when they sent in records requests, the response was, we don't have the responsive documents. What does that mean? Well, if you don't have the responsive documents, that means you were never sending the notes to the judge to notify that somebody's been sitting longer than the time window, the allowable time window, without an indictment. Sitting in Rice Street. So, there we go. We have a tie in there. And since I'm paused, thank you earlier for the Club Classy raid. We are going to be there Friday night. It was awesome having that ill kid Jay show off his music. He was a first timer on the show, and everybody in the chat that is from here that went over there was really excited to see your music. It was awesome. And Amy E, always good to see you. Great to learn that you actually produce music. Thank you so much for all your support of the channel, but also for being really fun to hang out with. Please be sure to click the like button. Please do. And I'm going to drop the link. I dropped it like 2 minutes ago. But that's going to be Friday night. Seriously, tons of fun. And a surprising amount of YSL references unintentionally. So this is going to be, we're going to call it Club Classy. It's happening. And then Elizabeth Wright, thank you for the 5, also says Club Classy music was fire last night. That's what I'm telling you guys. You guys will be shocked how much fun it is. You might think like, you know, I don't know about listening to music on YouTube. It really feels like a club, like an open mic experience. It was so much fun. So thank you so much. We're going to keep going with Ashley. And another reminder that this is Ashley's normal speed of talking. We are playing it on normal speed.
Documents exist when you were asked in a other case and you certified that they did. And now, just 2 days ago, I was given 22 additional confidentiality agreements. 10 months later, 22. I know more exist, but I was given 22. So pick and choose 22 employees in the DA's office who have signed confidentiality agreements. Jeff DeSantis, one of the witnesses we wanted to subpoena, gave a media statement that there had been confidentiality agreements signed in error and they were withdrawn. I followed up with that with another open records, making sure that they knew what I was talking about. You're giving the media a statement saying they exist and then you're telling me in open records they don't. I have a right to question the witnesses about that. Why do I still not have those documents? I have 22 confidentiality agreements. I don't have them all. And I only got those 2 days ago. The next is, this is one of the most simple requests that the district attorney's office is actually required to do by law, keep a list of attorneys that work at their office. My requests, like I think we've gotten lost in the weeds, they're not complex, they're not oppressive. I'm not asking for information that's, I never in a million years thought in January that any of this was going to be a problem. I file open records requests all the time. I pay for the documents, I get the documents and move on. I asked for a list of attorneys and their dates of hire. Georgia statute and the record retention law requires that they keep those in their office. It is a misdemeanor not to keep that.
Keep those, keep what?
The personnel records.
Okay, but in fairness to the defendants, and I know that's one of the things they've asserted, if they don't have a list, right, they might have a, let's call it, they might have a file cabinet somewhere, probably electronic, of personnel files of the people who work in their office. I know you've mentioned, and I am familiar with the reports that the DA's office puts out that says these are all of our great people who are doing great work. But if they don't have a list, they're not required to create a list in order to respond to your request.
Correct, they're not. But what they are required to do is be reasonable in their response. So if they think, when I ask for the names of the people who were hired and the dates that they were hired, and that's something I know that they have, and they're not sure, they ask me, and I do this all the time, and they did this. The county attorney, actually, when they were responding to my requests, they asked me to clarify. We discussed it. They reached out to me, made sure that I was getting the documents I wanted. The goal of the Open Records Act is supposed to be to give the citizen asking for records the records. It's not supposed to be hide behind semantics. So if they're concerned because they're like, oh, are you asking for the names of the people who are hired and the date they were hired, which is what I asked for? If there's some confusion, they reach out to me. The goal is transparency. The goal is not to hide and obscure all of this. So when I asked for the people who worked there and the dates they were hired, I used to work for Fulton County. I know those records exist. I know what my employee file looks like. I also know that there's a statute in Georgia that says they have to maintain those. And so I'm asking for it based on what the law requires they maintain. They have to keep that. And I guarantee when they sent this to whoever produced this, they sent this to someone. There's a list that exists somewhere that has the names of the DAs. I can go to the state bar and type in the Fulton County DA and print out a list of the names. This is, they're forcing us to go through litigation to get a name and a date of hire, which is definitely maintained, and that's ridiculous. The other thing that we've asked for is, and by the way, just on that, the personnel, the Records Retention Act. So there's a statute in Georgia that requires, it's 50-18-102. It's a misdemeanor to not keep records in regards to what the Records Retention Act requires. The Records Retention Act requires that they keep personnel records for 50 years.
Yeah, we rejected this line because it's the Records Retention Act is not part of this case. And it's not relevant.
The retention is always relevant to the records judge.
So I'm not sure I understand the basis of your objection. I'm going to overrule it for now because whether the county has the documents that have been requested, I think goes immediately to the extent to which they're obligated to have them. I agree that no one has sued or asserted a violation of the Records Retention Act, but to the extent that it's in the same title, it is informative about what the understanding and obligations that parties might have about those documents existing and continuing to be maintained. So to the extent that you're objecting that they're asserting a violation of the records retention obligation, I agree with you. We're not going down that road because that's not before us. But to the extent that that statute can be informative about whether the documents that were requested should still exist, I think I'm going to allow it. Go ahead, Ms. Marchand.
Thank you. And I'm not going down that path deep. It's just when I am asking for records, I have to make sure that they exist before I ask. I don't want to waste my time in an open record. So I use these statutes to ask for records. And when I'm told they don't exist and I know the law requires they exist, that's concerning. And I have a right to ask follow-up questions to that. For example, on the personnel card, the law requires that the DA keep a list of all employees with ID cards. They have to keep that list. They have to maintain that list by law. If you have an ID card, and everybody has an ID card, I was a Fulton County employee, we all have an ID card, you have to keep that list, and you have to keep it for 4 years post-separation. So when they tell me they don't have a list, I think I have a right to not believe that. And I think that's why I have a right to question these witnesses. Where is that list? Why am I told that there's no responsive documents? Other places there could be responsive documents. The law requires they keep property receipts of everybody who has a cell phone. The district attorney's manual says that every attorney employed has to have a cell phone and a laptop. It's in their manual, it's required. The law says they have to sign a property receipt and they have to keep that. They have to keep a list of that. That would have been responsive to the request. And if they wanted to comply, they could have reached out and asked me, and I was willing to pay for any of these records. I pay them all the time for records. It's not a problem. I've never had a problem paying for county records. All they have to do is ask me. So the other area, the last area, actually the second to last area of documents and why these witnesses are relevant, this is all talking about why I should be able to ask these witnesses questions. I asked for forfeiture disclosure reports. The law requires forfeiture disclosure reports to be produced to state, local, federal governments. There are two separate forfeiture funds. There are federal money and state money. Two different acts. They have to comply with the Federal Forfeiture Act and the State Forfeiture Act. Every district attorney has to file a report with the Prosecuting Attorney's Council every single year, and they have to file one with the DOJ every single year. I asked for those reports.
And those are not accessible to you publicly?
I got them by subpoena for
No, let me clarify.
No, they're not.
They're not publicly maintainable in a database that's accessible to the public other than by requesting them through FOIA from the DOJ or from whatever entity maintains them for the state through an Open Records Act. Is that?
To a certain extent.
Okay.
Let me clarify that because I want to make sure I'm completely accurate in my answer. The Carl Vinson Institute at the University of Georgia maintains some of them. They do not maintain all of them. In this case, the Fulton County actually misspelled the name at the beginning, and so you couldn't find it on there. So when I first actually asked for this, I couldn't find it because, and I had to call them and I ended up getting it through PAC, but I couldn't find them on Carl Vinson because they misspelled it. And so it's a search, and it comes up by the county, and it was in the wrong place. So it's not, but they're not all there. Some of them are there, but not all of them are there. So I asked for the documents from Fulton County. The point is,
hang on. You submitted, just to Ms. Monroe's earlier point, you just said you asked for them from Fulton County, and I know there's some discussion in the briefing that there was in fact one request that was formally directed at Fulton County as opposed to the district attorney's office. Is that what you're referring to, or are you colloquially referring to Fulton County under the umbrella of you asked for these documents because they belong to an entity in Fulton County?
I think the best way for me to say this, I asked through the portal.
Okay.
I asked through the open records
So you
portal.
submitted a request through the portal for forfeiture disclosure reports for some period of time related to something?
Yes.
Okay.
And what they do, so it's actually changed. When I first asked for these requests, if you go to the DA's office, the landing page on the DA's office takes you to the portal. So back in January, if you go to the DA's office website, it has an open records link. It takes you to the portal, the county attorney portal. When you go to the portal, you submit your open records, okay? But you can start at the DA's office, but it bounces you to the portal. Then you put it in the portal. You can click down if you know the entity. You can click down, I want it from the district attorney, I want it from the county attorney. I'm over-inclusive because I've learned that I'm regularly told we don't have it, so I make sure to ask anybody who might have it. So I put it through that. 2 weeks ago, that open records link was not there anymore. Now it's back. So I don't know, currently, I don't know why it's been changing, but when I submitted the request in January, I'm making representations based on how it existed then. I clicked on the DA's office open records link, it took me to the county attorney portal. That's where I requested that. So I requested, on January 16th, I requested the reports and the itemization. The reason I requested the itemization, and I actually put the property, the funds obtained, these reports that are required by law, the statute actually says how you have to report them. And I will tell you, the ones that are on the Carl Vinson Institute, they don't comply with the statute. So they're not complete. So I'm assuming maybe they've got other documents because I'm assuming they're complying with the law. I'm asking for those. I'm asking for those forfeiture documents. I asked in January. Mr. Bond sent me a letter January 26th that said the records are attached. They were not. Only the equitable sharing, which is the federal summary, was attached. None of the state forfeiture documents, none of the ones that the law requires that they itemize were attached. Kept asking, been asking for 10 months for these documents. In the meantime, there's been media statements made by the district attorney's office that it was false and it was an error that any forfeiture funds were paid to any private contractors, Nathan Wade in particular. The forfeiture funds were used to pay Nathan Wade. It's clear from the documents that I got from purchasing and finance.
So again, I do not want to go down the road of what it is you believe these documents are relevant to, what use you plan to put them to. The issue before me is the testimony of these witnesses relevant to your public records request? And again, absent having heard anyone assert that an exception applies or that these documents are not public records, then to me, the issue is the extent to which you are questioning of any witnesses about their processes and efforts to comply. As long as it is narrowly focused on that issue, I think you've met your burden for relevance to the public record request. Not, because again, what you think they might be useful for or why you want them, my understanding is it's very clear. The reason that a member of the public requests a document has nothing to do with anything.
I completely agree, Judge, and the reason that I was pointing that out is because when statements are made about documents that I've been told don't exist, that causes me to think I need to question a witness. If you're telling the news that a document that I've requested and you tell me doesn't exist, if you're making statements about them, that leads me to believe that they do exist. So that's why I want to question Mr. DeSantis, because he's made statements about documents that I was told don't exist, that I do believe exist. So that was it. And I'll move on. The last one, though, is the promotional materials. So if these things, they're paid for somehow. And I was very specific about all of these. If you walk into the DA's office, there's big wall hangings, things like that with, rebranding. There's this whole rebranding campaign. I asked for how that was paid for, like rebranding, payment, requests. I tracked the statute. So the statute, and the reason that that's relevant, tracking the statute, is because I know they're required to maintain these. The law says they're required to maintain these. And so because they're required to maintain this, and it's an open record, and I'm told that they don't exist now, I think I should be able to question the witness as to why they don't exist. If they don't really exist, under oath, the law says that they've got to include all the accounts payable, bank statements, all of this stuff, deposit slips, canceled checks. They have a duty to maintain that for 5 years pursuant to statute. So where are all of those documents? And I was again told they don't exist. They have to exist, or else, I mean, they should exist. I guess maybe they couldn't exist. Maybe they didn't pay for it. Maybe these vendors donated this out of the goodness of their heart, whoever printed this. Maybe the taxpayers didn't pay for it. I don't know. But that's why I need to ask the witnesses. And the last thing I'd point out is to relevancy. It goes along with the paycheck or the accounts payable. I asked how critical mention was paid. I've been asking for 10 months how it was paid.
Did you finally get, I think in some of the documents I saw
From
a
critical
check,
mention.
like a handwritten check.
Yes. I still haven't received that. They still have not even admitted that that account exists. I got that from critical mention. The reason that that's relevant is because part of what you have to decide is if they have been hiding documents, obscuring, keeping things from us for 10 months. Did I have to file a lawsuit to get that? Did I have to waste all of my time to get that document? I still wouldn't have it from them because I still don't have it from them. They're required to maintain that. They're required to keep canceled checks. I still don't have that from them. I had to file a lawsuit to get it. So it's relevant for you to inquire as to whether or not they've complied with the open records request, for me to ask about that. So I think all of these things, Judge, are why we should be able to question these witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merchant. Who am I going to hear from first? Ms. Alavi or Ms. Monroe?
I'm happy to go first, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Do you mind if we pause for a small bathroom break? I really have to use the restroom.
Sure, no problem. We will take, it is 10:56. We're going to take a break until about 10 after 11.
Thank you.
Yeah, one moment.
That's where she went. correct?
Yes.
And there was a drop-down box if they went to that open records portal to request records from the.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so I think you already, or I was asking you to please state and spell your name for the record, and then I will deliver it over to Ms. Merchant to begin her questioning.
My name is Dexter Q Bond Jr., Dexter, middle initial Q, Bond. I am a junior.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Bond. Can you tell us what your job title is?
I am the Deputy of Operations for the Office of Fulton County District Attorney's Office.
Does that include being the records custodian?
Yes, among many things.
Okay. And before we get into the documents, I want to talk to you a little bit about the portal, how that's set up. If first, let's talk about at the time that I made the request in January of 2024, was there a website link on the DA's website for open records at that point in time?
In January, yes, there was a link on our website, yes.
And when a person clicked on the link on your website, it took them to the county attorney's open records portal, correct?
Yes.
And there was a drop-down box if they went to that open records portal to request records from the district attorney's office?
Man, I can't speak to that because I
Okay.
don't request records from the district attorney's office.
Okay. So at some point in time from then till now, was that landing page from the DA's office website removed?
I don't have information to that. I don't know.
Do you know if the open records page, the page that the public would go to, if that link was ever altered?
Are we talking from, give me a time frame.
From January until now. So what we just talked about was in January. If I went into the DA's office website, I clicked on open records, it took me to the portal.
Yes.
A month ago, if I went on the DA's website, clicked, and there was no open records link at that point.
I cannot speak to that. I do not monitor that site on a daily basis. I do a lot of things for the office, but that is not one.
Okay, so you cannot speak to whether or not there was an open records portal site or portal link on the DA's website?
No, I answered that question. There is an open records link on the DA's website. You will click the link, you can go into the portal, you can request open records requests as you do often.
So there was one in January and there is one now, right?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you know if it was removed at any time over the last 9 months?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay, thank you. Who could?
I don't know. I don't maintain that particular website. Once the information is placed in a portal, if necessary, to be elevated to me, and I do my job as the business records custodian. But as it relates to it sounds like, forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm interpreting your question to be a little bit more, I don't know what you're asking me, but I
I'm
can't.
trying to ask how the public asks you for open records.
And I'm saying that the DA's office has a website. As you know, the DA office has a link that you can use. The DA's has once you click that link, it goes to a portal, which you have used several times. And once you go into the portal, you can put in your request. That's what I'm saying.
Are you able to testify if over the last 10 months that process has been in place?
I don't object just based on the fact that the availability of the link in the portal is not an issue in this case, and it's not an issue pertinent to whether the records were provided.
Ms. Merchant, is there a reason, is what you're really trying to get to that for the entirety of the last 10 months, Mr. Bond or someone else would be tasked with and subject to complying with open records? Or are you really trying to ask if there's an actual portal button on that website for the whole last 10 months?
I'm trying to figure out if they've had, so once I made my request in January, I had to make follow-up requests and it went away. And I wasn't able to continue to make those follow-up requests, which is part of what, when we continue to make those requests.
Okay.
Forgive me, I'm gonna reframe your question and you make sure that I'm not reframing it appropriately, right? Your time frame at issue is from January to the present.
Yes.
And you are asking me at any time, did that particular process deviate?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
May I explain?
Please.
Because of the cyber attack. I do know, if I'm familiar, that you received the open records request saying that, hey, we are under a cyber attack, this will require a delay, and I do know that this portal is not maintained by my particular office, right? I think you and I can agree with that they made some modifications. So if your question is, look at 10 months, did something change from the routine? The answer is yes. The reason why is because it was a cyber attack.
And I'm just going to interject very briefly. You're like me, you're naturally a fast talker. And for the benefit of the court reporter, she's already asked us once to slow down. So if
Okay.
you'll try to be real conscious about speaking slowly so she can take it down, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Ms. Merchant.
And I just want to make sure I understand. So it changed because of the cyber attack. So that portal link was at some point disabled or not available?
So you asked me, did something change? I reframed the question to make sure that we were on the same page, right? I told you, yes, something did change. I gave you an answer as to why that did change, and that was as it relates to the cyber attack. Again, the framing of your question was from January to the present for the last 10 months, right? And enter in your question, you asked me something about the last 10 days. So forgive me
10
if
months, I'm sorry.
you said 10 months, but you also said 10 days. I asked you a follow-up as it relates to the framing, right? I've answered that question from January to the present. I have told you that the reason why that has changed is because of the cyber attack. I've also told you that I do not maintain that website on a daily basis.
My question was, how has it changed? You said it's changed. My question is, how has it changed?
I cannot answer that question. What I can say is that from 2021 to the present, the DA's office has had access that allow constituents like yourself to request open records. That link is displayed on our website. Once you click that link, you can go into the county's portal. I've also told you that I do not monitor that website on a daily basis. So if you're asking me how, I cannot answer that question. But if you telling me for look at the last 2 months, if it has changed, I am telling you a cyber attack has required a lot of things, including open records, to change.
Do you monitor the open records portal?
Do I monitor it on a daily basis? No.
Do you monitor it at all?
Yes.
How often do you monitor it?
On an as-needed basis.
As needed.
Yes.
How do requests come to you?
You go to the link, you put in, it goes into the portal.
Sorry, and just to save time, I'm not asking how I do it. I'm asking how they come to you.
Once a staff member on my staff, a designated staff member for open records requests, receive the open records. If it's standard, like the many of you have supplied, we can go ahead and give you a responsive record, right? If it's not standard and it requires an elevation of some sort, then it is elevated to me by a staff member.
Elevated to you?
Elevated to me by
Okay.
a staff member.
So the first sort of triage is the staff member reviews it, determines if they can just answer it quickly.
I would say that, yes.
And then if it's something that's more elevated, can you describe what something more elevated would be?
I'll do it the opposite way if I can. If you're looking for an invoice, a particular invoice, and that invoice has been commonly requested, my staff knows that this is a particular invoice. And for efficiency purposes, we'd get that responsive document to you as quickly as possible. And then if you're talking about something that is exempt or possibly exempt, that's an example of something that's going to be elevated. And not in this particular case, but in some cases, my exemptions include open and active investigations. So in those particular cases, that'll be elevated.
Were my requests elevated?
You have to be more specific. You know, you gave me about 40.
Were any of my requests elevated?
Yes, ma'am.
Were any of my requests not elevated? You can narrow it down.
I'm going to say yes because 40 was not presented to me. I know that you are a frequent open records requester. I know that we have responded to open records requests. I am familiar that you, I would say dozens, and I would not say that all dozens have been presented to me. Those have been closed out based on my monitoring. So I am comfortable saying that all have not been elevated to me.
And you said I did 40 open records requests?
I said dozens, maybe 40. I feel comfortable saying dozens. I know.
They're maintained on the open records portal, right?
Yes, I'm pretty sure they are. So maybe 40, maybe 30, but I know it's a lot.
Would it surprise you that it was less than 12?
Oh, yeah, I think I'll be surprised with that.
Okay, and let's go through them in a minute. We'll go through the specifics. But
May I ask a follow-up? 12 an issue or 12 a total?
in total,
Since when? January to the present?
since Ms. Willis was DA.
That would surprise me. That would surprise me.
You all have a employee manual that you use at your office, right?
Yes,
Okay, and that governs, it also talks about open records requests.
I believe so, yes.
And if you want to look, we've got, these have been admitted previously. This is merchant 0602. I believe the county attorney supplied this, I'm assuming, from your office. Does that look like, you can look at it on your screen, part of the employee handbook that's given to new hires that Ms. Willis created or updated?
Mr. Bond's eyes may be better than mine, but you might need to make it bigger.
Okay.
Because my screen's pretty small and I'm struggling.
Yeah, it's hard to read.
So that's okay. Thank you.
Does that look like the section regarding open records compliance?
Yes, at first glance, yes, 6.6, Open Records Act compliance.
Okay. And it says that all open records requests submitted by members of the public will be handled by the open records officer. Is that you?
It will be handled through the portal, so no, not necessary. It will be handled under my leadership.
Okay. And so handled under your leadership, but through the portal. It also says that DA employees should consider all communications that occur on county email, cell phones, and other county-owned technology to be considered open to a FOIA request.
Subject to no exemptions, yes. So I think that's consistent with the Open Record Act. I would agree with you.
Okay, so subject to no exemptions, county email and cell phone communications would be something that you would provide in open records.
General rule, but I think you and I can agree certain things exception. I work with 385 staff members. Of those 385, about 150 or so are attorneys, and we know that there's exemptions. So anything that they're working on as it relates to attorney work product or confidentiality work product are exempt. So yes, this is the general rule, but I don't want the general rule to be mistaken as the norm.
Right, I understand. Definitely, there's statutory exemptions.
You and I are same page.
The statute's the
And to
statute.
be clear, the employee handbook, while it is helpful guidance, doesn't change what the statutory obligation is one way or the other, so.
No, and the reason I'm asking him is the process in their office. You're trying to understand this process.
And if I can clarify, I think the second sentence is certainly important, right? I know that our employees, again, I alluded to the size of the office, 385 approximately. We want to make sure that staff members who receive open records requests know what to do with it.
All right, you guys, I'm not on the screen. We do
Okay,
have a little bit of
so
motion
the,
near the camera in
employees receive
YSL.
this and they are told that
So
they
be ready
need
to
to
switch.
forward it to legal counsel of the district attorney when they get something.
At the time of that writing, yes, legal counsel.
Okay. This is the current handbook though, right?
Uh,
I'll represent it's the one that your office provided earlier this week for Ms. Monroe.
I would say yes. If your representation is correct, I would take that as this is the current one.
And legal counsel, right now it's Ms. Abbasi, I don't want to say her name wrong. Alabi. Ms. Alabi is legal counsel now. It was Mr. Armstrong before, correct?
Yes, he was at one point.
Okay. So according to this, Mr. Armstrong or Ms. Alabi would be copied on all open records requests received by employees?
So, no, let me deviate. The answer to that is no. The reason why is we had several different legal counsels since 2021, and based on their strengths, weaknesses, or expertise would determine whether or not legal counsel will handle that. I had legal counsel before. That was his expertise. He felt comfortable handling it. I cannot say if Kevin Armstrong handled open records, so I want to be clear. As it relates to Andrea Alabi, a dynamic attorney, however, open records is not something that she handles.
So if a member of the public was reading this and at the time they made their request, Kevin Armstrong was legal counsel, it'd be reasonable for them to think that Kevin Armstrong would be apprised of their open records requests, assuming this is followed.
No.
No.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. This also, let's see, if we go down a little bit more, it talks about emails. Let's see, email communications. This advises employees that emails are monitored and
Essentially, that means that you're telling them you have access to emails, or the office has access to emails, correct?
You have to tell me that line. The way that I read that is my district attorney, Fonnie T. Willis, requires us to look at emails. So 3 times a day is our standard.
All right, we're switching.
Section 6.9, the third
We're
line.
switching.
Address the court. Does anybody know where he is? Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind. Check this out. I can now see over the computer.
Oh, and they're cutting the sound again. Thank you to ST Satchel. Yeah, another. Oh no, the hacker ate my homework again. Like, just deja vu to keep hearing that.
Is there anybody from the state? Okay. All right, Mr. Scheib, I know you had wanted to address the court, I believe, about something. So, yes.
Bench conference?
If you wanted to be, sure.
This doesn't
Oh.
have to be with everybody.
They're gonna cut us
Well,
out again.
Yes, it does, as far as I'm concerned. We're not doing that again.
Well, it's something personal. Okay?
Personal about you?
I've been doing this a long time. I've never had anybody do this to me before. I'm not gonna go over what happened yesterday, but I don't come to the court and lie. Understand somebody, I'm not gonna go over what he said I wasn't truthful about something, and at the doctors. I asked the doctor a question about my client's mental competency to take certain medication. I said, will it affect you? The doctor gave me an answer.
Right.
That was it. The phone was about 10 or 12 inches away from me, and I asked the question. And once I got that, and I relayed it to the court, I understand somebody came in here and said, what I said wasn't accurate. I don't lie to the court. I've never lied to the court. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, I appreciate
Look
it.
at
And so
love.
you're talking about when, and I don't know exactly who was on the conversation, but so the conversation was at your behest with Mr. Zachary's doctor, and I don't know if it was an ADA and an investigator, a body, and an investigator, and y'all were all on the phone together with the doctor.
The phone was right here. The doctor was someplace else. My client was here. I was about 12 inches from the phone. And actually,
So the doctor was on the phone, and the doctor was on the phone? Okay, and you and Mr. Abadi and the investigator were all talking with the doctor, okay,
that was a conversation when I came in.
Okay.
Court, I understand. The ADA came in and said something different, indicated I was not being truthful.
okay.
I don't lie to people.
I don't believe that you do,
I
and
just wanted to put
I
that-
appreciate that, and I didn't take it, I mean, I don't think he said anything as strong as, you know, Mr. Scheib lied. I think it was just, that's not exactly what got said. And two people can hear the exact same words and take it 2 different ways anyway, but I appreciate that.
So that being said, I talked to Zachary.
Okay.
About 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
He's at the hospital. He's had low blood pressure and a blood scenario. They were gonna release him today. They didn't.
Okay.
They're gonna maybe release him in the morning.
Okay.
But he has to meet a criteria of blood pressure and blood problems.
Okay.
I don't know. So he may be released tomorrow, he may not. I've got 5 courts and 5 different jurisdictions tomorrow, so.
So have you filed a conflict?
No, well, all those are like trial calendars, cases 3 or 4 years old, trafficking and different things. This is, I'm an attorney for a witness.
Right. I know.
So I think they take precedent. I'm trying
I-
to work within.
I mean,
I know.
I would be happy to, given the circumstance of your particular client and the request that, you know, he not be held anywhere and that he get this over as soon as he possibly can. I am happy to communicate with the courts if you'll
I'll see
let
what
me
we can do.
know and see if
Grant,
they can.
Spalding, Pike, and you have one here. We'll see what we can do. I've been here all day, every day.
Yeah,
I wanna
I know,
get it done.
I know.
I know everybody else does too.
I
And
know.
then what I was gonna ask for, under 601, is have a hearing to deal with his competency. I think it'd be something short as to mental competency because he is on drugs. He's on Dilaudid, and so under 601, the court.
Well, the media.
I don't know what he's going to be on when he gets released.
Can't read without, he's a painkiller. He's on Dilaudid.
Okay, lots of people, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but lots of people can take and do take painkillers every day, and depending upon what it is and the amount and what have you, it treats their pain. It doesn't necessarily make them incompetent or unable to do things. So, I mean, if I am presented with something that makes me believe that there is an actual issue as to his competency, then certainly I can entertain that, but.
That can only be from him testifying, number one, to that issue. The other issue, he doesn't recall, this is 10 years ago.
Well, he may or may not, and he'll just have to say that on the stand. I mean.
And then also we deal with scenario of immunity. We want transactional immunity.
Well, that's something between you and the state.
Immunity.
You can order him up there. I'm not arguing about that, but he's not going to testify unless he gets immunity. Because he was an unindicted co-conspirator in reference to this stuff, and he did prison time.
Have you talked to the state about any of this?
If I may, Mr. Shah has talked to me, and what he has said has nothing to do with concerns about
He's pissed.
legal exposure. What he has said has to do with fear and not fear. It has to do with fear. And
Okay, what was the reason the state tried to say about Woody?
his client's desire to not testify, period.
I didn't know until yesterday.
Excuse me, can y'all mic up? Can y'all use the microphone?
Yeah, just walk back to the podium. You'll only be 3 feet further away and then they can hear.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I didn't know until yesterday he was part of this 10 years ago. I did not know, he did prison time, but I didn't know that he was part of this. And as far as immunity, he could be brought in, I mean, as far as conspiracy, and if he gets up and testifies and say, hey, I was involved in this and involved in that, they could prosecute him. I didn't know that until yesterday he was involved in this scenario.
Okay, I don't quite know what you mean by he was involved in this scenario, but.
He did time for some of these acts involved in this.
Well, he certainly can't be prosecuted for anything he's already done time for. I mean, that's double jeopardy.
Well,
And you're,
I don't know if, as far as conspiracy to commit murder and everything, I don't know what he was prosecuted for entirely.
All
I
right.
just found out, and the family has told me more today. I thought I was getting involved in, I'm fine on it, getting involved in a scenario where I was going to help him, give him information, whether to testify or not testify.
Right.
But it turned out to be, and that's fine, I like this. It's a lot more to it. So I have to protect him.
I understand. So, I mean,
Judge, I don't have any problem doing that, but I just do want to make the record very clear for a couple of things. I don't believe that Mr. Shive has, and I don't think the court entertained it, so it may be worth nothing, but the competency Mr. Shive doesn't have, I don't believe, maybe I'm wrong, standing to assert regarding competency, a hearing regarding competency as far as this person as a witness. But second, given, I don't know what all Mr. Shive knew, but given the comment, given the communication between Mr. Zachary's father and our office,
right.
I don't know how, and given what I was told, not yesterday, but I think day before yesterday regarding what Mr. Zachary would and would not do and why, I don't know that I don't know how that there was no knowledge of what his involvement in this was. There was specific commentary, and I'm not saying that.
I don't know either. But I mean, Mr. Shive's right. Based on the way this case has been indicted, even, I mean, the RICO count seems to be something that if the state wanted to, they could indict anybody on who had any involvement in any of the crimes, even if they've already been, I mean, I don't know that, you know, at least be indicted, whether it would hold up or not, I don't know, but.
So, Your Honor, as in as much as there is a concern, I assume that there is a concern regarding Mr. Zachary I don't know, implicating himself in something that he could get indicted for. We don't have any problem asking the court to compel his testimony pursuant to the same statute that we have had to compel others. We don't have any problem doing that.
All right, well, it sounds like y'all might need to get some sort of an agreement in place between
Right.
yourself and Mr. Scheib.
Definitely like something in writing.
I mean, that's basically what you're saying, Mr. Scheib, right? Is that he,
And
Part of
also-
the situation.
And also, I think I ought to make Mr. Scheib aware, I just want to make sure he's aware that part of the requirement for that statute is that he not commit perjury on the stand. And Mr. Zachary is currently on probation for a long period of time. And so I'm gonna put that out there. That's it.
all righty. Well, Mr. Scheib has been a defense attorney for more years than probably he can count anymore. And a good one, a highly experienced one. And so he'll be able to advise his client as to all of the, potential drawbacks
Right.
and dangers and what have you of such an
It's not a
agreement.
Easy, clear-cut scenario. We're going to wade through some things. Okay.
Okay, so
Thank you.
we'll draft up that document. and-
Okay, but considering that it sounds like it may be as early as tomorrow morning that, I don't know.
We'll have that.
Doesn't
drafted.
feel like anybody knows yet. It's a developing kind of thing about when he might be released, but y'all need to get on that.
So we'll have that drafted this afternoon for
All
Mr.
right.
Scheib to review.
And
It's
Mr.
standard.
Scheib, if you want to communicate with my office about wherever we might need to be able to talk to other courts
Right.
about your presence
I
here.
have a simple way of doing it. If you issue an order me back into your court tomorrow, that'll
You know
take-
what? If you want to draft one up, I will
I will.
sign it. Okay,
I
that'll be
will. We'll
great.
send it over
And
to
do
you in a
you?
couple hours.
Great, you've got all of the addresses, right? Okay,
I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
all right. Do we need anything else from Mr. Scheib? Anybody?
I don't need anything from him. if the court would indulge me what I asked right before he came in, because I have the next witness
Okay.
and I don't want to.
Because during the whole entire lunch break, you didn't
Well,
go. Okay, thank,
But love needs a lunch, restroom break.
okay. Well, go ahead. We've got Miss Hilton now. All right,
Mr.
anybody need
Williams.
to bring up anything before we get the jury in and start with our next witness? Anybody? No? Okay.
Are Mark in Texas? Thanks for the super.
So we got,
What do you
yet
guys think
another
about Sheeb?
motion
Scheib.
in limine. The people at Mr. Steele's firm are working full-time on filing motions in limine. It's very impressive. So motion in limine number 59 is about potentially excluding certain portions of a interview with Mr. Zachary from March 3rd, 2017. And I was trying to find, I've got 2 of his interviews and March 3rd doesn't seem to be one of them. Is this one that we went over?
Should have, and his 2 are August 5, 2015, Your Honor, and then March 3, 2017.
Okay, well, I don't know why I have April 13th, 2017 written down, but I do, but it's the other one from the only one from 2017 is March 3rd. Okay,
Yes, it might be the
It might have been,
transcription date in April.
okay. And is that something? So if it's the bottom of 124 through about halfway through 127, my notes say that the state, well, all my notes says is okay, but what that meant in my shorthand was that the state agreed that they weren't going to utilize that.
Perfect, so that's why I did that. Okay, that would be great.
Hey, Your Honor, is that the issue we talked about this morning or something?
No, this is
Okay.
yet another one.
I don't have Mr. Steele's email and because I was not present during.
So if you want to just, I printed it out because I'm old and you can just look at the highlighted portion and
see what it is he's talking about. And I've got a copy of the.
Guys, this is not the case. Shibe is crazy. He's getting Zachary in a sticky situation when he can just plead the fifth. That's not the case. Shibe is getting ahead of exactly what's going to play out. We talked about it this morning. So Zachary's going to get on the stand, try to plead the fifth. Then what's the state going to do? They're going to ask the court to compel his testimony. They're going to try to get an immunity order, and they're going to make the court compel his testimony, right? Shibe's getting ahead of that. He laid that out step by step. He said they're just going, we need the immunity deal because he plans to plead the fifth, and they're going to, once he pleads the fifth, they're going to want to compel him to testify. So Shibe got ahead of exactly that. He cannot just get up and plead the fifth because inevitably the state's going to want to either hold him in contempt or make him testify under immunity. So Shibe, in my opinion, got ahead of that, you guys. And I really think he came into this weekend, on Sunday, maybe Monday morning, like Sunday after midnight. And we just heard him say he just found out, the details of the case and what it means when Zachary's called an unindicted co-conspirator. And I think he was absolutely right to say the state, that's not true, that the state has nothing they can come and prosecute him on because it would be double jeopardy. There are things that they could prosecute him on that would not be double jeopardy. So I'm interested. I don't mind you disagreeing with me, but we've got to be clear that someone can't just go up there and plead the fifth and then that's it, they're done. That's not how it's going to work in this case. We've already seen it with the prosecutors. They're going to get an immunity deal or they're going to compel the testimony one way or another. So because he doesn't have a plea deal, the course here would be the immunity, just like we saw with Woody. So just be careful with, it's not like in the movies where you see someone say they plead the fifth and then that's it. It shuts the court down. But I really think, and this is exactly where I am, I don't think he realizes what he's getting into. Although he seems like he's down for it. He said he didn't realize, but now he's down for it. So, and I don't know, the way he's given those looks over to Love, maybe it was just to hear her, but I think he'll be interesting. I think he might actually put up a bigger fight than we'll see. He came into court and said, if you put him on the stand, my client could die. So he's the one taking the health condition of his client very seriously. He's pulling out all the stops to ask for a competency hearing, which is another way that he could help get his client out of having to testify. I think he's pulling it all up, pulling all the stops. So that's me. You can disagree. You guys can disagree. But very, very good food for thought there, Mark in Texas. And I'm looking, because the chat's moving kind of fast. I was looking to catch some thoughts from you. So, but yeah, so he got right up in there and he repeated too, like, this is going to harm my client. My client could die. And this too is a great point. Thank you, Aaron. Kat, I cannot get a patient to sign a simple consent after they're medicated, right? Because, you could be, I forget what it's called, but like under duress, not under duress isn't the phrase, but you have to be of a certain mind, sound mind, when you sign off on something that could be contractual or giving permission. So if you can't get that done, how can he testify under oath in a court of law? How can we even know that he would know to invoke his fifth if he had to? If he's not thinking clearly, right? There's a lot of issues there. Ike says, how in all of holy peanut butter does Hilton not have Mr. Steele's email by this point? Yeah, I don't know, because we looked at the motion in limine last night, so it had to have been served when it was received by the clerk. So that I don't understand. I don't understand. ST Satchel says double jeopardy. Remember the state's response to motion. The state's the bench brief, the brief bench. I almost said the brief bench. Well, I mean, if they're gonna try to do an overt acts, I mean, that's exactly what Shibe called out. Like, all of these things in a RICO, he hasn't been tried for conspiracy in RICO. So if they want to attack him with the same things they're trying to attack on these co-defendants who have also been charged in the past, like Rodelius Ryan was charged with the murder that is on this indictment as an overt act. So why, like, Shibe was really sharp there to call out it can happen and they've done it in this case already. They've done it with this very indictment. So it's like a favorite thing for the state to do. So why would any attorney representing any of these clients just take Love's word? Oh, we don't plan to charge them. He's already been charged. Hee hee hoo ha. Like, no, we don't believe you, Love. And that's okay. Yeah. So, and that's part of, Mark in Texas says, my criticism was premature. And that's part of the way I try to do these streams, right? I'd rather pause when we end the topic rather than right in the middle of it. And obviously we still have more to see. Like, tomorrow he could come in and I could think he sucks. And I could be like, I liked him yesterday. I thought he came up with the options that were available in that moment. And then tomorrow I might be like, he sucks. So that is, we should always reserve the right to change our minds with new information. And then King and Queen says, Quindarius Zachary's lawyer doesn't realize what kind of circus he's joining. Doesn't realize what kind of yeah. So I'm totally with you. It seems like he's interested in learning and being able to fight back against it. So I'm excited to see that. And then Mark in Texas says, the difference is you have a judge right there ruling on his competency. Yeah, without actually seeing Quindarius Zachary himself. So she's the expert now, I guess. So here we go. We'll do 1.25 through Love figuring out this, Hilton figuring out this email while Love is on her potty break. And this is going to be a good time.
If you need quick access
seeing
to that.
Shibe and tomorrow, whatever day it plays out, maybe Monday.
But my notes at least say that y'all said okay on that one, meaning we won't use that one. Do you need to look at the transcript? Because at one point on 126, he says, that's what I assume, that's what I heard.
Correct, and we're only going to play portions that we believe he was told as either a co-conspirator statement, which is kind of reflected as much in the March 2017.
Okay, but y'all agree that y'all don't intend to use that portion, correct? Just so we're all on the same page?
Yes.
All right.
No, there's no plea
We have our
deal
next witness
for
lined up. Okay. let's go
Quindarius
and get jury.
Zachary. He was unindicted. So that's why it would be more similar to Woody getting the immunity, because there's no terms of his plea agreement that are compelling him to testify because he doesn't have a plea. Here is, I think just meaning in receipt of the motion that Brian Steele sent into the court. Usually they'll also send along emails to all the parties so everybody can get it in advance, even if the clerk is slower at getting it uploaded, or there's a delay in the electronic processing. So Hilton was just saying she hadn't had a chance to actually look at what motion in limine number 59 was about, so she couldn't argue it with Love out of the room. So Love was able to go pee because, oh, Hilton's here, but then the issue, Hilton didn't know it. Yep, there you go. Gwen and Garnett, when Sledge pled, and we watched that, they asked him about if he was on medication at the time.
Thank you. Okay, call your next witness.
State calls Mr. Collins back in the seat.
Oh, right, we were in the middle of him. Or no, we weren't. We weren't. Has he just already testified?
He has.
Okay. Okay. All right, so we'll re-swear him, I guess, since he'd been released.
Sure. It's Christopher Collins. Spelling on that is CHRISTOPHER COLLINS.
And good afternoon, Mr. Collins.
Good afternoon.
Welcome back, and thank you for coming back. I have a few follow-up questions for you regarding the incident that you responded to on January 28, 2015 at 2905 Springdale Road.
Okay.
Do you recall testifying about that yesterday?
Yes.
All right. And I'm going to show you what has been labeled as and admitted as states 1 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And it'll be put on the screen, but it will also be on that piece of paper in front of you. Is that the location at 2905 Springdale Road
Yes, that's
Southwest.
That's
that
the
you
parking
responded
lot. Yes,
to? Okay. And did you testify already that whether or not that was in Fulton County?
I did.
Okay. On the date that you responded, do you recall reporting or testifying about one of the units that had been shot up, that the occupant of the unit was not inside at the time that police arrived?
Yes, I remember that one.
Do you recall which unit that was?
I'm pretty sure it's P3 without looking at my report.
All right. May I show you your report to refresh your recollection?
Sure.
All right. And Your Honor, this report I think had been previously labeled just for identification purposes as 666 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's the wrong. I'm going to show him his report to refresh his memory. And for defense purposes, it would be page 8 of 8.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You guys show Kay Grammer some love in the chat, gifting 5 memberships.
Yep. Apartment P3 was the unoccupied apartment.
And when you say unoccupied, I'm going to take this back. Okay? When you say unoccupied, do you mean it that it was not the resident was not there at the time that you all arrived, or it was an empty apartment that no one lived in?
Oh, no one was there at the time because the back door was open.
Okay. Now, do you recall at some point and the occupant of the home coming back?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall what her name is?
No, not off the top of my head.
If I show you your report, let me ask you this. Did you put that information in your report?
Yes, it's in my report.
And did you talk with her?
Yes, that's in my report.
All right. If I show you your report, will it refresh your recollection about what her name is?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to show it to you. Page 8 of 8.
Okay.
And I'll just, for brevity's purposes, point you to that last.
Yeah. I've got the last name as Smith in here.
Now, on your report, do you, in the first part, I'll say, do you list the victims' names as you learn them to be?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall the occupant of apartment P2?
Do I recall their name? I believe that was,
His name, the occupant of P2.
I remember
That's
the last
leading.
name from yesterday when I testified.
Okay, and was that Mac?
Yes.
Gilberti Mac?
Yes.
All right.
This is leading. Like, what? I mean, they're not objecting. Who cares?
And excuse me. On the report, page 3 of 8, if I show you your report again, do you list not only the name, but phone number and address of the victims that you've identified?
Sure. If I can see it, I can.
I will show you page 3 of 8.
Okay.
Would
Who
you look
questioned
at
him
what
the
you've
other
written
day?
for unit P3 and tell me if it refreshes your memory?
Yep.
All right.
It wasn't
What
love.
was
It
the
was one
full
of the
name
guys,
of the person
right?
who lived in unit P3?
That's, I'm just going to spell it. First name is Antrivia. Last name is Smith.
All right.
You
And
guys are saying Brown.
without saying what it was, did you also have a phone number for Ms. Smith?
Yes. I
And did you get
listed it.
that phone number from Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Was it still nighttime when she arrived at her apartment?
Yes.
Were there still units besides yourself on scene?
Yes.
Were there still crime scene technicians processing the scene?
Most likely without an accurate count, I would say probably.
All right. I'm going to now show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 38. 65, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Oh. Well, the stream just refreshed itself. So let's get back and see. I guess we were. Spoiler alert. I guess they're going to recess pretty soon. I think this is right where we were. Right, let's see.
In your report.
Yes, it's in my report.
And did you talk with her?
Yes, that's in my report.
All right. If I show you your report, will it refresh your recollection about what her name is?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to show it to you. Page 8 of 8.
Okay.
Well, that's good. We'll be able to catch up. So, and I feel like it's a
And I'll
law
just
and
go.
crime thing that does
For the
this.
purposes.
I don't remember it ever
Point you to
happening on the
that
days we
last-
watched one of the other
I've
channels.
got the last name as Smith in here.
Now, on your report, do you, in the first part, I'll say, do you list the victims' names as you learn them to be?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall the occupant of apartment P2?
Do I recall their name? I believe that was,
His name, the occupant of P2.
I remember the last name from yesterday when I testified.
Okay, and was that Mac?
Yes,
Gilberti Mac?
yes.
All right. And, excuse me. On the report, page 3 of 8, if I show you your report again, do you list not only the name, but phone number and address of the victims that you've identified?
Sure, if I can see it, I can.
I will show you page 3 of 8.
Okay.
Would you look at what you've written for unit P3 and tell me if it refreshes your memory?
Yep.
All right. What was the full name of the person who lived in unit P3?
That's, I'm just going to spell it. First name is Antravia. Last name is Smith.
All right. And without saying what it was, did you also have a phone number for Ms. Smith?
Yes.
And did you get that phone number from Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Was it still nighttime when she arrived at her apartment?
Yes.
Were there still units besides yourself on scene?
Yes.
Were there still crime scene technicians processing the scene?
Most likely without an accurate count, I would say probably.
All right. I'm going to now show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 38. 65, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
And this is right where it cut out. She paused and the stream refreshed.
I'm just going to ask you whether 65 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie through 108 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie pertain to the apartment that belonged to Miss Smith that you dealt with.
Okay.
Could you publish the first one? If we could put up State's Exhibit 66, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Yes, those do pertain to that. That's what you were asking, right?
Yes. if
Okay.
you would just
Yeah.
speak to the microphone.
Those do pertain to apartment P3.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna put up 66, Charlie, 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 and that on the screen behind you.
Okay.
Or in front of you. Is that the P3 that we're talking about that Ms. Smith lived in?
Yes.
All right. And do you have any independent recollection of how long you spoke with Ms. Smith while she was on scene?
No.
Do you recall,
Your Honor?
and if you do,
May we approach?
Yes.
So we got a photo and then they end up approaching. So that's what happened when the stream refreshed. We can speed back up. You guys are hilarious saying YSL Matlock. Well, and they don't let us hear any of this, right? We're just sealing quiet.
Yes.
Call.
All right, let's get right back. Now it's going to be weird. We can't just rely on seeing the seal and expect that they're not saying anything, because sometimes the cameras are going there and then they put the audio back on.
All right. And Mr. Collins, in your report, did you reflect other officers or other unit numbers that were with you on scene?
So she lost.
Did I write them in there? Yes.
Yes. And do you recall, as you sit here today, who they were without refreshing your memory?
Yes.
Who were they?
Would have been Kenneth Robinson responded, and my lieutenant, one of the sergeants. I want to say it was Lieutenant Bruce, probably Sergeant Dawson.
And do you recall who would have been unit or 4380 and 6161?
4380 would most likely be a support person, like a crime scene tech, and the 6 number would be a detective.
Would looking at your report aid you in remembering who it was?
Yeah,
All right.
because I might have that backwards.
So my guess is at that sidebar, Shart saw what we were about to talk about when we saw the picture of the ad, like the door of the house, and he said, let's approach. And now we come back and Love can't talk about that right away. She either has to lay more foundation, or maybe she's moving on. I think she's probably trying to lay foundation though, but seems like she lost that sidebar.
And you look wherever you need to in your report.
Okay, so 4380 and 6161 are listed in here. Most likely as investigators that would have shown up. There's a 7 number that's a crime scene tech.
Okay. Would you tell the jury what your responsibility as it related to those investigators that would have shown up were? And you can look through any part of your report to refresh your memory if you need to.
My responsibility on scene to them is to get there and like arrive to a scene and secure it, and then notify the proper authority or person to investigate the scene.
And as you're on scene, when you said, did I hear you earlier testify or did you not, that you spoke with Miss Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you present when she spoke with anyone else on scene that you can recall?
I mean, not that I can recall.
All right. If I give you your report, might it refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay.
Imagine being called back.
Okay. Yeah, I read it.
And were you present when she spoke to these people? Or
I would have still been on scene, but I don't know if I was sitting in on their conversation.
Okay.
But I did. Yeah.
Oh, but you did what? You can say whatever it is.
I mean, I wrote down in my report that she had made statements.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you recall what statements she made to you or what statements you heard her make?
I do after I've just seen my report.
Okay. And so that I can be precise and we cannot be imprecise.
Yep.
Did she tell you who was either staying
Your
at
Honor,
her?
I'm going to object on foundation. It's not been properly laid at this point.
Your Honor, the witness just stated that he recalled after reading the report, what he heard or what.
The witness recalled in response to Madam Prosecutor's question.
Leading
that he was
question.
present for a conversation between the witness and the other two, and he was there on the scene. It's not been clear who the statements were made to.
He just said he remembered what he recalled hearing, so overruled.
Do you recall hearing Ms. Smith talk about a friend of hers who had been at her place?
Yes.
And what was that friend's name?
I believe she gave a nickname.
What nickname was it? If you need to look at it again?
Yes. So I don't misspeak.
Okay. And just the name.
I wrote in
I
here.
don't misspeak
Lil
or not remember.
Kel.
And how did you spell Kel?
Kel.
All right. And without going into
Now, if you missed earlier, Antavia Smith took the stand and flat out said no. I've never called Shell Kel Lil Kel. She said we call him Shell, but she said no to Lil Kel and made a face like, why would we call him that?
anything else beyond, let me be very specific here. what refreshes your memory, if it does, after locale, did she say what he was doing at her place?
She stated that he was like hiding out
Okay.
at her place.
Hiding out at her place?
Yes.
All right. Now, did Miss Smith also tell you, did she also mention her boyfriend's brother?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury only what name of the boyfriend's brother that she gave?
She gave the name Peanut.
Okay. Was Miss Smith's unit the one that had the television shot and that sustained, would you say it sustained the least, the most, or the same amount of damage as the other units?
That one looked like it received more damage than the other units.
I'm sorry, could you say it a little bit
More, that one had more damage than the other units.
Okay. And do you recall whether Miss Smith gave you any information about requests she had made of her neighbor, Mr. Mack? And if you don't, I'll let you read it. And if it still doesn't refresh your memory, that's fine.
Okay.
And guys,
And
the issue is not him just possibly hearing Shell Kell's name wrong. The issue is this specific incident. Kenneth Copeland is supposed to be part of it according to the state. He had a trouble with the love triangle. You have two different people. You have a Lil D and another Lil D that are part of it, and then you have Shell Kell. So if he's writing his report and he documents Lil Kell, it's not just, there's Miss Smith and Shell Kell. They're the only two people here, and we just heard this person's name wrong. He could be referring to Lil D when he's writing Lil Kell. He could be referring to the other Lil D when he's writing Lil Kell. He could be referring to Lil Woody or Kenneth when he's writing Lil Kell, because he could be jumbling two different names together, and we don't know which one he's actually trying to refer to. So that's the problem here. That is the problem here.
Counselors, I'd ask him to start at the second paragraph on page 8 of 8. Read to yourself and then look up after you've had a chance to read it.
Okay.
He can't clear it up now.
Wrote here in the report.
Wait, don't say what you wrote in the report.
Yep.
My question is, do you recall after reading your report, whether Miss Smith relayed to you or within hearing of you anything about requests she made of Mr. Mack?
I don't remember
Okay,
that.
all right. Now, did you list in your report the names associated with those numbers that you mentioned, those unit numbers?
Yes.
And would you read or find that area in your report where you list the names associated with those unit numbers? Just, you can turn on any page that you need to.
Well, they're all written like in order of the
Okay.
apartments we went to in the narrative.
All right. And so in the last paragraph, where there is unit number 4380 and 6161, are you able to say which names are associated with 4380 and 6161? Did you write that in your report anywhere? And you can look on other pages.
Yep. I did write it down.
So which names were associated with which name was associated with 4380?
That's Bacon. It's an investigator.
All right. And what kind of investigator is Bacon?
He would have been a general investigator.
And what does the general investigator do in relation to what you do?
They respond to any major incident that happens overnight when all the rest of the units are not in. They're kind of like a catch-all detective.
And 6161, who is that one?
That last name is Curry.
Okay. And is that investigator, officer?
That is a gangs unit.
Okay.
So
Now, how did the gangs unit get involved? Do you know? Without saying anything in particular? Just yes, if you don't, that's fine.
it's typical to notify them in a situation like this.
Okay. Without talking about what anyone said, when you say in a situation like this, are you able to explain what you mean?
We had responded to several of these in the
Okay.
same area,
In the same area?
in the same part of town. Yeah.
Okay. And when you say part of town, could you be any more specific?
In the southern part of Zone 3.
Okay. And in your report, do you indicate that Ms. Smith spoke with both Investigator Bacon and Investigator Curry?
I do. I
All right.
indicate that at the end.
Now, in your report, do you say specifically that she spoke with you?
You guys read this caption on the screen?
The way that I wrote it, it would indicate that she spoke with me.
Okay.
And it would be reasonable to say that she would have had to speak to me to get to another investigator.
Say that for me one more time.
It would be like normal procedure. If somebody's arriving on scene, they don't just immediately speak to a detective. They would talk to a patrol officer first who's manning the crime scene tape or
Okay.
doing some other kind of task.
And is it customary for you, when you're on scene, for you to either point victims or witnesses to the investigators or even relay to them information that that victim or witness has shared with you?
Yes, that's
Okay.
normal.
All right.
That was great. Yeah, that. Thank you so much. The East Point made me post. I'll link to it if you guys couldn't see it on the screen.
Just 1 second.
Yeah, the gift shop subline on Munktug's baggy sales. Oh my gosh. Also, shout out to Natasha Walker for gifting a membership. Thank you so much. Hope somebody said thank you. It's so hard sometimes to catch who gave you a membership. So if you're not sure, say thank you anyway.
Thank you. That's all that I have for now.
All right, defense questions for this witness?
Yeah.
We gotta love Squeak.
Mr. Collins, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Name is Keith Adams. I represent Mr. Williams, who's sitting over here.
Okay.
And I've got a couple questions for you about what you just testified to, okay?
Sure.
All right. If I heard you correctly, you responded to this location on Springdale Road back in 2015, true?
I mean, without referencing my report, that sounds correct.
Right.
Could be.
Is that your report right there that you've been looking at?
Believe so.
Yeah, Judge?
That you've been looking at.
I'm gonna go ahead and leave this with you, so if you need to reference it.
Cool.
please feel free to do so, okay?
Sure.
All right. 2015, I think I heard you testify yesterday when you were here previously that that was a long time.
A belief about what Mr.
Belief.
All right, I think it's just trying to call the witness's attention back, so I'll permit that, and if that's not correct, then please correct that in your answer.
Did you testify previously, when you were here previously, that that was about 9 years ago? That was a long time ago.
Yes.
It is fair to say that you don't have a clear, independent recollection of everything that happened in that investigation from 9 years ago.
Sure. Almost no one would.
Right. And because it was a long time ago and you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, true?
Okay,
Which is
yes,
what you've been doing.
yes,
Okay. You testified a little while ago about going to apartment P3 or unit P3. Remember that?
okay, yes,
And your testimony was that when you went to apartment P3, it was unoccupied. There was no one there.
correct.
That is not the first place that you went to. You'd gone to other units first before you got to P3, correct?
That's the order I have it written down. I mean, sure.
Okay. Does that sound about right?
I mean, the way I kept it organized in my report, I just went 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you were to put a GPS tracker on me, I may have moved differently. I don't know.
You just don't really know for sure.
We're talking about something that happened 9 years ago at 1 a.m.
Right.
Yeah.
And of course, but we're relying upon your best memory, your best recollection from 9 years ago. True?
Yeah, that's
And just to be clear, I heard you mention, or you were referenced to, I guess, badge numbers, 4380 and 6161. Remember that?
yeah, those are radio numbers, not a badge number.
Okay, but those radio numbers are assigned to specific investigators.
Yes, but they're probably assigned to somebody else now.
Right.
It just changes.
Back then, it was Bacon and Curry, correct?
Correct.
Bacon and curry,
at some
yum.
point, they arrived on the scene.
Correct.
Would they have arrived as a result of you calling for them?
Probably notifying the GI. So typically you would radio to notify a general investigator, and you would try and raise like either the general investigator would raise a gangs unit, or sometimes the lieutenant would request it. She might have done it as well.
Okay, you just don't know for sure. Could have been you, could have been someone else.
Sure, but it was done on scene, yeah.
And although P3 was unoccupied when you got there, at some point, this woman by the name of Miss Smith showed up, correct?
Correct.
Now, who got there first? Was it Miss Smith, or was it Curry and or Bacon?
I mean, I'm not sure. From the way it's written, it sounds like the investigators were on scene before she arrived.
Okay, and
But-
so if the investigators, Curry and Bacon, are on scene before she arrives,
Okay.
right, they had conversations with her, right?
Objection, Your Honor, as
No.
to vagueness about they had conversations with her if she was on scene.
Overruled.
Isn't that true? Isn't that what you put in your report? That she spoke, Ms. Smith spoke to 4380 and 6161.
Yeah, I wrote that she spoke to them in the report.
And so do you have an independent recollection of you actually taking a statement from her before she spoke to those other two officers?
I remember speaking to a woman there. I remember her making statements and what this was about. And then I remember alerting the detectives and saying, you should probably speak to this lady who just showed up on scene. I do remember that.
So even though they came there before she got there, according to what she just testified,
Mhm.
you spoke to her first and then she spoke to them?
Your Honor, objection, just ask and just answer.
Asked and answered, sustained.
Is it fair to say that you never interacted with anyone that night named Kel?
Is it fair to say I never interacted with somebody named Kel?
Yeah.
Yes, from the way it's written, I did not.
You didn't see anyone named Kel, right?
I mean, no.
If you had, you would have put that in your report.
I would have put what I did put in there, which was that there was somebody seen like running to a vehicle in surveillance footage, but I mean,
You didn't speak to anyone named
I
Kel
didn't
that
speak
night.
to anybody named Kel. That's correct.
All right. Let me ask you something. Officer Collins, who did you end up arresting anyone for shooting at any of these units that night?
No.
Is it fair to say that you were not in charge of any continued investigation after your initial appearance there at the scene?
Correct.
You don't have any information about who may have been involved, who may have done this at all that you could share with this jury, do you?
Past what happened on scene, no.
Okay. All right. Ms. Collins, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for your time. You're released, excused.
Released.
Yes.
Call your next witness.
Released.
Release.
He's like, please don't call me back. That was like, I feel tense.
Your Honor, the state calls Vanna Kelly to the stand.
Okay.
And big shout out again to Yedat for that tweet with the map. That was very funny. Gigi O'Brien says, a few years back, I went through some medical problems and was on some medication. Oh, I think you actually say same. The entire time was like a fever dream. Yeah, that's how it can go. I still don't remember that time correctly. And that's the thing. I think Shibe is right to ask, like, look, he's going to be on medication. You want him to testify. He can't get off the medication because he'll be in pain. Also, because of the state of mind and the medication, maybe we should do a competency hearing. Like, that's a real thing. Medication can alter the way you're thinking. I think this lady might be from GBI.
Do you swear affirmative testimony you're about to get according to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Maybe see, can you state your first and last name, spell them both, please?
Vanna Kelly, VANNA KELLEY.
And good afternoon, Kat. How are you?
Good afternoon, good.
God bless you. Where are you employed?
I am employed with the ATF, which is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
And how long have
Fun
you been with
times.
the ATF?
I've been there for 4 years. It'll be 5 years in January.
Prior to working with the ATF, where did you work?
Before I went to the ATF, I was employed with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which is the GBI.
And can you please tell the jurors, what were your job duties and responsibilities when you worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
At the GBI, I was a firearms examiner. And as a firearms examiner, I did the discipline of forensic science called firearms identification. And firearms identification is looking at ammunition components such as bullets and cartridge cases to try to determine if they were fired from a particular firearm or not fired from a particular firearm. Or if I don't have a firearm, then I can also look at those ammunition components to each other to determine if they came from same or different sources.
And can you tell the jury about your education and training in firearms and tool mark analysis?
Once I started training at the GBI as a firearms examiner, I underwent their 1-year training program. During that time, it included studying things such as the history of firearms, doing microscopic analysis, learning about serial number restorations, which is restoring numbers on a firearm if they've tried to be removed. Also, I did training and casework in muzzle to target distance determination, which is trying to determine the distance between the firearm and the object or the person that was shot. And also, I would have been trained in, I think it said microscopic analysis, which is using the microscope to make those comparisons of the ammunition components. And then also additionally, when I went to the ATF, they had an additional method for serial number restoration that I was trained in. And also I started training and completed my training at the ATF in what's called tool mark examination. So tool mark examination is just basically all the other tools, your screwdrivers, hammers, wire cutters, and trying to determine if those tools were used to, cut wires or, doing comparison with those type of tools.
And have you ever been qualified to testify as an expert in firearms and tool mark examination?
Yes, I have.
When?
When?
Or how many times, excuse me?
I think I'm close to 100 times now.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Ms. Vanna Kelly as an expert in firearms and tool mark identification.
All right, she is so qualified and may testify as such.
Thank you. If you can tell the jurors briefly about what is a firearm?
So the definition of a firearm is the assembly of a barrel in an action that expels a projectile by means of combustion. So really what you should be thinking of in terms of, the word firearm, you're probably thinking, pistols, revolvers, rifles, shotguns. Those are your main types of firearms.
And tell the jury briefly about the parts of a firearm.
So for a pistol example, the top portion that would move back and forth is your slide. And then the slide is attached to the frame of the firearm. And then you have, some internal components such as the firing pin. The firing pin is what comes out and basically causes that combustion reaction that I talked about. There's several parts of a firearm, and the trigger obviously being a very important part, which is the catalyst of pulling the trigger that releases the firing pin that then fires the ammunition down the barrel of the firearm.
And then what is a cartridge?
May I use my demonstrative aid?
Can she use her demonstrative aid?
She's so experienced in testifying.
So this is a large scale, they're not this large, a plastic model of what a cartridge is. So a lot of people, when they see something like this, if you're familiar with firearms or ammunition at all, you'll think, oh, this is a bullet. But when I refer to this, it would be a cartridge, meaning that it's unfired. So then the cartridge is made up of the cartridge case, which if I use the term cartridge case, that means that it has been fired. And the bullet, which is the projectile. So the cartridge, when it's fired, those two things will separate. The bullet will go down the barrel of the firearm, and the cartridge case will move rearward, and then in sometimes firearms will also be ejected. So you have the cartridge case, which has the primer here on the head of the cartridge case, and that's where the firing pin will strike the primer, which ignites the gunpowder inside of the cartridge case. And as that gunpowder causes the pressures to build up inside the case, that's what pushes the bullet down the barrel of the firearm. So in review, cartridge case, 1 unit unfired, cartridge, 1 unit unfired, and then that separates into a fired cartridge case and a fired bullet.
Thank you. Now, when you receive firearms to be tested, please tell the jurors about the process used to test firearm evidence, specifically shell casings and projectile, or cartridge cases and projectiles.
So the process can, differ based on the type of evidence that I have. In general, so if I receive a firearm in the case, I will need to create test fires from that firearm. So at the forensic lab, we'll have a large metal water tank that's full of water. And then there's a port on the front of that box that I will stick the firearm at that port. And as I pull the trigger, the bullet is traveling into the water of that box, and the water helps to slow that bullet down. So after I'm done test firing, I can collect the bullets from the water tank. So now I have samples that are known to have come from that firearm I just shot. And also at the same time I'm shooting it, it's ejecting, or otherwise I can collect the cartridge cases as well. So I can take my firearm, test fire it, and then have known samples of the cartridge case and the bullet from that gun. And also then I can follow through with, looking on my microscope at 2 cartridge cases side by side, or 2 bullets side by side, to try to make a determination on whether they were fired from that gun or a different gun, or the same gun, maybe a second gun.
And tell you just briefly about that process of examining cartridge cases under the microscope to determine if they're fired from the same gun or different gun.
Mm-hmm. So the first thing that I'm looking at when I start like a cartridge case comparison is what's called class characteristics. Class characteristics are predetermined by the manufacturer, and they indicate a restricted group source. So an example of a class characteristic would be if you go out to the parking lot and you're looking for a blue Ford F-150. So the color blue, that it's a truck, that it has the badging of the Ford F-150. Those are all class characteristics you're using to help narrow down what you're looking for. So you're not going to look at the red Chevy Corvettes because that's not within your class group. So for firearms, we can start with the same base level and say, okay, well, I can see these certain characteristics such as the caliber. If I have one caliber, there could be certain other calibers that I don't even need to look at because they're not the same class characteristics. And then the second level is called individual characteristics. So if I have a grouping now of class that are the same, I have to move on and say, okay, but within that class, are they fired from the same firearm? So those are individual characteristics. The individual characteristics from a firearm are created incidental to the manufacturing process. So that's the imperfections and irregularities on the surface of the gun that as this ammunition goes through the gun, it's picking up those microscopic details. So then that's what I'm looking at on the scope is the microscope to determine, is it an identification, which means same source, an elimination, different sources, or sometimes we don't have enough information and that's an inconclusive result.
Are you able to tell in your testing if a particular projectile and a particular shell casing were once one completed cartridge?
No, what we typically are doing is looking at cartridge case to cartridge case and bullet to bullet. So there wouldn't be a time that I would have looked at the cartridge case and the bullet together to try to determine if they were once one piece of ammunition.
Now, at the GBI, when you were working at the GBI, as a firearms examiner, did a firearms examiner have to have the results of their examinations verified?
Yes.
If you can tell the jurors about that process, that verification process.
So we had what I'll refer to as a primary examiner who is assigned to work the case. So the primary examiner would do their workup of all of the evidence, and then the person who's called the verifier has to then also take the evidence and microscopically look at it and reach their own conclusions about same source, different source firearms. So that's what the verifier would also additionally look at the evidence microscopically and then, if needed, discuss with the primary examiner and then move on with the case after that.
And as a verifier, do you have to come up with your own independent conclusion regarding the examination?
Yes.
And when you were at the GBI, could the primary examiner release a report without having their testing verified?
No, so for a case to be released, it would have to be verified and then peer reviewed. And once it passed those steps, then an official report could be released.
And what's the distinction between verification and being peer reviewed?
So verification would be, like I said, the microscopic looking at the evidence. And from what I recall, the peer review process was looking over the documentation of the case file to make sure that everything was aligned for the case file.
I want to draw your attention to DOFS case number 2015-1001545. Did you serve as the verifier of that DOFS case number?
Yes, I did.
And who was the firearms examiner or the primary firearms examiner?
The examiner's name was David Voss.
And did the GBI receive items to be tested?
Yes.
You're on permission to approach?
You may.
This is a big part of why they had to call all these chain of custody witnesses to make sure what David Voss would be testing was handled the way it should be before it got to him. And what's interesting, I know you guys are excited for cross, but really I'd be excited to see the defense's expert witness that's going to, explain this type of testing. And it's going to be so spaced out in this trial because it's so long. We're months away from the defense's case in chief.
So I'm going to first show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 318 Yankee Charlie, 318 Yankee Bravo, 318 Yankee Alpha, 294 Yankee Bravo 7, and 294 Yankee Bravo 5. Tell me if you recognize, if you're able to tell me if these are some of the items that you tested back in 2015.
May I also refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, love the new picture. So Savvy Amira says excited for Cross. Heck yeah, it's still gonna be great. Love your new picture. Love, love, love your new picture.
Yes, I can recognize these items as bearing the GBI case number, which is in my documentation, as well as the item number listed from the GBI as well.
And are those some of the items that you verified from what David Boston?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 294, Yankee Bravo 11. What's been pre-submitted as 294 Yankee Bravo 11, 294 Yankee Bravo 4, 294 Yankee Bravo 2, 294 Yankee Bravo 3, 294 Yankee Bravo 10, 294 Yankee Bravo 9, and 294 Yankee Bravo 1. Tell me if you recognize those items.
Yes, these packages also bear the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with the verification that I did.
Now showing you what's been marked as 294 Yankee Bravo 8 and 294 Yankee Bravo 6. Some do you recognize those?
Yes, these packages also have the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with verification that I performed.
Now showing you what's been already admitted as Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 24, 294 Yankee Alpha 25, 294 Yankee Alpha 26, and 294 Yankee Alpha 27. Tell me if you recognize those items.
Yes, each of these packages also labeled with the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with my verification.
I'm showing what's been admitted as 294 Yankee Alpha 23, 294 Yankee Alpha 22, 294 Yankee Alpha 21, and 294 Yankee Alpha 20. Tell me if you recognize. Those items.
Yes, these packages also all have the same GBI case number and item numbers associated with verification I performed.
And when we talk about the item number, what are you referencing?
So each of the packages have the item number that was assigned at the GBI. So that would be a different number than what she's calling off. It would be a GBI association number.
And in order to complete your testimony, is it easier to identify it using the GBI item number?
If that's possible, that'd be great.
Okay. What I would ask for you to do is, as you identify them, use both the GBI number and the state's exhibit number. Can you do that?
For every time I refer to it, or the first time?
The first time, and when we group them together.
Okay.
All right. Now, I want to first start with your GBI item number 2A, 2B, 2C, 5B06, and 5B08. Do you have those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If you can first identify 2A, what exhibit number is 2A?
GBI number 2A is State's Exhibit number 318 Yankee Bravo.
And are you able to open up that particular exhibit?
Yes.
And then I'll ask you to go to 2B. And you can keep it open. I'll have you show it at the end when you finish opening up all three of those.
GBI item number 2B is State's Exhibit number 318 Yankee Alpha.
And looking at State's Exhibit GBI number 2C.
GBI item number 2C is State's Exhibit number 318 Yankee Charlie.
And looking at GBI number 5B06.
GBI 5B.06 is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Bravo 7.
And then last GBI number 5B.08.
GBI item number 5B.08 is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Bravo 5.
And are you able to open up the 294 item?
Oh, here's the scissors. Would you like me to?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, looking at 2A, GBI 2A, 2B, and 2C, where did these items come from?
Each of those containers has a piece of paper with information indicating they are from the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office. Would you like me to read the rest of the label?
Yes, please.
Okay. And I can refer to it by GBI number now? Okay, thank you. So GBI item number 2A has a Fulton County Medical Examiner case number associated and an Atlanta PD case number written on this tag, as well as the name Donovan Thomas and the medical examiner's name. It has handwritten, maybe I shouldn't read it because it's doctor handwriting, but it appears to say right lateral, and the rest is illegible to me. It also has a date of 1/11/2015 and says next to that 026 and then a B and an M.
And who was the medical examiner?
It does say the doctor's name was Michael M. Henninger.
And is that the same label consistent with all three of 2A, 2B, and 2C?
Yes, but the handwritten information as to locations within the body is handwritten, and that information varies per box.
And looking at GBI number 5B.06 and 5B.08, where were those two items recovered
I can only read from the GBI label that it was submitted by the Atlanta Police Department.
from? And is that the same for 5B.08 as well?
Yes, 5B08 was also submitted to the GBI by the Atlanta Police Department.
And were you able to do any testing regarding those 5 items?
Yes, I did.
And what was the testing and what were the results?
So for these, they are, I guess, varying degrees of fired bullets, meaning some of them appear to be portions of fired bullets or, because they can fragment and break off, etc. But for these, I did do a comparison to try to determine if they were fired from the same firearm. And I was able to determine that all 5 of these were fired from the same firearm.
And were you able to verify the types of firearms or potential list of firearms that those items could have been fired from?
I would have reviewed the work of the primary examiner on that, and he did provide a potential list of firearms.
And were you able to then verify his list that he placed?
I did note that I agreed with his, what we called a DTW, which is a determined type weapon. So I did agree with that and noted it on my verification.
And what were the type of firearms that could have fired those items?
So he listed the AK-47 variant SKS 7.62 by 39 millimeters.
All right. Now I want to go to our second round. do the same thing, that 5B02, I asked, was GBI case number 5B.02, is the state's exhibit number 294, Yankee Bravo 9?
Yes, it is.
And for 5B.03 is the GBI case, excuse me, the state's exhibit number 294, Yankee Bravo 10.
Yes, it is.
Five B.04 is the state's case number 294, Yankee Bravo 3.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is this better? Okay. For 294 Yankee Bravo 1, is it 5B.01? Is that the GBI case number?
Is that a Bravo there? Yes. Okay. Yes.
For GBI case number 5B.10, is it 294 Yankee Bravo 11?
Yes, it is.
And then for the last one, this grouping is 5B.07, 294 Yankee Bravo B4.
5B.07 GBI is, yes, 294 Yankee Bravo 4.
And then last, 5B.05, is that 294 Yankee Bravo 2?
Yes, it is.
And if you could tell Joy, what, if any, comparison analysis were you able to do for this group of exhibits?
So this is a little bit of what we'll get to tie stuff to something right here coming up.
So again, these are also bullets or bullet jacket fragments. And I did a comparison of those, and I was able to determine that they were all fired from the same firearm.
And were you able to determine a list of potential firearms that that grouping could have come from?
Again, it would have been Examiner Voss that came up with the list, but I did note that I agreed with his DTW determining of the type of weapon. The list provided included Springfield, Ruger, and Llama 45 auto pistols. And I also want to say that those lists are based on those class characteristics that I spoke about. So the class characteristics are ran into a database that turns out what manufacturers of firearms use those specifications in their guns. So that's where that information is coming up about what type of firearm manufacturer could have produced the class characteristics from these items.
Thank you. Now go with the third group, that's the 5B.09 and 5B.11.
Yeah, Mike the Bomb. So is that the difference between purple and blue gloves?
GBI 5B.09 is Stakes Exhibit 294 Yankee Bravo 6. And GBI item number 5B.11 is State's Exhibit number 294, Yankee Bravo 8.
And were you able to do any comparison testing with those two items?
I did compare these two items to each other. However, I was inconclusive and unable to determine if they were or were not fired from the same firearm.
And what's contained in those two exhibits?
It's a bullet jacket fragment and an additional metal jacketed bullet.
And looking at the GBI sticker, were these also submitted by the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, they were.
And is that the same for the last group of exhibits that we looked at?
I would like to look at the packaging again for that. Yes, even though each of those packages were also labeled as being submitted to the GBI by the Atlanta Police Department.
Now do open up the grouping.
So chain of custody.
5A02.
I do not have that group.
I mean, I really think the strategy is going to be, we have all these sets of different collections from different evidence, and one of them we found a match to a firearm that we recovered from Quindarius Zachary, and maybe the jury will just assume that Quindarius Zachary and anyone he's associated with ties back to everything else, including the Donovan Thomas murder. So when the defense gets up to cross, they're going to have to really separate these things that she's saying that there's a match for versus an identification for.
We'll start with the 5A11 and 5A18. Okay, so we do have the 5A02 group.
I do have 5B.02.
That's what we just want to, we'll start with 5A11 in the 5A14 group.
Okay. GBI item number 5A.11 is State's Exhibit number 294, Yankee Alpha 23.
And is that also, was that submitted by the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And I'm sure we'll see the defense cross on the nuances of this too, because they're probably familiar with what, I mean, they've all tried other criminal cases as well. I'm sure at least some of the defense counsel have had to make these arguments in other cases. But I do think like the seal of the deal will be when the defense calls their own witness to explain their
GBI
counter to
item
the
number
reliability.
5A.14 is State's Exhibit number 294, Yankee Alpha 22, and it also indicates it was submitted by the Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.17 is State's Exhibit number 294, Yankee Alpha 21. And it was submitted by the Atlanta Police Department.
And every time you hear say it was submitted, that's chain of custody being established.
GBI item number 5A.18 is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 20, also submitted by the Atlanta Police Department.
They're going to take a while to get to tie this together.
Yes, I did.
And what were the results?
I determined that these cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm.
And what types of cartridge cases are those?
These are 45 auto caliber cartridge cases.
And were you able to determine from this group a potential list of firearms that these could have been fired from?
May I refer to Examiner Voss's report? Okay, thank you. His report indicates that they were consistent with being fired in a Springfield 45 auto pistol.
So that wouldn't match the same firearm type that was from the first batch that you said were all the same. This is why it's going to be confusing, because they're going to go through all these different sets to say, like, these shells were fired from the same weapon. And they're going to keep doing that. And then they're going to have, like, think of it like brackets for a tournament.
I'm going to.
You have all these
hand you
same.
the group beginning with 5A.10.
We recovered this from the same incident, and I said that they were fired from the same weapon. And then we're going to have some other incidents, not all of them, but maybe this one type. We're going to find the same thing for 2 other incidents, and we're going to say that those match. So it's going to be difficult
item
to
number
follow, because it's going to take a long time to go
5A.10
through every shell.
is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 24. It is labeled as from Atlanta Police Department.
And that's why I'm saying my concern for the jury understanding it is what we do have a mention of, well, could the gun we got from Quindarius Zachary be a match to whatever fired the rounds
GBI
from
item
1, 2,
number
3 groupings?
5A.13 is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 25.
That the jury might not really be able to follow and just assume, oh, they
Also
found
labeled
matches for
as,
all the guns and
from
bullets.
Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.15 is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 26 from Atlanta Police Department. And GBI item number 5A.16, the label indicates Atlanta Police Department submission, and that is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 27.
And were you able to verify if these items, what were you able to verify regarding these 4 items?
I determined that these were all fired from the same firearm.
And were you able to come up with a list of what firearms these shell cases could have been fired from?
Examiner Voss did not provide a list.
And what type of shell casings are those 4 items?
Those are 9mm caliber cartridge cases.
And all 5 from the same one?
Correct.
Ms. Hilton, just for terms of break, are you going to be much longer with this witness? It's fine if you are. Just wonder if we should.
We can take a break because I have another large group.
Okay, let's take a break and then we'll come back and continue with this witness.
All right, so let's summarize that here. This witness's role really is not to say who fired a gun at a given point in time. That's not what they're here for. They're not here to tell us, you know, what gun may have been in a house or in a car on a given day. This witness's job is to look at shell casings, look at rounds recovered, and say, you know, given the chain of custody, right? Because that's important. She's a step in chain of custody through to the state's argument of why it matters to this case. So we just established chain of custody through all these witnesses that showed us pictures of the defects in the house and in cars. Oh, and I got these from the APD, so now we're dealing with this witness.
Over here. Make sure I keep up.
Let's all take a quick break.
It's right there.
So by the time she's getting something, as long as chain of custody has been established, it's already supposed to be notated, you know, the date and maybe the association, whether you heard her say Donovan Thomas, right? That came over from the medical examiner because they probably pulled it out of him. The grouping should already be established, but what she's doing is analyzing the material she receives to see if they match. That's what we keep hearing her say after she goes through 4 or 5 rounds, however many in a grouping. She says, I was able to identify that these were all fired from the same firearm. And then what's the list of the firearms that it could be that fired this group of shell casings? She's not going to be able to tell us who had the gun or if a different person was firing it. That's simply not what she's here to give testimony for. That's something that the state will have to bring in through other witnesses. So just understand that, like, what her role actually is, and she's very experienced in testifying. It's boring to listen to because there's so many pieces of ammo, so many shell casings she has to pull out one by one. I don't think that's her fault, but I do think she's easy to listen to. She's very credible. I don't see a reason for the jury to think she doesn't know what she's doing. And honestly, it's going to be an issue of input. Do we trust the input? Do we trust everything that she's looking at? Because if she's told to look at something that was all from January 11th, I'm not saying that happened here, but in any case, if she gets a bunch of shell casings from January 11th, she's told they're from January 11th, 2015, and she says, yeah, they're all the same. She's not really the one determining the date, right? She's just saying, you happen to label these that way, and I'm confirming that they are the same. So she's here, she's doing what she's supposed to do. As far as the reliability of this type of science, I mean, we have a spectrum of thoughts on this in the chat. Obviously, input will affect the reliability, right? Her examination, she can't tell us the date of the grouping is true or not. We just have to we have to trust the chain of custody up to this point. But we have, like, Nick, for example, and I don't know if Nick's still here, but Nick says tool mark analysis is less reliable than lie detectors, basically at the level of laying tarot cards on the stand. And then we have Peter Ortiz, firearm analysis is very reliable. If it wasn't proven science, it would not be allowed in any case. Each weapon has its own signature, extractor, rifling, firing pin, etc. And this is not my area of expertise. It just isn't. I got to learn from you guys. I'm more familiar with, knowing the input, output, those factors that impact reliability. And, devil's advocate for both. I'd say I don't really know if I would think it'd be less reliable than lie detectors. And I don't know that just because it's admissible means that it's really as accurate as we think it is, because you used to be able to use bite marks, and now we have exonerations because somebody was convicted over bite mark science. So bite marks were admissible evidence at one point in time, and now they're not. So I'm in the middle of these two perspectives. I have no skin in the game on determining the reliability of tool mark analysis. But in any case, I think this witness, for what her job is, I think she's doing a good job. You guys are going to be confused. You guys aren't going to see how it ties to specific events because they have to get through a ton of shell casings, first of all, right? There's a lot of evidence recovered. And it's just really not her job to say, oh yeah, and I can confirm that this person was carrying. It's just not, we're not going to get that from this witness, and we shouldn't. So I'm just tuning over to the regular chat. That area of expertise is definitely the kitchen. Yeah, and I think she's coming off as professional. It's boring. It is boring. And she cannot do something to make this more exciting. I mean, she starts juggling the exhibits. Oh my gosh. It is their job. It's their job. Oh, I do love Runkle. I would love to see Runkle talk about this part of the examination. I think that's the one person that can make this fun. Oh, man. And the reason it matters is because they're going to argue, and we can sit here all day and say just because Quindarius Zachary had a firearm in his car and they recovered it and they have a match fired back to it, that doesn't mean that absolutely those rounds were fired through that gun by him, right? Or whatever the argument is, right? Just hypothetically, just follow that line of argument for the sake of what I'm about to say. We can say that there's a chance that it wasn't. But if the jury thinks that the state's proven that that is the likelihood beyond a reasonable doubt, they can decide, yeah, we agree with that. So that's kind of where it matters, is that difference between, is it possible it could have been something else? Sure, but could have been possible it's something else. But if you really think it's highly improbable that it's something else, and everything else trickles together to add up that you think beyond a reasonable doubt, this is the order of operations. This is probably the likely reason this happened. I don't think anything else is probable, even though it could be possible. I think the state's met their burden of beyond a reasonable doubt. And I think this witness is very important in establishing the groupings of different shell casings, all being from one shooter on a given day. Even if their job is not to tell us who the shooter possibly could have been, the state's going to have to sew the rest of that together. So, yeah, Runkle's super great. Love, 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 love Runkle. Yeah, and they probably lost the jury 45 minutes ago. And, you know, the jury's sitting kind of close, but, I mean, the camera, I don't know if the camera's higher up. I wonder if, like, the jury's eye level, like, from the side, are they just seeing, like, the side profile of everything? We're kind of getting a little bit of a top down over the table, which I'm not going to say is very interesting, but I'm sure it's a little bit more interesting than the angle of how the jury's facing it. Yep, and that's the problem. That's the problem. So I think this is going to be a expert witness question, and I do believe that these defense attorneys, especially since, you know, let's be real, like, Jeffrey Williams still has funds. And then you have several attorneys. I think they're going to find the cream of the crop expert witness to come in and testify to exactly this. So, but it sucks because we won't really see that until like months and months and months from now. Which could be really helpful for the defense, you know, if they forget all of this and then months later, there's recency bias, right? So as we approach deliberations with the defense's case in chief, if they put on a firearms expert or someone that does ballistics, there's a few different expert witnesses I expect that they plan to call. And they're like, pretty much, yeah, it's a junk science. Here's why it doesn't work. Because, you know, if you have a model like this, there are, and you can even get a summary witness for ammunition sales. So the list of categories that could have fired this group of rounds. Let's say there's 10 different models that could have fired this and been a match. Well, someone could pull the data on how many of those 10 have been sold in Georgia in the last whatever time frame, 5-10 years around the timing of that incident. You know, they could call all types of witnesses, not even just expert witnesses, that could be helpful in showing, you know, that possibility it could have been something else. It's actually very probable it was somebody and not someone in this room. And I think doing that closer towards deliberations, you'll remember it because it was more recent. So very interesting that we have such a long trial. You know, even in trials that take a month, you could have this testimony, and in a week, you could have the expert from the defense come up and say, no, we disagree with that analysis, here's why. And then there's rebuttal too, right? So you could see the state call someone else back up or this witness back up to rebut if they're going to be an expert witness. Yeah, and I know the money's running low, but I still think Jeffrey Williams, you know, is a extreme rarity on the bell curve of who could afford this case, a case of this length. And then also want to make sure we had some good food for thought about Charles Shive. I always call him Charles, Dennis Shive, Quindarius Zachary's attorney. Christine had said he knows exactly what he's doing, been around too long. Oh my gosh. And then when Whitaker said, Whitaker like insulted his age and then tried to clean it up. Like, oof, oof. Thank you for the 2, Christine. David Liebold says Shive is YSL Matlock. You guys are hilarious with the YSL nicknames. Tracy Fagan says, I think he's ready for the state shenanigans and is saying, not gonna happen. I'm getting the same impression, and how well he fights that fight, I guess we'll see. But the fact that he's willing to take on the challenge, that he showed some motivation because he thinks the state is already playing dirty. I'm here for the energy. I'm here for the energy. Thank you so much for the 5, Tracy. And look at the green picture. Be careful. Phil says, Shive looks like Matlock's long-lost brother. He's sharper than he seems, just like the old show. Yeah, and I think we'll wait and see. Watermelon Juice says, Whitaker basically said he's a dinosaur. You think Shive and Harvey hang out and get some steak and smoke doobies? Oh, man. Good times, good times. Yeah, Mayor Bear, I think he's going to be a lot more aggressive than Love or Whitaker is ready for. I'm all for it. Selfishly, I'd like to see it. And I think, interestingly, if he does have coverage from exposure, you know, this jury is not going to be asked questions about that client. So if the jury doesn't like Charles Shive, I mean, it doesn't really impact the clients on trial, the defendants on trial. So it might be the right one to be the sacrificial lamb and set fire in that courtroom.
I don't know. It just has a mind of its own.
Okay, and then they muted us again. Oh, so did Patrick Mahomes do a nose swipe? The slime of football? It's gonna be so good. Football season, I hope more and more people just start doing this. Oh, and then Peter also says she's good, precise, and expert without bias. Yeah, I think she's really credible. Marlena Max's cat, I just want to hear you say, believe. Thank you for the opportunity. The hard believe. Belief.
Cold in here now. It's cold in here now. I just turned it up a little bit. Almost 70. It feels colder than what almost 70 was this month. I don't even think that even
Casey Dog. Being fair, the state has been doing a better job. Multiple witnesses in a day. Of course, with Whitaker's scoldings. And Love staying seated. The last part is hilarious. We're easy to please. Just give us someone other than love.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you. Now, we found that 5A group. If you can start with this first batch and identify both the GBI case number and the state's exhibit number.
GBI exhibit number 5A.02 is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 2, submitted by Atlanta Police Department.
I think Hilton said this was a long set.
GBI item number 5A.01 is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 1, Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.03 is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 3, Atlanta Police Department. GBI 5A.04 is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 4, Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.05 is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 5, Atlanta Police Department. GBI item number 5A.06, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 6. GBI item number 5A.07, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 7. GBI item number 5A.08, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 8. GBI exhibit number 5A.09 from Atlanta Police Department is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 9. And state's exhibit number, GBI item number 5A.12 is from Atlanta Police Department and is state's exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 10.
And were there additional shell casings with this grouping that you
Hilton's like, somebody please get some halls over there, some Ricolas.
Yes.
Oh, if Ricola like sponsored this trial.
GBI item number 5A.19, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 11. GBI item number 5A.20, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 12. GBI item number 5A.21 from Atlanta Police Department is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 13.
Oh, not bovid.
GBI item
Gabakufu.
number 5A.22 from Atlanta Police Department is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 14.
Gamba Kufu says someone there sounds like they have bovid. Oh, I love that. The BC thing.
GBI item number 5A.23 from Atlanta Police Department is State's Exhibit number 294 Yankee Alpha 15. GBI item number 5A.24 from Atlanta Police Department is State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 16.
The other court reporter,
GBI
Christina
item
Weaver.
number 5A.25, submitted from Atlanta Police Department, is
Is
State's
Glanville's
Exhibit
reporter.
number 294 Yankee Alpha 17.
So Weaver's over in Glanville's court.
GBI item number 5A.26 from Atlanta Police Department is State's Exhibit 294 Yankee Alpha 18. And GBI item number 5A.27 from Atlanta Police Department is 294 Yankee Alpha 19.
And I'll first ask, in total, how many shell casings are these? How many shell casings are these?
And guys, the court
are
reporter that's here today is probably just
19
standing
in front of me, and give me a second and make sure with my worksheet that that aligns with the number that I looked at as well.
The blurry zoom.
And I examined 19 cartridge cases.
And,
19.
and what were the results of testing those 19 items?
I determined that these 7.62 caliber cartridge cases were fired from the same firearm.
And was there a list of potential firearms that those could have been fired from?
May I refer to Examiner Voss's report?
And this just grossed me out. Are those earbuds, those headphones, sitting on the tissue box?
The report states that they're consistent with being fired in SKS AK-47 and their variant type 7.62 by 39 millimeter pistols and rifles. And that the list is an investigative lead and is not intended to be an all-inclusive list. And that would also go for the other list of firearms as well.
And earlier you said that the grouping 2A, 2B, 2C, 5B06, and 5B08, those are also consistent with being fired from an SKS or AK-47.
Oh, one of the shells is rolling away. Did you guys see
That
the
was
shell roll away?
the determination of the type of weapon, yes.
For that first group,
It's running.
the 2A, 2B, 2C group, and then this last group where they fired from the same SKS AK-47 type rifle or different?
So that is a comparison of a bullet grouping versus a cartridge case grouping. So like I discussed earlier, I would not have compared the bullet grouping to the cartridge case grouping.
Big thank you, SteffJK. So much love in Cat's
Now,
chat. Best gang ever.
Did you have
tried.
occasion to test any firearms in this case?
I did do a verification of one firearm to a grouping of cartridge cases to determine if that firearm fired those cartridge cases.
And did you have an identification number, a GBI identification number for the firearm that you tested?
The item number from the GBI for the firearm that I verified was item 1A, and it was also under a different case number than the one we've been referencing throughout this, and that case number was 2015-100-2121.
And do you know what type of gun that was?
I would have to refer to Examiner Voss's report.
Would that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay.
That was a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol.
And which grouping did you test that firearm against when you did your verification?
I verified the firearm, which was GBI 1A, the Smith & Wesson, to the GBI grouping of 5A.10, 5A.13, 5A.15, and 5A.16.
And what were the results of your verification?
I determined that that firearm did not fire those cartridge cases. It was an elimination or an exclusion from that firearm. That firearm did not fire those cartridge cases.
After doing the verification, what would have been your next step? If any.
I know that I also was the peer reviewer on this case, so I would have served as the peer reviewer, which, like I said, it was the primary examination, then verification, then peer review, then the release of the official report. So the next step after I verified it would have been to look over the documentation of the case file.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
So wrapping up chain of custody for all of this. We followed
And
procedure.
what were the results of your peer review? Was it that everything was in order and ready to be released?
So an official report can only be released once it passes all of those phases, and a report was released in this instance. So it would have passed through all of those steps that I talked about.
And did that conclude your involvement in the case once you verified and peer reviewed the
He's so
items in front of
experienced.
you, as well as the gun that we just discussed?
Other than testifying today, yes.
All right.
You guys caught how the witness just cleaned up Hilton's poor questioning? Hilton was asking her to speak on somebody else's review of her work. but instead she gave a procedural statement. She said, this is the process. So if we are at Z from A, then these other letters must have happened. Hilton asked a bad question, and the witness is so experienced in testifying, got right through it.
Your Honor, that concludes my questioning.
All right. Are
There we
there
go.
defense questions for this
Cross-exam.
witness? Okay, go
Super
ahead.
big thank you to the beautiful Amy E gifting 5 memberships. You guys throw a blue heart in the chat for Amy. Amy's quickly becoming one of my favorite YouTube friends. So much fun hanging out.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. You and I have met before, is that right?
You said, but I'm sorry, I don't recall.
I'm not memorable over in DeKalb County.
I have testified in DeKalb County, but I try not to remember.
It's not just me. All right, so I've got just a few questions for you if you don't mind. So I heard you testify about everything that you've got in front of you, and you made reference to reports and peer reviewing. Now, when these items of evidence initially came into the GBI crime lab, you were not the first person charged with doing any sort of examination or comparison. Is that correct?
That's correct. I was not the primary examiner assigned to this case.
The person who would have been assigned to the case is someone by the name of a Mr. Voss, David Voss. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so jumping forward a little bit, your testimony ended with you talking about the results being peer reviewed. Are we talking about any examination or comparisons that you did were peer reviewed, or are we talking about Mr. Voss's results being peer reviewed?
So the peer review would have been a collection of all of the documentation within the case file. So looking over the worksheets where, an examiner collects all the data in their case file. So it would have been looking through and making sure that all of the paperwork was in line is what a peer review process was.
Okay. And so in terms of determining, and I heard you refer, when you're talking about the different categories or types of guns that those items could have been fired from. You had a list of names, different types of guns. Those are determinations made by Mr. Voss that you then reviewed, is that right?
Yes, I do have noted in my verification record that I agreed with his determination of the type of weapon.
Okay. So am I correct that these items of evidence, everything that's in front of you, came into the GBI crime lab somewhere around January the 13th of 2015? Does that sound about right?
May I refer to the report from Mr. Voss?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Would you like for me to read the dates specifically off the report?
Oh, if it helps to refresh your recollection by looking at the report as to what date those items of evidence came in, that's all I'm looking for.
So there was a submission on January 13th of 2015 from Atlanta Police Department. There was submission on January 15th, 2015, January 20th, 2015, and January 13th, 2015, according to the report issued.
Okay. And customarily, when these submissions come in to the GBI crime lab, they're coming in from a particular agency. In this case, it would have been the Atlanta Police Department, correct?
The Atlanta Police Department, and I believe earlier there was also evidence from the Fulton County Medical Examiner as well.
Okay. It would have been on the same case though, true?
There are several cases represented. We have mainly been talking about one, but I did also mention a firearm from a second gun that I also compared.
And the information that you have, or that the GBI has, when that information comes in, is that it's coming in this case, the items that came from the Atlanta Police Department came from an investigator, J. Thorpe Jr. Is that right?
May I again refer to the report?
Absolutely.
Thank you. J. Thorpe Jr. is listed on the report by Mr. Voss as the requester.
And as these items came in, it made reference to case individuals, and specifically it made reference to a victim, the victim's name being Donovan Thomas. Is that right?
The name Donovan Thomas is listed as a victim on the GBI report issued by David Voss.
And that information, the case individuals, information submitted by Investigator Thorpe, also has 2 subject names, correct?
Yes, it does.
One is Quintez Griffin,
Correct.
and the other one is Kenneth Copeland.
Correct.
And those are the subjects listed on the request for evidence examination or testing that was submitted by J. Thorpe Jr. back in January of 2015.
I don't know when those names would have been applied, but it is true that the report does list those individuals and that J. Thorpe was the requester.
All right. Ms. Kelly, that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Sharp?
Now, the beauty of that is pretend you guys in the chat are jurors. I'm bored. I'm lost. What does this have to do with anything? Cool. She has a bunch of shell casings on the table. Well, if you don't really know what to make of what the state was presenting, and you hear that end capped by Keith Adams going, Donovan Thomas? Suspect? Some guy, maybe we've heard his name before, but also Kenneth Copeland, we've heard that name before. Thorpe said he's suspect? Donovan Thomas? What associations is your brain making? And it doesn't really matter what might actually be the reality of who's the actual person that did something. The jury's asked to decide who they think was most likely to have done something. If they think these 6 defendants, beyond a reasonable doubt, are the ones that did something. So if you had no clue what was going on and now you just hear those names, it's kind of like, that's going to be the neurons firing off to build those associations now. So yeah, 2 people not indicted, 1 that we've seen on the stand with an immunity deal. You know, good times all around. Good times all around. And again, has nothing to do with what actually happened. It's just how the jury can interpret the information. What they remember, what they can make sense of, is just as important as what might actually be true or not true. So Dave 911, this was super, super sweet. Kat, I have enjoyed every second of my membership to your channel. You have the most positive attitude and show you care about us every day. This is super sweet. That's what I want to deliver. You guys have heard me say I would do this for free, and having like I used to like make content be 3 people watching it, and I would still be doing that. So it's been a shock for the last month and a half to have like thousands of people here. But it's been a ton of fun trying to learn names. So fun to hang out with other people in other places. And then to see other people say they're happy to be here, they have a good time. I love, love, love it so much. So thank you so much for the kind words, Dave911. And then the Amy, beautiful Amy here showing love. You guys have seen me drop the link a few times to Classy Beats, Club Classy. I'm not kidding. You'll get to hang out with familiar faces in a casual environment, decompress from all of this trial case, sad stuff that we talk about during the week. And Amy, this is super, super generous. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Come hang out with Amy and Classy and SteffJK. And I know BluEyedHillBilly is in here. I think Julie Horne had to jump out, but Andrea Ellerby is another name I see over there. Tameka, Savia Mira, tons of familiar faces over hanging out. It's super, super awesome. So make sure you come in there. And I had caught this. I wish I'd seen this, Shannon. I'm so sorry. I wish I saw it in the Dennis Scheib conversation. You snuck in there. But Shannon had said, I've known Scheib for my years in the DA office, and he's been a good defense attorney. So I'm excited to see that. I do see word that over in Infamous Sylvia's chat, there might be family members of Quindarius Zachary saying, you know, they might be looking for another attorney and that they aren't able to communicate with Quindarius Zachary right now. So on one hand, it would be a good way to delay him having to testify to try to change the attorneys. Because, you know, the judge, I mean, hopefully would wait for him to get another attorney and for the attorney to get it together. But at the same time, I hope that people understand that it's probably not the attorney that's causing Quindarius Zachary to be off the radar. That would be the terms of how he's held in, yeah, I think he's in Grady. So I don't know all the details on that, but I'm not surprised that it's something contentious is going on. I wouldn't be surprised if the family wants to make sure someone's got his best interest at heart, possibly wants to make sure he doesn't have to be rushed to come testify tomorrow. And if there's no other way to stop it but change attorneys, that could be another option too. So I don't really have a full I'm just relaying a bit and giving some possible explanations, but I don't really actually know. I'm not in the room. But yeah, and then having the feedback here from Shannon that he's been a good defense attorney. You know, I think anyone that's willing to call the state out is kind of what we need to see. So Aaron Passaretti, love the name, says, is it normal to testify on someone else's report? So yes, you'll see it referenced because the work that a witness like the woman on the stand right now has to do is going to be dependent on the things that come to her. So the input for her work is important. So it is relevant. The work of the report passes through her. Now that isn't always the case. I mean, you wouldn't have like, Antavia Smith, she lived at a residence. We wouldn't have her speaking from a police report from someone who responded to her location. So yes, only when there's a reason for doing so. Jimmy Reynolds says, it's International Talk Like a Pirate Day. Oh no, you scallywags need to fill the chat with pirate slat. All right, we'll do that. We'll do a 60-second vent session. Pirate emojis ahoy. And you guys can have fun with that. We'll start that in a second. Thank you also to Neri for becoming a member. Let's see what happens with Shart.
Kelly, good afternoon. My name is Max Shard, okay?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
He's going to charm her.
As I understand it, you are an expert in firearms and the mechanics of firearms. Is that fair to say?
More so the microscopic comparison of things, but I also am trained in, how they work and how that leads to the microscopic markings as well.
Okay. And I believe that I want to make sure I'm clear on this. Can you just describe in layman's terms what happens when someone was say, I pull the trigger of, we'll say a handgun, let's say a 40 caliber semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, sure.
Could you explain the mechanics that lead to the firing of a projectile?
Yes. So in this instance, we have a 40 caliber handgun, a pistol. So one of the parts of a firearm can be a magazine, which is somewhere where you can load those 40 caliber pieces of ammunition, your cartridges, into that magazine. And then the magazine can be inserted typically into the butt of the firearm. And I'll use my hand here. So the magazine will be loaded into the bottom of the frame of the firearm. And then that magazine has cartridges in it, but in order for the cartridge to be pulled from the magazine and loaded into the chamber of the firearm, you need to retract the slide of the firearm and then let it go forward again. And as that slide goes forward again, that's what picks up the cartridge from the magazine and chambers it into the firearm. At that point, you can pull the trigger, and like I said earlier, the pulling of the trigger releases, we'll say, the firing pin. That firing pin makes contact with the primer, which here you can see there's an indentation in the silver part here that's indicating a firing pin impression, and that causes the gunpowder inside the cartridge case to be ignited. That's when the bullet starts traveling down the barrel of the firearm. The cartridge case may be ejected if it's a type of firearm that will eject your cartridge cases. And then if there's more for the next shot, if it's a semi-automatic pistol, you would need to pull the trigger again to do your second and third shots. So those subsequent shots, again, the slide would move rearward and pull the next cartridge with each shot from the magazine.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Now, I want to go back to the gunpowder. Gunpowder is made of potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur, correct?
The best I recall, yes.
Okay. Would you agree that the mechanics of the propulsion of the projectile, there's several phases once that firing pin hits the primer, correct?
I'm sorry, could you restate that for me?
First, it's ignited, correct? The firing pin hits the primer and ignites.
Yes, it hits the primer, And then there's actually something called a flash hole, if you can see in there. So the igniting of the primer sends that flame into this body of the cartridge case, and that's what then ignites the gunpowder within there.
And once the gunpowder is ignited, it sets off a chemical chain reaction called the combustion phase, correct?
Yes, that is the firing of a firearm, as I stated, does occur because of the combustion.
And that creates heat and pressure within the gun, correct?
Yes, and within the cartridge case specifically, because that's the pressure that's causing that bullet to be pushed out of the mouth of the cartridge case.
Okay, and what causes the bullet to be pushed out, have you ever heard the term release phase?
Release phase?
Yes.
No, I don't think so.
Well, let me ask you this. During the combustion phase, when we have these gases and heat and pressure, that pressure pushes the projectile forward, correct?
Yes, it's a equal and opposite reaction that's occurring. The bullet is being pushed forward out the end of the barrel, and the cartridge case is being pushed rearward towards the back of the slide of the firearm.
And this pressure and combustion is also released from the gun through soot and other particles that leave the gun, correct?
Yes, so the gunpowder, you could see, a plume, or sometimes, the smoke or the fire that comes from that cycle happening. The gunpowder particles could also exit out of the end of the barrel as well.
Okay, so the gunshot residue, we'll call it.
Right.
Is that fair to say, gunshot residue? Or
Yes.
soot? Okay, it releases through the ejection port of a handgun, correct?
It could be released through that area as well.
Okay, and the ejection port of the handgun is on the top side of the barrel of the handgun, correct?
It can vary from firearm to firearm where that ejection port is located. So if I may just explain, the ejection port is typically towards the rear of the firearm, and the ejection port is where the cartridge case is being kicked from the slide of the firearm.
And these gases and particles can be released through the ejection port, correct?
They can be, since that is an opening in the firearm, it can be released from there, and also some can be released at the end of the barrel as well.
From the same part of the gun where the projectile comes from, correct?
I'm sorry, can you restate that?
That was very inartful of me. The particles and gunshot residue can be released from the ejection port of the handgun, and also from the same part of the gun that the bullet leaves the gun from, correct?
So out of the muzzle end of the barrel, yes, it could escape from there as well.
Okay, and this combustion of these gases also creates a sound, a bang, correct?
Yes, it can create a noise.
And it also creates a bright flash of light, correct?
It may, and that can vary depending on the type of gun as well.
Okay.
Or ammunition.
All right. I don't want to go beyond what you're comfortable testifying to. Do you know approximately how many microscopic particles are released from the gun when a projectile is fired from a gun?
No, I do not.
And when we're talking about these microscopic particles, are these the same particles that are ultimately tested for when we talk about gunshot residue testing?
So as a firearms examiner, in the sense of gunshot residue testing, such as on someone's hands after they've fired a gun, that would be more of a trace evidence type of examination. The only time that at the GBI I dealt with gunshot residue was looking at basically articles of clothing for someone who had been shot.
Okay, and you can test articles of clothing for gunshot residue?
Yes, you can.
Okay. And other cloth objects?
You could test other non-cloth objects or cloth objects as well.
Okay, great. And what you're testing for is microscopic particles that contain three specific elements. within the same molten particle, correct?
No, as a firearms examiner, we don't look at those elements. That would be more of a trace scientist. Ours is based on visual and chemical testing to determine if things consistent with gunshot residue are present.
Oh, I see. So when you were talking about testing for gunshot residue, you were just talking about trying to find it, not identifying. Yep.
Right. I would have done a physical examination to visually look for pieces of gunpowder residue, but not the elemental analysis would be a trace type of examination.
So the questions about the gunshot residue identification would be better for a trace analyst.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Okay. Well, thank you for telling me how a gun works.
All right, does any other defense attorney have questions for this witness? No. All right, is there any redirect?
Ms. Kelly, we talked earlier about the item 1A from case number 2015-1002-121A. What was the serial number for that weapon?
I would need to refer to Examiner Voss's report.
Would that help refresh your memory as to the serial number?
Yes. The report from Examiner Voss lists GBI exhibit number 1A for case number 2015-100-2121 as a Smith & Wesson 9mm pistol with serial number Hotel Foxtrot 3719. So that's HFF 3719.
And I'm going to approach you with State's Exhibit 470.
I like the new name, Christina, not Aguilera.
Mr. Voss's report that you've been referencing on both cross-examination and direct examination.
Yes, this report, State Exhibit 470Y, does bear the GBI case number. We've been discussing 2015-100-1545.
And would that be the same report that you peer reviewed, the same items that you peer reviewed and verified prior to that report being released?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to send the State Exhibit 470Y into evidence.
No, go ahead.
Trying to watch Love.
Sure. All right, so that's admitted without objection.
And then my last question, Ms. Kelly. Do you know the effect, if any,
Turn that mic back on. I think they turned it off when they were conferring.
do you know the effect, if any, does firing a firearm have any effect on fingerprints that may or may not be on a projectile?
I'm not the a fire fingerprint examiner would be best to answer that question, unfortunately.
Thank you so much. I have no further.
Any recross? Okay.
Thank you for your time and you are excused.
Thank you.
With respect to our next witness, I need to just approach you.
Okay.
Clean up the witness thing.
What I'm wondering is, we're going to have these other experts called, and it's just going to be so spaced out. It's just going to be so spaced out. Shart looks super happy. And big shout out to Trey Keisha. Hey crew, catching up, better late than never. I know what that's like sometimes. You got to join in late and hit that 2 times. There were some interesting moments today, I can't lie. I said yesterday it's going to be pretty boring if Quindarius Zachary doesn't take the stand, but some of even the APD people that we had come up got some interesting stuff about the Green Store video. Good times today. So I don't know if you're watching this in real time or if you rewound, so I'm just going to wave to either future you or current you. And thank you so much for joining us. And then Renee, I tried to answer you in the chat so I could be a bit more specific. So I've learned to do basic like page builder type stuff and a little bit of basic coding. I hate doing it. I hate doing dev work because I think I'm too much of a perfectionist with it and I don't know coding language as well. So it's just something I've done to help startup companies that I've worked with get by because, with startups, you usually don't have many butts in seats, and whoever you do have on your team, you kind of got to fill multiple roles. So it's almost like became a little bit full stack on accident, but really I like to do copywriting, web copywriting, customer experience design, and then also understanding UX, but in a way that I'm working with someone who does the development work, the coding work. So that's what I like to do. Really, really don't like to have to build anything complicated because it just takes me longer than someone who's skilled in it. I saw in the chat FFS was looking to connect with you for someone that does do web building. That sprinkle, that's going to be good. I'm a few minutes behind, so let's just speed up them getting the witness seated, and sprinkle's going to be good, you guys. All right, so we're going to slow them down. He's still cleaning up the evidence? I mean, she's still cleaning up the evidence? Whitaker's like, get them in here.
I do. First name Michael, Michael. Last name Sprinkle, Sprinkel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sprinkle. How are you?
I'm doing very well. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Mr. Sprinkle, would you please tell the jury where it is that you work?
I am a deputy district attorney at the office of the Fulton County District Attorney here in Atlanta, Georgia.
And what are your responsibilities as a deputy district attorney here at the Fulton County DA's office?
I am over the unindicted homicide unit. And what this means is that I receive case files from the various police agencies here in Atlanta, and I review these case files, and I prepare the cases for indictment, which basically means I prepare the charging instrument, that being the indictment, and I also make recommendations as to other investigative steps that we might take prior to presenting the case to the grand jury.
All right. Now, when you said all of the investigative agencies here in Atlanta, is that all of Fulton County that you look at cases for?
Yes, more broadly, Fulton County, not just Atlanta.
All right. Now, prior to working, first of all, how long have you worked as a deputy district attorney over the unindicted homicide unit?
Specifically as a deputy, I was promoted to deputy in late 2021. I've worked in essentially the same capacity since October of 2013, meaning that since I've
been in the role wherein I receive case files from the various police agencies in Fulton County and then review them.
Do you know how many of those case files approximately that you have received since you've been in that role as a unindicted homicide unit and writer? Do you know how many case files you've reviewed since you've been at the DA's office?
Well, over 10 years. I've been doing this over 100. It's going to be over 1,000 case files.
Are all of those homicide case files?
Well, no, they're not all homicide case files.
Now, what other kind of case files then would you have been reviewing?
In my current role?
Yes.
Well, every now and then I'll be placed, I'll be assigned some sort of special case or investigation. Off the top of my head, do you want me to get into specifics?
No, I just want you to tell the jury generally what other types.
I think at one point in the past, I was specially assigned to a case involving the illegal dumping of tires in abandoned lots across Fulton County. There was a terroristic threats case that I dealt with at one point, just cases like that.
All right. Now, when you get a file from a law enforcement agency in Fulton County, is the file always complete to the point that you're satisfied with presenting it to a grand jury?
No, not always. Oftentimes, maybe not more often than not, but so maybe sometimes is a better word. On reviewing the case files, I find that there are deficiencies in the investigation.
All right. So before we go on to those, any deficiencies or anything like that you might find, would you tell the jury, you started out saying that you have been a deputy DA since late 21 and you've been reviewing homicides since 2013. How long have you been at the district attorney's office total?
Since June of 2011.
And what roles have you held there since that time?
So my first role, my first day of the DA's office was June 21st, 2011. And within 2 days of that, I was placed in what was called at the time the complaint room.
Mm-hmm.
And I worked an overnight shift. Oh, no, it was like a late afternoon shift. It was like 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., I believe were my hours. And I would essentially just sit there and wait for cases to come in from the various police departments in Atlanta, any kind of felony case at all. They would fax us the police reports, et cetera, and I would read over them. I would draft a summary of the case that would be notarized somehow right there in the complaint room, and this would be provided to a judge at first appearance. And essentially what I did is I would in real time receive the case files, the incident reports essentially from the police officers as they were making the cases. Okay. And then I would prepare some preliminary documents to be for first appearance in the morning and then indictment thereafter. I did that for about 3 months, I believe.
Where did you work after that?
2 months, actually. I then was sent to the non-complex trial division.
What does that mean?
Non-complex at that time, and it may be this way at this time too, I don't know, but at that time, it was a division within the Fulton County Superior Court that handled or concerned certain felony offenses that were considered lower level in severity than others, such as simple possession of coke.
Your Honor, his background is what I'm establishing, and I'm asking him to just give a brief summary.
All right, well, it's not particularly brief in the summary, so let's get a little bit more brief.
Let's go a little bit more brief. What did you do as a attorney in the non-complex trial division?
I basically just handled the prosecution of lesser felonies like possession of drug and minor theft.
After how long did you stay in the non-complex trial division?
I believe 6 months.
Okay. Where did you go after that?
The trial division.
And what did you do briefly in the trial division?
I handled cases, the prosecution of cases such as aggravated assaults, armed robberies, drug trafficking, that sort of thing.
Okay. And how long did you stay in the trial division?
A little less than 2 years.
After that, is that when you were sort of went into a different role?
Yes, that was in October of 2013 when I was assigned to the major case division and the unindicted homicide role, which is essentially the role that I'm in right now.
Okay. Did you supervise people in October 2013?
No, not at that time.
Did you have any other persons working with you, like investigators?
I did. I had an investigator named David White.
All right. When you received the case, you were talking earlier, and actually, let me just back up quickly. Your educational background, just
Well,
majored in.
I major in public policy at the Georgia Institute of Technology, and I got my law degree from Georgia State University.
Now, have you always only worked as a prosecutor, as a lawyer? Briefly telling the jury whether or not you have.
Your Honor, I'm actually going to object to that as irrelevant. It's irrelevant.
Overruled.
Since I've been a licensed attorney, no, I worked for King & Spalding briefly as a document review attorney.
Have you ever worked for an attorney that did criminal defense work?
I did, Alan Begner.
How long did you do that?
2007 to 2010, I believe.
Now, coming back to what you currently do, when you say that you receive cases from law enforcement agencies and you review them for deficiencies at times, please explain to the jury what it is that you mean when you say deficient.
Well, I looked through the case file and I just looking at not just from a legal perspective, but a common sense perspective. In my judgment, I believe that perhaps there can be more to prove a case at a forthcoming trial, or there should be things that we should do when, investigative tasks that we should take before we present the case to a grand jury and then proceed to trial.
Does every homicide case that you receive, every unindicted homicide case that you receive, include a suspect that has already been identified or warrants have already been taken out for a suspect? Oh.
Rephrase.
With every homicide case that you receive, have warrants already been taken out for a suspect?
Not every case, usually.
What have subjects or suspects been identified in every homicide case that you receive?
Yes, I would say generally there's at the very least a person of interest.
Okay. Under what circumstances do you receive case files where warrants haven't been taken out?
Well, that could be an instance in which the police feel that they, like I said, have at the very least a person of interest in mind, but they would prefer the DA's office to review the case file prior to them. Generally the procedure is the police go to a magistrate and they swear, they provide some testimony to a judge, and then the judge, on hearing that testimony, decides whether a warrant should issue or not. If a warrant issues, then the person that the officer seeks to charge with the crime is presumably arrested on that warrant thereafter. But sometimes the police may feel it necessary to consult with me prior to doing that. So they'll send me the case file and I'll review it and I'll consult with the police as to what perhaps they or we can do to improve the case and find more evidence prior to their seeking of an arrest warrant or are presenting the case to a grand jury.
Are you a certified law enforcement officer?
I am not a law enforcement officer.
So what types of things, if you would tell the jury, is it that you are able to do that law enforcement isn't able to do when you get these cases that you feel should have more done?
That calls for speculation.
Why don't you rephrase?
Okay. Would you tell the jury some of the steps that you take to obtain more evidence in the cases you receive when you believe that more evidence could be obtained?
Well, I draft search warrants, which law enforcement officers that work for the DA's office review with me. I already mentioned investigator David White, but there have been others that I've worked with because the DA's office investigators are certified, post-certified law enforcement officers.
Okay.
And they work with me on the cases. And after I review the case file and discuss the case with them, I'll draft the search warrants and I'll go over it with the law enforcement officer, with the DA's office, and then they'll present it to a superior court judge. And so these search warrants can be for things like cell phone records, social media accounts, et cetera. I can subpoena things on behalf of the grand jury. Certain records for which finding a probable cause is not a condition precedent to receiving the records, like basic cell phone subscriber and incoming, outgoing call data can be obtained with a subpoena. I can do that. Also, I can also subpoena witnesses to the grand jury, which is something the police can't do.
Do you collaborate with law enforcement officers in further investigating cases, in any of the homicide cases that you receive?
Yes.
Do you discuss with them steps that they might take to strengthen or to better investigate their cases?
All the time, yes.
So are they also capable of drafting these search warrants for cell phone records, social media, and all of the things you just testified about to the jury?
Yes, they are.
So why is it that you then would need to be doing these things with files that you receive from a law enforcement agency?
Well, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes after the police make an arrest, they feel like their work is done, essentially. I really don't know how to articulate that any better than I just did. And as a result of that, we being myself and the people with whom I work at the DA's office, have to take over the investigation and obtain some of these search warrants ourselves.
When you say social media, cell phone records, and all of the other items that you obtain search warrants for, how do you make a determination if the law enforcement agency hasn't already gathered them, where to look and what to get?
Well, there's a lot that I can glean from just reviewing what it is that law enforcement did find. Let's say this is not specific to this case at all. This is just a hypothetical, but let's say I obtain a file from law enforcement and they did obtain some cell phone records. Okay. What I'll do is I'll just load the records into a spreadsheet and I'll go through the calls line by line, and I'll see a specific call at a certain time. And I'll think, based on some of the information that's contained within the record surrounding that call, or regarding that call rather, that being the date, time of the call, the tower that was utilized by the handset that was placing the call, and the person that was, right. I'll be curious, let's say, regarding the other person that was a party to that call. And I'll think, you know what, this call was placed by this person like 1 minute after the homicide. I don't know who this person is. I need to find out who that person is. That would be something that I would follow up on. Maybe send a subpoena, or depending on some other things that I may have seen in the records, may even rise to the level of probable cause. So I draft a search warrant to get the tower logs related to that other number, something like that.
Would you tell the jury whether or not you have any experience collecting or listening to jail recordings?
Yes, vast experience.
Yes, sir. Pull that microphone down closer to you.
I think he's talking about me.
Oh, you're talking about, okay, Miss Love, okay.
Would you tell the jury, just for Mr. Harden, would you tell the jury what experience you have with jail recordings?
Jail recordings are recordings of phone calls placed by inmates at the Fulton County Jail. All calls except for calls made from like contraband cell phones or any other non-regulated phone in the Fulton County Jail are that are placed by inmates, are placed from phones that essentially automatically record the phone calls, and the recordings are automatically stored on a server somewhere. Up until very recently, like May of 2024 to be exact, these phones that were in the Fulton County Jail that the inmates would utilize to make these calls were owned and maintained by a company called Securus, SECURUS. It's now a new company, the name of which I can't recall. But I have access to these jail calls. When it was
important.
on Securus, when they're the company that maintained the recordings and the infrastructure that allowed for the recordings, it was there was a website that I would log into. Commandcenter.securustech.net was the uniform resource locator, or URL. I had a login and password, and on logging in, I would be able to search for the jail calls using various search terms, using the search form that was provided to me. And then I could listen to any call that was placed by an inmate from a phone mounted to the wall or through a tablet. And they were all voice over IP calls that were placed.
How would you decide out of all of the calls that existed at the Fulton County Jail or from the Fulton County Jail, in any particular case, where to start looking for calls of interest?
Well, there's a lot that goes into that. Okay. So on a typical murder case, I would start with every inmate. Let me back up a little bit. Every inmate is assigned an account number that they have to enter before they place a call from the Fulton County Jail phone. They then have to follow that account number with a PIN. So they type in their account number, they type in their PIN, and then they place a call from the Fulton County Jail, and it debits money from an account that's been set up so they can place calls, because every call costs money. All right. So what I would do is I would first run a list of all numbers, all phone numbers that the inmate called.
I'm going to object based on relevance, based on bolstering. That'll be my objection.
Your Honor, one, this witness will be talking about certain steps that he took to further the particular investigation of the case that we're here on, and how he did it and the extent to which he, the steps and the extent to which he went to find certain things are relevant in terms of how exhaustive his efforts were. So it'll allow the jury to gauge.
Why don't you just ask him if his efforts were exhaustive?
Well, Your Honor,
Don't coach them again.
because I think it's relevant that the jury understand what he
Commentary.
did to narrow down those numbers that he.
Okay, well, let's get to that without there being a treatise on all of this.
Okay. All right.
Shout out to Amy E. And shout out to Moontub's Baggy Sales Gift Shop.
How do we, can you give us a more, or give to the jury, a more condensed version of how you determine what calls you want to look at out of the thousands of calls that exist?
Sure. I basically just compile a list of phone numbers that the inmate called, and then I run each phone number individually, and I look at the date and time that the inmate called the numbers, and based on when that call was placed in temporal proximity to something that I deem significant, I listen to that call, and on listening to it, I determine whether or not it was relevant.
And when you say you run each call individually, what does that mean with the Securus system?
You can search for calls based on phone number only. So you can, in the search field in this form at that website that I said that I log into, you can just type in a phone number and a date range and ask the system to return all calls placed to a certain number by any inmate in the entire facility for a certain time period.
Are inmate names always associated with the PIN number, or inmate calls rather, please forgive me. Is a call by an inmate always associated with the PIN number that inmate has been assigned?
No, not at all. It's very common for inmates to utilize each other's PINs, accounts, rather, to place calls.
What about when a person is first booked into the jail? Is there an account or a PIN number associated with that person?
No, those calls placed in the booking area, they are not required, nor do they have an account and PIN number to even utilize to make the call. So those calls, they don't need to enter any account information. So the only way you can find calls from the booking area or the lobby area, but for you, relevant to your question, the booking area, when the inmates first get there, is to search by the phone number specifically.
Okay. Now, are do you listen to, when you say that all calls are recorded, do you go and listen to calls between inmates and their attorneys, things that are privileged?
No, and ideally, the attorney will have registered their number with the system such that the calls aren't recorded at all. But if I receive,
Overruled.
Please go ahead.
yeah, and if I do see calls from attorneys, then I just don't listen to them, and I just disregard those.
You mentioned contraband cell phones. Would you explain when you said that except for contraband cell phones, you try to listen to the calls that are made from the jail?
Well, I can't listen to phone calls made from cell phones that have been smuggled into the jail and the inmates are using unlawfully, because those calls are obviously not recorded. Yeah, I mean, they're cell phone calls. Unless there's a wiretap on the phone, I wouldn't be able to listen to those.
We'll come back to the wiretap, but do you ever have access to calls or cell phones, rather, that were smuggled into the jail and used illegally?
Occasionally.
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Occasionally, yes, there will be cell phones that are seized from inmates at the Fulton County Jail, and the contents of them are digitally forensically extracted, and I will review those, yes.
When you're talking about them being digitally forensically extracted, could you break that down in lay terms?
So, sure, a cell phone, as I think we all know, has a port on it, generally that you plug a charging cable into to charge it, but also with most, if not all, modern cell phones at this point, that cable can also allow for the transmission and of data to and from the phone. And so when a phone is seized by law enforcement, there's certain software that law enforcement can use to basically plug the phone up to the computer using that same port that can send and receive data. And this software can make an exact copy of the contents of the phone. It's called a forensic data extraction of the phone. And it creates a forensic image, digital image of the phone. And it's meant to ensure that the contents of the phone are not altered at all in this process. And it allows, through the specialized software that law enforcement utilizes, to read the forensic image that is created from this process, to inspect the contents of the phone, such as the text messages, images, videos that were filmed and photographed by the phone, et cetera.
Can you do or find social media content on those extractions as well?
You can. There's subsections of the reports. One of those is the, or not just Instagram, but social media accounts that are registered to various apps in the phone. So yes, those are in there as well.
And do you ever use those extractions to aid in furthering an investigation into the homicides that you receive?
Yes.
How do you decide what or how to find social media accounts of interest when you're investigating unindicted homicide cases?
Well, there's a lot that goes into that. Are you saying if I were to have a person of interest or anyone really, and I just wanted to find their social media accounts?
Yes. How do you go about determining what social media platforms and to whom or how a person identifies themselves on social media platforms that you find of evidentiary value?
Well, that can be difficult or easy depending on the person. I suppose I would start by just searching for their name on a social media platform. If they have a very uncommon name, then it can be very easy to find them. But if they have a very common name, they can be a little bit more difficult.
Do you use things like phone numbers, or do you use things like phone numbers to narrow that down?
Yeah, so there was a time where if you had someone's cell phone number and you ran it through Facebook in the search field, it would actually just return their Facebook profile. That is Facebook doesn't do that anymore. So that, you're right, that was one method. Most social media platforms today, I'm not aware of any that allow you to find, except for CashApp, which I wouldn't really consider a social media platform. But things such as like Snapchat or Instagram or TikTok, et cetera, I'm not aware of any of those that allow you to search by phone number now.
Do you conduct interviews?
Well, then
with
you
your
don't know
investigators
very
to
much.
Further any investigation of the
This is insane, and don't judge me, but, and this was years ago already, when we did a startup for real estate agents, we took a spreadsheet of their numbers, like everything that was in, I think because I had an Android phone, it had to be like, you could do it on iPhone and not on Android. Anyone that we had that we were calling and trying to close contracts or had successfully closed contracts, all you got to do is import it to your phone, and then you can pull up their profile on Instagram, a whole list of people you know. And every platform wants to bug you to sync your contacts because they think if you find friends, you'll stay on the platform longer. So he really doesn't know much about anything. Like, simple.
homicide cases you receive?
Yes, and by that, I mean, my investigator and I will just go visit people at their homes or their places of business, and we'll interview them and ask them questions that we may have about the case.
And when you do that, do you write up a report, or do you in any way include or somehow memorialize that interview?
So there's a couple of things I do. I'll audio record the interviews, and I will generally write a report summarizing the contents of the interview as well.
Do you end up indicting every suspect that has been arrested or for whom?
Objection as to relevance.
Overruled. Do you end up indicting or presenting to the grand jury every suspect that has been identified or arrested in the homicide cases that you receive?
No.
And why is that?
Well, there are times then when on reviewing the case file and
The bolstering.
Y'all want to approach?
Did you guys see the way Love went like this when the objection just happened? Oh no, I think he's got a lot to get through, even pre-trial, when they were really just asking him pre-trial, figuring out if they could call him to the stand. The question was really like, why was the indictment so delayed? And why were you... And I guess this will come out more. Love's trying to get ahead of it, but on cross, you're going to see them question over and over and over. You know, Kenneth Copeland was originally charged with this, right? Kenneth Copeland, same thing. Antonio Sledge was also originally charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas, as well as Tameka Garlington and Shannon Stillwell. But they're just going to hammer this guy. Why? What happened to those two that were originally charged? What happened with Nicholas Robinson / Spencer Wright? Fake name, heard over the jail call. He said that he was going to get out of jail. He told his friend on a jail call, which Sprinkle said he listened to. He knew that Nick Robinson, Spencer Wright was lying because when he was speaking to his friend on a jail call telling him, well, I'm going to get out, they're going to work with me because I have information about that shooting, the friend was like, no, you don't. So, like, Sprinkle has a lot of knowledge, and I don't think he's willing to lie on the stand. He didn't during pretrial, in my opinion. That helps the defense. So, it's going to be a good time. It's hilarious that we have a bolstering objection. We've got kind of a ego forward but sensitive prosecutor doing direct right now, and then a not sensitive ego forward witness on the stand that both work in the same department as each other and it looked at the same case. So and he kind of reminds me of a character that could be on a show sort of like The Office, like someone that he's not one of the characters that you really love, but he's the one that he's like the manager that the main characters you like have to answer to once in a while. Oh boy. Yeah, same thing, Mondo. Why isn't Mondo on trial? Oh no, not the blue shell. Leave me alone. Chip. Shell cal, shell casings, the blue shell, whatever guys, whatever guys. And it's hilarious. He is so firm in making sure we know his name is spelled K-E-L, not, oh, maybe he's Lil Kel. Oh, yes, guys, anyone that's joining late, to me, the most exciting thing today was Shart walking Ryan McGovern, APD officer Ryan McGovern, right into the whole, tell us how you watched the video from the green store. You watched it with your eyeballs. It was a video. It played for you. The lady, you know her name at the mommy's convenience store, the green store. Do you know her name? You spoke to her. She was helpful. She let you watch the tape. He's like, yeah, I watched the tape. This is what I saw on the tape. Just dismantling Thorpe's lie that there wasn't a tape, that the surveillance camera wasn't working. That was my favorite part of the day. Oh yeah, and come on, Sprinkle here. You know, I don't trust prosecutors and their filter teams or their taint teams left and right here in Florida. We just had an issue with that with the Courtney Clenny case. It happened with the Shayna Gardner case. I believe in Fulton County it's happening with the Cop City RICO case. Violations of attorney-client privilege, not necessarily over the phone, but in other communications, that prosecutors aren't supposed to just go look at work product, attorney-client privilege stuff. And they do it a lot. They do it a lot. So, oh my goodness. So this is going to be a good time. I think he'll definitely be back on the stand tomorrow. There's no way that if they're going till 6 o'clock, they'll be done with him. I don't even think they'll pass him by 6. Although maybe if Love readjusted her strategy, she'd get him in and out and narrow the scope of what he could be asked about. But she probably won't. Thank you again to SteffJK. As soon as we had Mike Sprinkle on the stand, Steph is like, I'm going to sprinkle a gift. And Angie's like, I'm going to sprinkle a gift. Love you guys both. Thank you so much. Always love to see the little sprinkles. And then Tania, am I saying it right? Tanea became a member. Thank you so much. And then also Taylor Marie became a member. Thank you. And then Daisy May, this was so sweet. Shout out to the awesome mods and the chat. Kat, you make my work days bearable. Love to hear that because YouTube, other stuff that I watch gets me through my work days. So it's really cool to be on the receiving end of that. And always good to hear someone's work day goes faster, right? That's what we want. That is what we want. We want to be like Latners today. And who was the other person that got on the stand today talking about retired, early retirement? You're not going to stop me from my retirement. That's the goal, right, guys? So getting through the work days, good times. And then let's see what you guys are saying. Yeah, and that's true too. I don't think he will be passed until Sick D is back in the hospital. Do you mean available to come testify? Other direction? Yeah, Judge appears to be a tad impatient. Oh, and if you missed earlier, they ran late questioning Latners because they were trying to finish up playing the 911 calls. And so they started lunch a little late, and Quindarius Zachary's attorney was ready to raise an issue after the witness got done. And before, like, the jury was going to leave, and he thought he could raise his issue before the rest of the attorneys went to take lunch. And so he's there, he's like raising his hand, and Whitaker's like, no, I have something to get to. Like, she just was out. So she's definitely short fused when it comes to time today. Oh, and we got some motion.
Same instructions that y'all have been under for the entire time.
5 o'clock, Ilana?
See, them at 9. See y'all early, but we're not quite right.
Thank you for becoming a member, Mikey Jones. Who? Yeah, I don't know what that noise is. It's coming from the stream. Sounds like someone's like learning to play a recorder.
With everybody here, if you want to give, I don't know where that noise is coming from.
The chair's deflating.
A little instruction to Mr. Sprinkle is to.
Okay, yes, Your Honor, I will try to tailor the questions that I ask so that the responses are as focused as we can be, while at the same time allowing the jury to understand and gauge.
You're doing what she
how
just
it
told you to
is
stop
that
doing.
Deputy DA Sprinkle goes about making decisions in his cases in general, and specifically how and why he did what he did in this case, and how it is consistent with the way that he conducts himself.
Okay, and I mean, essentially, you're a lawyer, so it's easy enough to just tell you this. What we want to avoid is improper bolstering. All right, so just keep that in mind as you're testifying. And obviously, answer the questions that any attorney asks you, but.
And beyond that, the with respect to what was discussed at the bench, Your Honor, I'd like the opportunity to.
Sure. So we're going to excuse you for the day, Mr. Sprinkle, and 9 o'clock for you. And of course, if
he does not want to leave, he's the only witness that doesn't want to leave.
9 o'clock for you, but be prepared to be over here, ready to testify at 9.
Your Honor, before Mr. Sprinkle leaves, I would just ask that you order that no lawyers discuss these matters with Mr. Sprinkle now that he's sworn in as a witness.
Okay, well, I hope everybody knows that that's not appropriate anyway when somebody's in the middle of testifying. So if you need to talk to him about another case, fine, but nobody be talking to Mr. Sprinkle about his ongoing testimony.
I was gonna say, we would never do that, Your Honor.
On the stand.
Your Honor, I believe that the prohibition that Mr. Shard is referring to is akin to the rule of sequestration, and talking to him about what he has already talked about. I would ask that the court allow me to continue to speak with Deputy DA Sprinkle. He is our witness, and he's not, nobody else has, I mean, I know not to talk to him about other people's testimony, but talking to him about things that I'm going to be showing or saying or whatever to him, I don't know that there's any legal prohibition against that, and constraining us from interacting with our witness. He hasn't even been subjected to cross, so we're not trying to tell him what to say, but at this point, there's no difference in terms of his, anything that could be done improperly than there was before he was sworn. So I would ask that the court allow us, and if anyone else wants to talk to him, allow them to talk to him as well. There's nothing that can be, the rule of sequestration isn't going to be, violated. So there's not a prohibition against us talking to our witness or any other
I mean, honestly, I think the rule is actually something like, overnight it's okay, something at lunchtime isn't. But essentially you shouldn't, and he's a lawyer again, but you shouldn't be in the middle of testimony trying to coach him about anything, which and you won't be doing.
Right. But speaking to him about, or asking him about, or showing him evidence that we're going to be doing, or we have, like I said, there's nothing to coach him about. I've just started on the examination, and I don't have any opposition to anybody speaking to him. I don't know if they've done it or not, but there's nothing improper that could be even done at this point with this witness, just because he has started his testimony. And I would ask that the court allow us to continue to work with and talk with our witness.
And I would object to that. He's on the witness stand, he's sworn. That's every opportunity to talk to the witness about his ongoing testimony. If you hadn't talked to him about what you're going to show him before now, it's too damn late, number one.
All right, Mr. Harvey, you keep talking to opposing counsel, and as you know, practicing law for as long as you have, you're supposed to talk through the court, okay? So can you please try to do that?
Sure. There's every opportunity. You should have taken the opportunity to talk about his testimony before he got on the witness stand. He's a sworn witness now. And the case is Perry versus Leak. It's a United States Supreme Court case in which the government said that a defendant's lawyer can't talk to his own client overnight because it was improper to talk to a witness while the witness was on the witness stand. And the U.S. Supreme Court said, yeah, That's the rule, except for the Sixth Amendment allows a defense lawyer to talk to his own client overnight. So I object to the state or anybody for the state talking to this witness or any witness while they are on the witness stand and testifying.
All right, so I don't think that the case actually limited it just to defense attorneys and defense counsel. That was the reasoning in that case. But, you know, Ms. Love, I mean, be aware that if you talk to him about something overnight, they're gonna get up on cross and ask exactly what y'all talked about.
That's fine, and I understand that. And Your Honor, that's fine. And if there's additional case law on any of this, I know that in the morning we're going to be bringing up, we're going to be briefing the court on some other things.
Okay.
I'll bring it to the courts.
All right.
Oh, yeah, all their homework's due tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Sprinkle. That actually reminds me, so when Ms. Smith was on the stand, and I may have heard it wrong, but I think that she said that, you know, of course I know this because the trial's been on, you know, live stream. Can everybody please tell or remind anybody that you think might be a witness in this trial to not be watching the live stream before they have testified, to not talk to any witness who has already testified about their testimony, and to not, once they themselves have testified, talk to any other potential witness about what they testified to. Y'all all know that, but not every lay person knows that. So just remind all of your potential witnesses not to be doing that.
Your Honor, I just want to point out that we beg, we admonish, all of that. And I've heard people say, you know, it's everywhere. What am I supposed to? I'm like, turn it off.
Correct.
But
We'll just tell them we don't know who we're going to call.
I'm just
Problem
saying,
solved.
to the extent y'all can try to control that, please do. All right. What else do we need to handle tonight? Or can?
I can
Sprinkle.
Yeah, you're out of here. Thank you for the day.
And so, Judge, there was one other, well, I don't think there's anything I can do about it though. Now, I'm just going to have to check on the status of our witness who's currently
Okay.
at Grady. But I mean, I think that I'm not going to speak for the doctor, but there may be a point at which we present something else to the court regarding finding out with more certainty about his
Y'all are
condition.
welcome to do that at any time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Can I, and I could email it to everyone as well, but I have a couple of cases I'd like you to consider
All
so we
right.
can just start running in the morning. Vega, VEGA versus State. It's 285 Georgia, 32. It's in Division 3. It's a 2009 case. The cases it relies upon are still cited in 2023. And it specifically what we're targeting is where the conduct and the motives of the actor are not matters concerning which the truth must be found, i.e. are irrelevant to the issues on trial, then the information, etc., on which he or she acted shall not be admissible. Only in rare instances will the conduct of an investigating officer need to be explained. Otherwise,
Hang on just a second.
of course.
Sorry. Have the deputy going in and out of the jury room, and it looks like some of them are still in there. Go ahead.
Only in rare instances will the conduct of an investigating officer need to be explained. Otherwise, it is error to permit an investigating officer to testify under the guise of explaining the officer's conduct to what other persons related to the officer during the investigation. The mere circumstance of an officer's initiation and continuation of an investigation without more is not relevant to the inquiry. And the reason, there's also Leslie, by the way, LESLIE versus State. That's 355 Georgia Appeal 244. 355 Georgia Appeal 244. It's in Division 7. It's a 2020 case. It says the exact same thing. But
Yeah, my understanding of those cases, and it used to be, especially before our new evidence code, that, every time there's a hearsay objection when there was an officer on the stand was, oh, it's to explain his conduct, and that's hardly ever relevant. This is A, not just an investigating officer, but B, if Ms. Love, I know you had said some things up at the bench that I think are relevant in responding to this issue of whether, and I don't know if it's so much his conduct, but, I'm sorry? The practice that he goes about in deciding to sometimes not, I guess, bring an indictment against somebody that had been arrested.
Yes, the decision, the way
Yes,
that he
Your Honor.
does his job. I mean, yes.
I just want the court to appreciate this then. Then are we allowed to bring in people who've been exonerated by DNA from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office under Michael Sprinkle murder case that has been found to be innocent? Do we get to bring in individual people who say that they were wrongly charged and their murder case after indictment was dismissed? Do we get to bring in people who have pled guilty but will explain, I only pled guilty even though I'm innocent? Because this is just opening up, to me, the DA's office reputation. I could put my reputation in this courtroom as well. I could have a lot of people come in and say, I believe beautiful things, but we don't do that. And that's
Which is why, as you know, up at the bench, I instructed Ms. Love to focus and tailor her questioning so that it focuses on what he did in this case.
okay. I thought we were still talking about okay. And I agree with you. Whatever he did in this case may or may not be relevant, but right now he's talking about, I don't indict everybody that's brought to me. Sometimes law enforcement doesn't do a good job, so I have to pick up the pieces. I don't see why that would do it.
I don't know why Ms. Love asked that question anyway, but I mean, it's Ms. Love's case.
Same thing like Hilton
it's the
saying, do you know
state's
that we
case being
verified
led by Ms.
everything?
Love. But one thing that I think it is, this is not the typical case in that the defense actually in this case has a couple of people, I think, who were once indicted for the murder of Mr. Thomas, who no longer are. And we have this other set of people now indicted. And there has been very much suggestion through defense questioning of witnesses thus far. And I don't know, I suspect will be an opening and a closing as well, which is entirely appropriate as a defense counsel to do, but to poke holes in the state's case by saying, these people, law enforcement thought it was them, XYZ, and all of a sudden, it's not. So y'all actually have somebody you're pointing to and saying, this is who ought to be being prosecuted, but they're not. And it's because of, I don't know, whatever reasons y'all come up with to argue. But that, I think, takes it out of the general, well, conduct's never relevant, because neither side should be hamstrung in not being able to counter what the one side is saying about the case.
But the point is, it was her witness that was just bolstering because of a question she asked. So
Anything else?
technically the hamstringing would be coming from the state right now in this circumstance.
If it's tailored, then we can do it question by question, but right now it's very broad.
Yeah, I agree. And I do not want Mr. Sprinkle sitting up here saying, hey, I'm brilliant. And when I decide, somebody should be prosecuted, it's because I know, or obviously he's not going to do that, but anything like that, because his thoughts about it aren't really relevant.
And Your Honor, that is the point that I was actually trying to
just let her
stay
make it
very
for you
narrow and
then.
focused on, because it's not about his thoughts, but there has been a persistent assertion by way of cross-examination and whatnot regarding it. I won't say impugning, but it kind of is why certain decisions were made. There have been questions posed that have been stricken, that have amounted to they were just after this person, or you ignored this person. And even when we have witnesses that have testified and backed up and been given immunity and said certain things, the suggestion has been made that they were given immunity because, the state only wanted to go after X, Y, or Z. And I believe that it is very relevant and important for the jury to be able to gauge what at least was done in this case. And it's not just the decision of the DA's office. This is a person who actually took steps that were of an investigative nature. It is important that they are able to gauge that what has happened here in the context of, and I said it at the bench, what he does with each case. This is not no different. And we did say that we were going to tailor it, and we're going to do exactly as the court allowed, go narrower, and then talk specifically after that, after narrowing it down, generally, is this what you do in each of your cases? So I believe that the court is actually absolutely correct. It would be hamstringing the state's ability to put what this person has done in the context of what they do each time, and then have the defense say, well, he just went this extra mile because he was trying to find information. He went looking for these jail calls. He did all this work because he wanted to find something on this person, versus this is just how he treats an unindicted case. And I would like to, of course, present more case law on bolstering, as the court said that we could in the morning, to argue the point.
Your Honor, can I just invite the court to observe?
Make her shut up.
To the extent that the court has been listening to the cross-examination and how we've been not presenting our case, it's not our case.
Right.
Our defense is that any challenges to the credibility of the investigation or the investigators has always been in the context of this case. Right? It's been challenging what was done in this case, or what was not done in this case. And so we've been narrowly focused on defending the allegations and the investigation, or what we thought were improper investigations, or targeting wrong people, or targeting certain people. So I think that's relevant. And what Mr. Sprinkle did in investigating this case, assisting the police in this case, sure, that may, like Mr. Steele said, may or may not be relevant. Right? But for him, again, I don't want to repeat everything that's been said already, but to have him go on and talk about, well, in this case, hypothetically, I may do this because this is why, and for him to go into explaining about the secure system, and this is what inmates do when they get to the jail, when they're down in booking versus elsewhere, all of that is really not necessary for the jury's consideration. It's just not relevant. And for him to talk about other cases really would be improper bolstering. He's bolstering himself. He's bolstering either the work of the DA's office or investigators, and that's just not proper unless he's talking about what was done in this case.
All right, yes, thank you. I will keep all of that in mind. All right, I will see y'all at, do we even think 8:45 is going to give us enough time? Let's meet at 8:30.
Love quickly said no.
In the morning.
Oh,
I just can't
man.
get enough of all of you. All right, see y'all at 8:30. Y'all have a good evening.
What a mess. Like, all of that we just had to deal with was because Love asked a question and her witness started bolstering, because both of them just talk and talk and talk and have egos that fill up the whole courtroom. So, now, what's on the screen right now? This is great point from Rod Factor. First of all, thank you for the huge super chat. Nut parents were in court during trial. They were sitting there for the beginning part of trial. And then dad and mom get on the stand. And this was still with Glanville, to be fair. So Whitaker probably doesn't know about it because she doesn't seem very familiar with things that happened 2 weeks ago. But they get on the stand, even after defense objections. The defense made objections because, this is going to be kind of like victim impact issues. Character evidence is going to come in from the parents. Right? That's usually something you would expect more of during sentencing. And then here we have all this argument from Love. Oh, we wouldn't talk to our witness overnight. We wouldn't coach them. And honestly, the way she said she wouldn't coach them implied that she would coach them in other circumstances, which you're never supposed to coach your witness. Her answer there, the way she said it, made it seem like, well, we wouldn't coach him in that aspect, as if we do it on other occasions. Goes on and on about how we admonish our witnesses not to watch the trial, not to follow the trial, not to look at testimony. We do all these things to make sure anybody that we plan to call to the stand, we're instructing them so properly. We're doing the best job ever, Judge. And then Rod Factor comes in like, okay, but you had the parents sitting in the court. And then you put them on the stand, and you were fighting for a very long time to get them on the stand. It's not like you weren't, oh, we didn't know we were going to call them, so we couldn't tell them not to watch the trial. You were fighting to make sure they could get on the stand. So, so Rod, this is a incredible, great detail to recall right in this moment, in this context of what we just watched. Like, it's just, and that's the other thing too. I see Tape is saying she's lying and the judge knows it. Honestly, even if the judge doesn't know some of the stuff that happened in the trial, how do you not get the sense that Love is playing in your face? And I want to believe that anybody, any judge could see that Love's playing in their face, but then Whitaker lets it slide. So, like, this is a huge, huge detail, and I think this is a great reminder for people that weren't paying attention to this trial until Brian Steele was held in contempt, and we had that major news about the ex parte. Like, this is this is incredibly relevant context to the argument that Love just made. I can't wait. I'm gonna have to clip that of all of Love's arguments there, because there was a lot of ridiculous things happening there. And did you guys notice Michael Sprinkle didn't want to leave until they started criticizing him for bolstering? Like, at first he was like leaning towards the judge like he was not ready to get out of that seat and leave. He only wanted to leave after after Love went on that whole spiel about how she's not going to coach him but hopes she can talk to him about testimony and exhibits and whatever. And you can technically, you can show a witness that's sworn, like, so say for example, we're going to have you listen to these calls tomorrow, or we're going to show these text messages tomorrow. You can meet with your witness to, like, hey, this is what we're going to show you when you're on the stand today, whatever. But you can't coach them to explain to them how to lay foundation or tell them when the photo was taken, whatever. You can't, like, coach them so they can lay foundation for the exhibits, but they can tell you that they're going to show you these things. But what's interesting is the state consistently has not done that with several of their witnesses. We heard that called out with Hilton and Woody. Woody's like, no, you didn't show me these this morning in the hallway. You didn't show me this. So they consistently don't prep certain witnesses. And then Love was just fighting her butt off to be able to speak to her witness, Michael Sprinkle, who works in the same office as her. Like, just a whole bunch of mess all day. Like, oh man, it's like it never ends. And thank you so much again, Rod Factor, for the super chat and for the great reminder. Incredibly pertinent reminder. FFS's plot twist, they call on the entire county as a witness. Yeah, so when Brian Steele says, can we call all the people that were, like, exonerated and, you know, charged at one point and then no longer charged, charges were dropped. Like, Brian Steele's funny. Brian Steele was funny for that. That would be, imagine the amount of people that could be, like, filling up like a stadium, seeing how many people that could involve. That ill kid Jay says, it's too damn late to undo this case. Free Jeffrey. Shout out to Bruce Harvey. Raphael Moore says, YSL ponytail. Heck yeah. And of course Whitaker is like, stop addressing counsel, address the court. Ike says, it's like she has a string on her back. That's exactly what it sounded like. It's wound up and she's just gotta keep going. Gotta keep going. And it's hilarious because Sprinkle was actually, like, if you picture the two of them as a fencing match, but, like, instead of fencing, it's their words, who actually gets the word in. That's kind of what it seemed like watching them on direct. Met her match. Taviz TV. Miss Love has a very disturbing disposition. The level of cringe on her is superfluous. Everything you do is improper. You wake up improper. So it's like, how improper am I going to be today as I'm on my way down to the courtroom? Oh boy. And I saw you say you were doing something tomorrow night. I don't know your details though. I don't see anything scheduled just yet. So, you know, when I don't see something scheduled, I just got to tell people, hit the subscribe button. You will not be disappointed with Taviz TV. Taviz, I hope you find like you just get suddenly inspired to do a live stream like right now. We could come hang out. That'd be super, super great. But I know you're busy and I know it isn't always easy to just get on the screen and after a long day, because then you'd be like out of it. You wouldn't be in the mood you're usually in. Let's see here. I was thinking became a member. Thank you so much. And then earlier, this was so great. Ike said, I hope the state doesn't wear green during closing. It's like they're going to coordinate some stupid outfit. They're either going to wear green or they're going to wear red. It's like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Peter Ortiz says the seal above the judge is misleading. Hold on, wait, what does the seal say? I should know because we look at it daily, but sometimes my brain turns to mush on stream. Let's see. State of Georgia. Look at this. It's not going to show me while I'm under pressure. Well, while that loads, Lottie B says, Sprinkle reminds me of Spyros from Billions. Another show. Is that a show I have to put on my watch list? Oh, so Wisdom, Justice, Moderation, Constitution. Yeah, so actually, good call there, Peter. The seal is a bit misleading. Oh, man. I heard Billions was a good show. All right, it's like bigwig type attorney shows, like lots of money, but it's like a legal aspect of attorneys that work for like rich clients and companies. I'll have to add it to my list. Thank you, Lottie B, for helping me grow my list of things I need to watch. Thank you, Shannon, for the 2. Appreciate that. And then, is it MJ? Okay, you put it in parentheses for me. Thank you. That's so helpful. So it's MJ, not MEJ. MJ says there's a new M&M flavor, peanut butter and jelly. Is it really? Or is this a Love Asks M&M flavors joke? M&M's come out with new flavors a lot, so I can totally picture this. 6 hours ago. Yes, there are new M&Ms. The peanut butter and jelly M&Ms. So we'll have to add that to the mix of our peanut butter and jelly jokes. Ah, love that. Thank you so much, MJ. And then, what else do we got here? What are you guys going to do to hang out for the rest of the day? This is the best time to say, you know, what you're going to go watch. Hang out with, shout somebody out. I can set up a redirect. So drop some ideas of where you're going to go hang out in this while we close this out. CT Benny, the N-word show, said, I'm guessing the state say if it don't fit, you must acquit, talking about the bullets. I actually think that witness was strong for them, but it wouldn't be surprising if they put someone up there with ballistics and the expert's like, well, this definitely doesn't match the gun you want me to say it matches, right? That wouldn't be surprising in this trial if that ends up happening with a future witness. Chill Panda says, I just want the state to prove their case. This other stuff, oh, I can get rid of this giant M&M ad thing. I just want the state to prove their case. This other stuff is trivial. They let all the shooters go to get Thug. And that's what I'm saying. I really think Kenneth Copeland is going to be ingrained in the jury's minds. I honestly think Boomtunk is memorable as well. And you're going to hear those names over and over throughout the rest of this trial. Like even with the expert that we saw today, or the ATF GBI lady, Keith Adams closed it out by, what do you see, the suspects named on that paper, the Voss report that you're looking at? Oh, Kenneth Copeland? All right, there you go. Let the jury hear that name again while we're talking about shell casings. Good stuff. But I agree. If somebody did something, why are they getting the plea deal? To testify to someone that rented the car for that thing to be done. Like, that still doesn't really kind of make sense. I don't know. I mean, immunity deal for Woody. It just doesn't seem to be a balanced scale. Thank you so much for the 5. And then Peter Ortiz says that ATF firearm expert analysis is not junk. They know their firearms and explosives. And I thought she was really sharp. She knew her makes, her models. It looked like she loved to teach. So I really think she liked to teach. She talked right to the jury. She was happy when she got to explain something. And then Shart was like, well, thank you for explaining to me how firearms work. Like, Shart played into it a little bit. So I think she was a good expert. Not an expert. She was the one that actually did, the review. But in any case, I think she was good at her job and explained it to the jury well. And then let's see. FFS says, yeah, this was early. We're still stuck on motions and lemonade. Please stop it. Yeah, we're going to start the morning with those tomorrow. So brace yourself. And a lot of them will be steals. So it'll be steal plus the counter argument from the state to steal for a few different motions tomorrow. Motions and limine. And then Shannon sneaking another one in. Thank you. Says, thanks, KNW and gang. Another catastrophe with Chicken Little Sprinkle. Aw. Be ready for another episode. Yeah, tomorrow, guys, I think Sprinkle could take up at least the whole morning half. So we'll see. We will see. And maybe Love just got told to prune it down a little bit. But if she needs to drag it out because she doesn't have another witness, if she wants to call Quindarius Zachary right after Sprinkle, we'll see how she tries to finesse that. And then SSG sent it too. Thank you for the support. And then Kushi, oh, so you got deployed for FEMA. I'm going to be busy, so I'll miss you all. Oh, well, be safe. Where are you going for FEMA? What are you responding to? I hope you're safe, and, I know a lot of people that do trips like that, and they feel like it's so rewarding. So we will miss you. You will be missed in the chat. But I hope you have a great time. Stay safe. I always hear great things, that it's rewarding. So I think you'll have a good time and come back with some stories for us. So, and yes, we're going to do 8:30 tomorrow. We'll do 8:30 tomorrow. And then, where are we all going to hang out? Who's got a live? I see a lot of people talking about the Carly Gregg trial. Is Dolly doing any Wade Wilson today? No, don't see any. I know, there's a ton of new Diddy stuff, but I mean, it's covered everywhere. Like, I don't think there's like a corner that hasn't been poked around in. I think every stone has been unturned, overturned, whatever. And then, hold on, wait, what's on now? They're on now? Oh, they're on Excited Utterances channel. That didn't come up in my redirect. I mean, my options. Oh, they're doing, okay, so Excited Utterances is doing the Sarah Boone hearing too. So I saw someone else doing one, but didn't even recognize the channel. And then here's, yeah, let's do, that'll be good. Sarah Boone is interesting because she was representing herself, and then now she has 3 attorneys. So really interesting developments to watch. Plus it's Florida, so there's cameras in the courtroom. So always a plus with that. Let me get the link to that because, sometimes things don't work out as they should with a redirect. And I'm going to go hang out over there. So if you guys want to come join us, hit the link. Thank you, FFS, for pointing that out. So this is going to be Sarah Boone with Excited Utterance. And with that, we'll see you 8:30 in the morning tomorrow on a Friday, right? Can't wait for Friday. You guys all have a good one. And see you over in Excited Utterance if you guys come over. Bye. Oh, wait, I got to end it on YouTube, I think, for the direct tour. Okay. Bye.